Spaceship.
morning?
I'm doing pretty fantastically, man. It's been a little bit since we've been back on the mic together, Mark, so I'm excited to be here today. But we're back on LAN, like you mentioned. We're at Bakersfield, so yeah, the action is going to be pumping all day long. Last time, too, we had a LAN. We saw Zero Marksman Black, I think, come in, dominate some more. It was great to watch, and those guys have been on a tear, but this time we're in Bakersfield. The action is going to be nonstop. Marks, what do we got? What kind of teams are we working with? What's the bracket look like? What do we got going on?
Whoa, you bring up quite a bit of information right there. But yeah, like you said, Jim, we are in Bakersfield right now. You see it right here, June 25th to 26th. And of course, there are a couple more LANs for the rest of things. And take a look at the map. You can see that there are quite a few things happening around the country. But, of course, you might be wondering to yourself, we've got all of these LANs, and eventually we are going to be ending up in Philadelphia for the grand finals. So how does this whole thing work? Well, thankfully, we have a wonderful, lovely explainer video for you that's going to help break down exactly how the Summer Champs format is going to work.
Welcome to the Valorant Format Explainer for the Nerd Street Champs. Valorant is back for this year's summer edition of Nerd Street Champs, a biannual open tournament series featuring the best players and teams North America has to offer, culminating in the Nerd Street Champs Finals. Our Valorant series consists of both online and in-person LAN events between the months of April and July. Our online tournaments will feature 32 and 64 team brackets, while our LAN tournaments will feature 16 and 32 team brackets. Throughout the Valorant Champs circuit, you and your team will have an opportunity to compete for leaderboard points and cash prizing. These opportunities will be held across 14 weekly online events and 11 LAN events, all with varying prize pools. Leaderboard points will also vary based on the size of LANs. LANs will be held across North America, taking place in Fullerton, California, Bakersfield, California, Denver, Colorado, Georgetown, Texas, Brentwood, Missouri, North Brunswick, New Jersey, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. 4 of the LANs will host a $10,000 plus prize pool. The winners of these 4 tournaments will receive direct qualification into the $50,000 Valorant Nerd Street Championship Finals, being held on LAN in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Our Summer Champs leaderboard will determine seeding going into the final event. In the finals, 12 additional teams will be joining those previously qualified for. These 12 teams will come from the top 12 seeds on our Valorant Champs leaderboard. The Valorant Nerd Street Champs Finals is the culmination event for the entire circuit, featuring 3 stages. Stage 1 is an open format last chance qualifier. Stage 2 and 3 will be the grand finals. Stage 1 will kick off with the last chance qualifier, where 8 teams will be awarded qualification into the next stage. Stage 2 will pit those qualified from the LCQ against seeds 9 through 16. The 8 teams to make it out of Stage 2 will then compete against seeds 1 through 8 in Stage 3. The winning team of Stage 3 will receive the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool and the title of our Valorant Nerd Street Champs. Sign up and begin your Nerd Street Championship journey today at nerdstreet.com.
That's right, so as you can see, there is a little bit on the line. Of course, there is a little bit of a cash prize for the winners today, but of course, the prize that everyone wants to look for is first place is going to qualify themselves right to the Philadelphia LAN at the very end of the season. And honestly, that's going to be a super exciting way to wrap up the entire Summer Champs. So you know that the teams today are going to be looking forward to that one. But even if they don't necessarily get first place, it's a good opportunity for some of these teams to get some points for their players. And that way they're even more likely to qualify in order to book themselves a seat to the Philadelphia LAN, which once again, Jim, I hear it's probably going to be lit.
It's probably going to be lit. That's a great way to describe it, Mark. Like,
oh, can you tell them all?
Myself. It's okay, man. It's okay. But yeah, it's going to be a great event. You know, I'm just happy LANs are back at the end of the day, and these are all great events. And so if you haven't been able to participate, make sure you hop into one of these events that are happening at locations near you across the country. So get involved today, get a group of friends, get a group of randoms, meet a group of people. There's a lot of potential ways to get involved, even if you're not a player. So, Marks, let's get back to it. We've got a stacked day of competition before us. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket if we've got one here, and the teams that we've got playing today. Our first matchup of the day is a team called IKEA versus the Fun Size Maniacs. And I gotta say, between the two, I am conflicted because they're both pretty great names.
I mean, listen, how much do you like those Swedish meatballs in the morning is the real question.
Well, in the morning, I don't know about that.
Okay, that's true, actually.
I do enjoy them.
Dude, those frozen meatballs, you can have them at any point of the day, and it's going to be a good time.
True.
But yeah, so we're going to be starting things out in a little bit of a group stage between the 4 teams that are at the Bakersfield LAN, and then it's all going to come together into 2 best of 3s to determine who is going to be the winner. But of course, in these group stages, we are going to be seeing all 4 of these teams kind of go up against one another. With the very first match, like you said, we've got IKEA going up against the Fun Size Maniacs. And yeah, like you said, I'm not too sure either who I want to cheer for, but I think I'm leaning for the Fun Size Maniacs because...
Okay, and just to spite you, I will choose the other team. So here we are, and of course, like you mentioned, March, before the break, we're going to split. This map is being sent into oblivion shortly after. I think the next playable patch will see the departure of this map and the introduction of Pearl, and so that's to come down the line. So, you know, say your prayers, F some chat, all the good stuff for this map. Lots of good moments. What are your thoughts, Marks, on this map that's seen a lot of change over the years?
Oh, I'm gonna be so sad. I'm gonna be so sad when Split disappears. Honestly, I know that
emotional.
People, I mean, maybe Jim. Come on. No, but I'm honestly a really big fan of Split. Like you said, this has been a map that has undergone quite a few changes at the same time. But when you talk about a map like Split, you know, that mid control is so important. Specifically going onto that B side, I think that whichever team is able to really just seize that mid control gets so much space onto the map, and that's why I really think that Split is a fun one, especially too, you got the ropes going up and down, and everyone likes rappelling up and downwards. But it's very common for us to nowadays see like agents like Raze, like Chamber, come in onto these maps.
Yes.
And I think that that does make things pretty fun. Since the introduction of Fade as well, Fade has been rotated in to try and make some of these compositions work a little bit better. And so I'm really interested to see how these teams want to be doing it, especially too, if teams want to play it safe, there's a very established quote-unquote meta that you can definitely expect to see on this map, and that involves your Sova, a Raze, yeah, Chamber probably as well as like a KO and an Omen. So I'm genuinely curious whether or not these teams are going to be sticking to these styles of gameplay or try and rotate that Fade in and try and switch things up a little bit. We've also seen Viper work on this map as well. So I think that Split offers quite a bit of variety as to how these teams can approach it. But like you said, Jim, it's going to be snapped out of existence very shortly. So I'm curious to see whether or not, like, you know, we've only got so much more time with Split. So let's just sit back and enjoy it.
Yeah, and I think that even may be an indicator for what we may see. You know, I do like the Fade Raze combo on this map. I think there's a lot of potential where Raze succeeds, Fade can only help her succeed even more. So, completely agree. But like you said, it's the send-off. So who knows if teams are even bothering making strats for this map at this point in the game. We will see as... You know, with Pearl entering the rotation too, it's an awesome map. It looks cool. If you haven't played it, go check out the queue. But we got a lot of cool stuff on the way. So let's go ahead and take a look at the champs in just a moment as these teams are getting ready to rock shortly. Well, like you said, you know, at the end of the day, Fate is really good. There's a lot of ways to play Split. It's seen a lot of change, and the place where it's at right now, I would even venture to say that it's pretty much a 50-50 split on defense and offense. Like, it really just comes down to how you play and take control of that mid area, which is just so strong on this map, Marks.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And a unique thing about Split, in my opinion, is the A site being kind of as open as it is. You know, you mentioned Pearl coming into the rotations and stuff like that, and I have a feeling that the reason why Pearl was rotated in favor of rotating out Split is because the sites themselves are somewhat similarly designed. Pearl, yes, it does look very different, but in general, when you're talking about like tactical locations and where you can kind of play some of those post plants, you see a little bit of similarity, a little bit of that Split DNA in how Pearl is kind of laid out. And so when you think about how these teams want to approach attacking on Split, yes, B side, if you take that mid control, you can really move things around and life is going to be good. But if you do want to move over to that A site, generally speaking, you do see fairly often teams just kind of full send onto that A site and then just hope that they can rush and make their way onto it, get that excellent post-plant positioning in place, and then just kind of rock it from there. It's so hard to just kind of go in and take over split from the middle and take over onto that A site, especially too if you go into heaven. But the reason why is because just the A site itself is completely wide open. Of course, you have that little box in the middle, but you can just spam bullets through there. And so usually we do see teams either get that mid control, rotate over onto the B site, and just kind of play that style, or just completely full send onto A side, get that heaven control, get the spike down, and set yourselves up in order to watch for flanks. So now we're loading in, Jim, and let's see which what these teams want to bring agent composition wise into this map.
Yeah, I think honestly everything you said is completely correct, and it really just comes down to what these guys want to do and how their agent composition plays into their team strategy. And so they were experimenting with the Yoru on the side of SSM for just a moment, but they're not going to go through with it. Can't blame them.
Yeah.
It's a really hit or miss. And so
hey, if Tens can do it, I can do it too.
Yo, I mean, hey, I'm not going to lie to you. Every time I play Split, I insta-lock Yoru. I'm just going to put that out there. Okay?
Oh, I'm going to have to rethink our friendship, Jim.
Dude, okay. You want me to bring up the cucumbers?
No. We're not going to talk about that right now.
See, all right. So there's layers, and we don't have to get into it, but we can go there. I'm just saying.
Okay. Well, what I find actually interesting here is that IKEA are also going to be bringing out a Sage. I actually really like the Sage pick. Especially too on the defense. I think the wall does such a good job at being able to isolate out different sites. We constantly see that being used from usually be heaven into mid in order to just block off mid control completely, especially on those early pistol rounds. But of course, if you're on the A site, it does a really good job of just kind of clogging up some of the corridors to slow down the push and allow the team to rotate around. Interestingly enough, we're also going to be seeing an Astra come in from IKEA. This to me says a little bit more of a comfort pick. I think out of all the different maps that you can run Astra, Split is one of the ones that works best. You talked about the utility of Fade being able to combo with the Rays, but the same thing works for Astra as well. You know, you get that gravity suck online, and then you can just toss in the Rays paint shells and almost secure yourself a kill, especially too because Astra's utility does make you a little bit more vulnerable. So I think that based off of this, IKEA tend to play a little bit more stally, slow down the momentum of things, just get themselves a little bit more space wherever they want to go, and then just kind of run things through like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, I get the sense that the fun-sized Maniacs want to be playing this a little bit quicker just based on their agent pool here. And right off the bat, look at that, Jar. Catches Camper flying across the screen.
Yeah, almost catches another one in the crossfire here. Finds one, tries to get out, and Jar peeks through the smoke and meets his demise as Robin finds his head. And now pressure onto the B side in a 2v1 situation. IKEA left with 3 people on their team, and their Astra here holding down the fort on the B side. Needs to reposition the default to get on out of there because she's taking a bunch of damage. Gets healed now, and it looks like IKEA backing on up. They're going to try and play for a retake. You see that Astra star there, like you were mentioning, Marks. Gonna be a nuisance for sure, but it's not close enough for that gravity well to pull them off the spike. Still waiting for the retake here. IKEA, 2 people in CT. Amber waiting up top rafter. It's always so hard to try and come out of CT here. It's really a mess as Robin finds one, and Camper from the top finds 3 on the round, and FSM take the first one.
Man, and okay, that was such a fun pistol round to watch because you could just tell that IKEA were so confused as to what were going on. And honestly, that is mostly just because of Camper's positioning there. Camper flew across that A site. Immediately, Jar got the information and was like, uh-oh, this is a very explosive hit onto A. And then you could tell that the fun-sized Maniacs decided to just, you know, play B instead. And IKEA were already buying that it was going to be an A-side hit, so they had rotated them. They started their rotations there, but lost a couple of members. As a result, just completely leaving that B side open. So a great job coming in order for them to start things out here. I don't know, IKEA looked like they were being completely played by the fun-sized Maniacs, and we do have a little bit of a tech pause here. And once again, the fun-sized Maniacs, that was such an interesting play. Usually you don't see the Rays being the distraction to kind of go in and draw a lot of people's attentions, but it worked perfectly, and you could just tell that IKEA had no idea what to do based off of that.
Yeah, no, that was awesome. IKEA just a little overwhelmed. I don't think they were expecting the aggression that quickly out of the round, especially the chamber. He was ready, waiting, watching a main. Rays jump packs over him, and he's just completely lost. It is overwhelming, to say the least, to meet that kind of aggression that early on. So maybe now IKEA, coming into the second round, they've got a better idea that, hey, what was their full name? The full-sized maniacs?
Fun-sized maniacs.
The fun-sized maniacs. Yes, maybe they are really maniacal, and IKEA giving them a taste of their own medicine with a 3-man push through sewers, almost getting the timing on Gabri. Oh, but finding help from MJK5. They find 3 there, and now Karmazira left by themselves with the Radiant buddy, so you know there's some swag at least going on in this game. Camper.
I was
confused with that one. Jumping judge, though, can't be beat.
Yeah, and once again, you can just tell the impact that Camper is having in getting space onto the map right now. Fun-sized maniacs, you know, they can just send Camper in and see how much space they can get, see how much resistance is going to be given to that push forwards, and then just play based around that. Obviously, IKEA went for a little bit of a different strategy that time. They tried to put more people onto mid, especially given that they still only had pistols. They wanted to be able to just catch some people off guard, but once again, the space that Fun-Sized Maniacs are kind of playing, positioning was just so good to be able to punish that. It was in their back line, but now this is going to be Fun-Sized Maniacs having to contesting a Camper. You can't be getting away with that. This is the rifle round for IKEA, and already they're down 1.
Yeah, they go. They just like that. The timing is in their favor, and IKEA, as quick as they lose 1, they return with 2 more. Jar finding 2.
Ooh.
Cytosine finding 2 as well, and now Camper left in a 1v4. As quickly as you found that first judge kill, that round is over. Cytosine finding 3, Jar finding 2, and IKEA finding the first round all on the board. We kind of expected them to win that one, though, right, Marks? It was a bonus from FSM, so overall not awful for both these squads, and this is going to be the first round where both these teams have weapons galore, and they've got weapons and util to work with as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, Ham is going to be down a weapon on IKEA because unfortunately they were the only person who, oh, never mind, there's enough money to make sure that they can get that there. I'm genuinely curious what the Fun-Sized Maniacs were trying to pull off there. They just kind of ran onto that A site, and they just got completely caught off guard by a lot of the long-range rifling that you would have expected. They should have played that one a little bit closer, but unfortunately just got picked off there. Let's see what they want to do this time, but it looks like they're taking a lot of space on mid. Regardless, though, the spike is still back into their spawn, so they might just be poking and prodding until they can make a definitive decision, but Jar starts it off with a pick on a JDM.
Good angle there from Ropes. Is able to pick 1 off, sending the aftershock into it to clear it out. Hold down the position so that Camper can work his way up into the staircase. A couple shots down onto MJK, and great flash followed up by Camper for 1 as Cytosine peeks from Ropes, finds 1, Karmazira returns for 2 from backside, and FSM down to just Robin here outside B main, spike in hand, all of util in hand as well, so things are possible, however daunting they may be. Karmazira, though, good for 3 on the round, and it's a tied game, 2-2.
What I'm noticing here is, you know what? IKEA, they might be fans of Valorant's tagline, a precise gunplay. And I actually mean that unironically here, because honestly, they've been doing a really good job of rifling thus far. They're finding positions, but not only that, are able to secure headshots really quickly, where you can just tell that the Fun-Sized Maniacs are not 100% sure which way they should be looking, and already they've lost a lot of their people. So this time, the Fun-Sized Maniacs, they're in a little bit of a scattered buy. They will have 1 rifle on board, but Camper has that judge in hand again. Might be trying to prod for a little bit of space or try and catch some people on the rotation. But whatever the Maniacs have been doing thus far has not been working out these previous 2 rounds.
Maniacs trying to keep the pressure up on attack with 3 people down mid and 1 on each site. They've got Chamber lurking B, and with their Rays working B, Cytosine and Karmazira once again a dynamic duo in mid, finding 3 already as MJK5 pops the flash, makes presence in sewer, and they slow it down with a judge in hand. They're trying to take the fight close range, trying to bait something out into that sewer hall. But it looks like their efforts are not going to pay off as AEX, good around the corner, patient on the jiggle peaks, finds the headshot, leaving Camper with the judge in sewer and a dream, and not much else. As, I don't know what's happening there.
You know, they're just kind of having fun here. But once again, I think that this round really just re-emphasized IKEA being extremely good about just holding their positions and taking the gunfights, being extremely effective at it. And Cytosine has been an absolute stud with these rifles in hands has been finding so much value, and honestly has been the biggest difference maker on IKEA thus far. Every single time the Fun Size Maniacs try to move their way onto any of the spots, it just seems like Cytozyne is there and then just walks away with a double or a triple kill. And that is something that has to start to get punished. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm not too sure what that looks like, but it does look like IKEA, they're gonna let this one breathe. They know that they're running away with this a little bit more. And so they want the Maniacs to kind of sit there and have to think about things moving forwards. I genuinely think that IKEA has been playing a very solid defense. And, this might be a little bit of an aim difference. I think that right now it is a little bit too soon to say whether or not that is actually the case. But when it comes to just pure frags and being able to find headshots with their rifles, IKEA has looked absolutely stellar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they do a really good job of this 1-2 punch, like you were mentioning. Cytozyne, of course, always accompanied by Karmazira somewhere, right? That follow-up is impeccable, and that 1-2 punch from different sides of the map, different areas of the site, so effective. And like you said, IKEA finding life after those first 2 pistol rounds. They got pretty much rocked, and they looked like clowns, but then IKEA making FSM look like clowns. It's going back and forth, and so I love to see it. And so FSM... they've got a moment here to try and come back like we're talking about, because they've got weapons, they've got armor, they're going to have abilities. Not too many ults to work with on the side of FSM, but IKEA's might be just enough to shut down the round for them, right? With that null command from KO, capable of doing a lot of damage. Let's see how this one plays out, though, as Cytozyne knifes down mid, connects with nobody on the suppress. And FSM starts a slow B push, finding one and punishing the aggression of IKEA quickly.
And this is an excellent adaptation coming through. The spike might be down, but right now FSM are definitely in the lead, and this is just off of Gabri being able to take so much room onto this B site.
Sitting pillar now, Robin, 1-2 punch once again as the chamber on site, not able to trade back Ham, even though he really wanted to. You could see he was aching for that kill. IKEA's Ham, though, working their way CT. And with all 3 members of FSM in B main, this is going to be a tall task to be certain. Spots one out, needs to clear out back site, needs to do something. Taps the spike, is trying to draw out some presence as the boombot deployed from B main comes out, and Gabri, good for 3 on the round. Tied up, FSM returned after losing 3 straight.
It was looking like episode 3, Return of the Sith, because you just saw Gabri just completely tear things up onto that B site, so ready to just punish the aggression that IKEA were putting on them. You could tell, IKEA, they're feeling confident, They make very good quality furniture for an affordable price. And as a result, they decided, we could just push out a little bit more. We can win these duels. We can win this out. Except this time, it was Gabri and I believe MJK5 ready to just kind of catch a couple of people off guard. And then that just allowed pure B-side entry. Without the Astra on IKEA alive, there was nothing to slow them down from making their way onto site. And the rest was history. The Maniacs were able to just easily just walk their way in onto site and plant it down. The null command is going to be active now, as this is going to be a very fast hit onto B.
Yeah, trying to get the stun down as well. IKEA responding really well. Backing off the site. They get 1 for the trade. And it's not even the KO, which is awesome, because they'd be able to res him otherwise. So now in a 4-on-4, FSM plant down. They're going to play B main, and they've got that breach ulti, which is pretty much going to be their win condition here. And they use it as soon as the null command is popped, because they need time on their side. The spike just getting planted gives you 40 seconds on the clock to work with. Now Camber in a great spot here, checking top rafters, doesn't check the bottom. In a 3-on-3, Robin running out of bullets, close range. It's still planted for B main, and now JDN left in a 1v3 and a 1v1, and he's able to clutch it up, and that is huge. Getting the lineup on the first 2 and finding the shot on the third. FSM take the lead.
I'm going to be honest with you there, Jim. I'm not sure that I agreed with the wall that Karmazira decided to put up. The Cosmic Divide is really good at splitting up the site in order to play that retake. And to be fair, it did really work out in the very first half of that. We saw IKEA just completely engage at the exact same time, and were able to sweep up the members of the Fun Size Maniacs that were within that range of it. But then that just kind of allowed it to be a little bit more difficult to push through the wall afterwards. And I think that's the only reason why JDN was able to walk away with that 3K, was because they were walking through the wall roughly about the same time, hoping that somebody was be able to catch it. But it just kind of ended up letting them line up, and then it's just a little bit of spray transfer, and JDN walks away with the round. So a little bit tough to do, but I do like the idea coming out from IKEA. Regardless, side design in a good spot.
Yeah. Definitely in a great spot here. Trying to get the 1-2 going, as well as the trade comes out. Both races going down. Detecting side assign on the ropes. Ooh, using the jump up spot to get a bit of an advantage here. Will go down though, as MJK is keen to it. Great timing here. The 1-2 once again as Ham trades him back. Jar from the staircase equalizes 2-on-2. Close range. Karma finds one. Dips around the corner. Survives. JDN now in a 1v2. He's got the ulti. He could disappear, and he's got the spike in hand. Spotted from the top rope by Jar. 4-4. IKEA tie things up.
Oh man, this is a close game between these two teams. Just taking a quick look at the kill board. You know, Camper has been doing a really good job for the Fun Size Maniacs, and I think that Camper's style is a lot more of just get up into IKEA's face. And you see a completely different story coming out from Side Design. Side Design, very disciplined, kind of playing a little bit back, playing off the utility in order to have nice, clean kills. So these are the two top fraggers for both IKEA and the Fun Size Maniacs, but still, you know, there's still 4 more rounds left in this half. Let's see how this goes, but Gabri with an excellent pick onto AEX understood that they were going to be a little bit aggressive, but the paint shells did get a little bit of value.
Yeah, the gravity well almost was devastating there. If it was followed up with a concuss as well, might have gotten some more value, but a little bit of damage down to the members of FSM who have the team lead here, and that paranoia coming out from B main, going to connect onto Karma Zero, who's forced to reposition onto default. And once again, playing ring around the Rosie here. Comes around the left side, finds one. Camper behind. Will get spotted by Karma Zero, who finds him, and Jar from the top rope finds a third on the round. FSM dwindling down to just 2 members, and the spike just out of reach as they get smoked out at MJK5. Smoke flashes through. Wow. Tries to create an opportunity, but Jar with a headhunter finds the body. Gabri, what are we sticking to, Marks? What do you think?
Gabri. Like Gabriel,
okay.
you know? Yeah.
Post it up. Tour de force in hand. Still possible. Unlikely, but possible.
It's always winnable until you decide that it isn't, so, you know.
This is true.
But I have a feeling that Gabri's probably just going to be looking to potentially catch a couple people off guard. Punish the economy a little bit of IKEA. It was a pretty flawless round, honestly, coming in. Sees the shoulder there, is able to get one, but Jar trades that one back. And you know what? I think that this is exactly how IKEA want to be playing this defense right now. They have the agents to be able to play things slow. They can slow down the pushes, whereas the Fun Size Maniacs, they just want to go in, and they want to go in quick. We saw right off the bat, the Astra utility doing a great job of having them go one at a time. And that just enabled Jar's tour de force to be able to get so many picks so early on. And the good thing about the tour de force is it emits a nice little slow field wherever somebody just got shot. So that makes it even less appealing for the Maniacs to be able to push in onto it. And then IKEA are just able to pick them off one by one, enabling it down into just a single person. So I think a very excellent defense setup by IKEA thus far. The Fun Size Maniacs, they're on this A site getting room, but they don't have that many good guns in their hands. A lot of pistols, Stinger, and a Spectre. Meanwhile, going up against the full rifles of IKEA.
Yeah, I can't say that I've ever bought a Stinger willingly, but I did buy the skin for it recently, so I think I'm gonna have to start incorporating it. Yeah, something like that. I feel dirty just saying it, just thinking about it. Still a 5-on-5 though. FSM on the attack here. They've got the Raze ulti, the showstopper to work with. Jar on the swing, he's going to get spotted out. Close range Spectre is superior. Spike, however, is still down market, and so FSM, they're going to need to break up this offense and try and get it as Karma Zero, good on the defense for one. Realizes there may be more coming from Heaven, and decides to position in B main, which is a great spot here, giving him a lot of information and potentially able to deny the spike from actually getting to the site. Let's see how this one plays out as Cytosign finds one in the back, equalizes things 3-3. Karma0 in a great spot, and without the weapons to take this fight, really, FSM push it, come out on top. Even with the Sheriff in hand, they find the kill, and now in a 2-on-2. Weapons on everybody. It's going to be an even fight, and there's 10 seconds left on the clock as the frag goes down to deny. It does deny, it finds the kill. And the plant needs to go down, and so he knows he has to stick it or find a 1v2, and it's pretty much impossible. Cytosign with a great flash off the backboard. 6-4, IKEA lead by 2.
Okay, we've talked about Cytosign, but now it's time to talk about my next favorite player on IKEA, and that is Karma0. Karma0 is doing such a good job planting their feet down on that B site and being kind of sneaky with it. You could just tell. Always catching fun-sized maniacs, looking at the wrong way at the wrong time, was able to completely shut down that B-side push, which honestly, it looked like the fun-sized maniacs had a chance to be able to get themselves onto the site. Just by posting up in B main, able to shut the spike down and denying actual point presence, that just allowed IQ to have the amount of time that they needed to relocate themselves around and make sure that it was an even fight. Even if they did have the gun advantage, fun-sized maniacs were really making that one look possible. So great job to Karma0 being able to slow down that push, and you can tell fun-sized maniacs, they're adapting their strategy now. They're playing things a little bit slower because they know that this aggression is consistently getting punished, but IKEA have set up a lot of people onto this A site. I don't think that the fun-sized maniacs have known this, and this could be extremely deadly, especially with the Astra and the KO. And the Raze, that's a lot of utility.
That's a lot of utility, and it is deadly for sure. Will they scope it out first, though? Because if they run on here, no matter how much util they use, it's going to be a daunting task nonetheless. And so the Raze on defense finds one as Camper. Showstopper onto the site is able to return. Robin, it's a 3-on-3, and Robin finds 2 onto the site now. FSM spike going down onto default. 2 members walking and working their way up ramp. Karma0 waiting in window, conscious that there might be some action just on the ramp, and so checking every possible corner. It's so painstakingly tedious, but that's exactly what you have to do as FSM's one member gets spotted. Jar with aggression there, finds one, gets onto the site. This could be deadly for FSM now. Rolling Thunder coming out, stopping the defuse, not connecting on the spray, and Gabri in a one-on-one. Stun is good, half is found. Waiting now. Gabri playing around the corner, knows he taps it, plays so patiently. FSM find 5.
Yeah, and honestly, at that point, that's exactly what Gabri wanted to do there. Just, you know, completely, you know, get into the mind of your opponent, especially 2 on that defuse. You just gotta stall it out. You got time to kill, baby. That's how you want to just play that round. So an excellent job coming in from the fun-sized maniacs. They were able to storm Helms deep and just make their way in onto it. Despite all of the utility that IKEA were able to throw down, they were able to get enough space. And honestly, they kind of staggered their entrance, which really worked out because IKEA were expecting that they would all move in at the same time, which allowed some of the fun-sized maniacs to be in the back and pick off those defenders as they decided to walk their way in onto site. But this time, fun-sized maniacs, they've got their eyes set onto this B site. A little bit of a different defensive setup, but a lot of ultimates online thus far. Regardless, Cytosign's already down, Jim.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to start. Great 3-man aggression down mid, giving you a pick with a Spectre at that range. That usually does not happen. So an amazing start to the round, and you've still got 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't know if you guys could see me also now. I'm doing the Bernie Sanders hands while I talk. Like, I just realized that was happening, so this is a great development. So here we are, Marks. 6-5, though. Yeah, thank you. FSM looking to tie things up, and they've got the lead with 55 seconds left on the clock. And so with time pretty much in their favor, they're working their way up mid, but IKEA has set up all the remaining members of their team here. Stun is good for 3, and the aggression out of the smoke. Finds 1, finds 2, finds 3, and finds a 4th. There it is, the full, or The full-sized maniacs, the fun-sized maniacs, with a really maniacal plan down mid, tie it up 6-6.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I wasn't aware that we were actually watching WWE Hell in a Cell. Like, both of these teams just decided, you know what? We need to get mid control. And we've seen IKEA, it was IKEA do this before, but that was when they were on a pistol round. I wonder if there was some sort of gentlemanly agreement that they were going to be moving in there. But of course, when you talk about going in and just kind of fragging out, brawling in that type of sense, fun-sized maniacs are going to come out on top of that. We know that Camper is extremely good close range, but the rest of the team as well just seems so well equipped to be able to play things nice and close. And honestly, Camper bringing a judge, a little bit of a dirty tactic, you know, that's like having an ace up your sleeve, especially in a fight like that, but it really worked out for fun-sized maniacs, and that's going to be our half. It's 6-6 now. These teams are going to be swapping around.
FSM on the defense, IKEA on the attack, mounting for some B pressure. With the smoke down in B main, they're not even going to bother trying to push through it. They're just kind of holding it here, trying to watch for any aggression from FSM. IKEA taking their time though. Suppression, not going to find anything mid. And walking into the sights of Robin, who's at the staircase. Great flash out of the smoke, repositions to avoid any damage, and Camper from Rafter finds one as JDN shuts down the B main pressure. Does he know there's a second as IKEA? Two people in B heaven, one in B main. MJKS, util in hand, flash is good, and it connects as they find two swift kills. And now Karma Zera left by their lonesome in B main. That's pretty much all you can say. Shrug as he loses his head. FSM with a quick pistol round.
And honestly, that was a really good pistol round for FSM. Obviously they won, so yeah, of course. Oh yeah, they're doing great. But I loved how they kind of played that. You know, they had their pistols. Their composition is more built around enabling themselves to frag out a little bit more. And all they really just had to play off of was a couple of smokes that JDN dropped down. You know, MJK5 was all the way onto that A site, so you can't use any flashes there. But they did have Robin's flashes, and honestly, Camper just doing a really good job of playing disciplined, popping out around the corner. And on top of that, too, the team swung together, and were able to find cross kills left, right, and center. Gabri getting a little bit aggressive here, moving up with that Headhunter in hand. FSM did buy up a little bit. Camper got that judge in hand again, but IKEA feels like they understand this. They're playing things a little bit more slowly. They're playing it more cautiously and looking to catch some people off guard. Gabri unable to secure the first kill.
Get him back to safety. Ooh, Robin, great push there with the two-man support system finding Jar. JDN in a great spot here. Gotta check your corners. It's the oldest rule in the book. I was gonna say the oldest book in the game, but I was like, that doesn't make any sense, bro. Gabri, great at close range, great at long range, finding two, and there's a third as FSM shut down the bonus round.
Yeah, and right now you could just tell that FSM, you know, they're comfortable. They're playing confidently. Obviously, yeah, they did have the gun advantage there, but even just these swings coming together, making sure to swing off of each other, you know, power and numbers, get that hall pass, buddy, make sure that you guys are going into this together. And as a result, they were able to get that round flawlessly, I believe, which means that they're going to be really well suited going into this bonus. But this is where it started to fall apart for them in the first half. We know that IKEA are really good riflers, and so I'm hoping that the Maniacs decide to play a little bit closer, use their guns to their advantage, and try and catch some of these members off guard. Don't take these long-range duels because they will lose them based on how IKEA have been playing thus far.
3 people up mid. This is a hit squad for sure. Watching Rope, watching Heaven, spotting one out. His arm and giving him away. Robin going down. Camper trying to follow up with a nade and a stun. But no dice as the nade from the offensive team goes into Rope. Camper ready with the judge in hand. Holding top of this plant here. He's able to find one. And great stuff with the judge. Just been finding so much value with that thing all game, Marks.
Absolutely. I know how you feel about the judge, and I am here for it. Camper's been doing, honestly, a really good job. This is a really good style of playing Raze. You know, Raze has really explosive potential. Can get up into your face, play these weird angles, and be able to escape. And so I think that the judge has been working really well with Camper's playstyle. And JDN also, too, doing a really good job of slowing down the momentum to be able to push on to B. We saw this on the pistol round, and we're seeing it again. They're really just playing the clock down here. Now there's only 30 seconds left. IKEA have to commit to this B site, but they haven't secured Heaven control yet, which means that they're going to have a little bit of difficulty. Regardless, they're moving in.
Wall up, giving them some access to the site, and Ham riding the top of it, able to find one. JDN returns, but IKEA, two people on the site, and Camper waiting in mail, taking the fight, flying through the air. Karma0 is able to find the headshot. And
just missed it.
no, Gabri. Oh, so close. Almost, does a lot of damage. Look at the health on the side of IKEA, but
yeah,
able to come out on top. Great round from them overall, and we're heading into our first buy round for both sides.
Yeah. And what, so close. Gabri was so close. Literally just would have gotten there half a second earlier, able to get the headshot, deny the plant. There wouldn't have been enough time for IKEA to pick that spike up and try and plant it again. So, well, actually, no, because then they would have won the frag. Okay, so maybe not, but you know what? It played out how it played out, and now, like you said, Jim, they're going to be buying up full rifles, and Gabri is going to have this operator watching down mid. Mid has been pretty key to IKEA's game plan, but unfortunately they haven't been doing a really good job of being able to secure mid control. The only round we've seen them do it was the first round in this half. Otherwise, they've been more or less shut down by the close quarters combat that the Fun Size Maniacs are bringing to them. They want to be nice up, close and personal, put on the boxing gloves and hit them across the face. IKEA, not so much. They want to be able to secure that and be able to move things in a little bit easier, but we are seeing that they are bringing a judge in to potentially match that, but Jar starting things off is a great start.
Yeah, that's gonna make you want to get out of that position really quickly. Camper denying all of mail with just a nade and a satchel, forcing IKEA all the way towards sewer, and so they may have heard a rotate off from FSM, but IKEA taking their efforts into A main, all grouped up now, and they're ready to rock as FSM stun in hand, flash connects. MJK is good for one, gets traded out though. IKEA, 3 people on site, taking the fight into screens as the Rays close range with the judge, finds one as well. FSM in a 2v4. JDN spotted one on top rope here, heard him rather, tries to take the fight, crosses out into rafters. Looking elbow, looking screens. He's got to keep watching so many spots at once, and although he finds one, he gets traded out immediately. Camper in a 1v2. He's going to go down as IKEA tie things up 8-8.
Yeah. And I think that was a really good attack by IKEA. They're able to make themselves onto site pretty easily. Also, too, walling off mid, making it a little bit more difficult for Fun Size Maniacs to be able to rotate in onto site. But I think that MJK might have overextended a little bit. Potentially could have come up huge. They were all lined up, could have sprayed that one down. But I think at that point, you have to be a little bit more cautious, play on the retake. But still able to drop the Sage. The wall had already been used, so not the worst scenario for IKEA. But still, IKEA were able to capitalize onto it. And I'm getting a little bit of deja vu from our first half, where IKEA start to run away with things. So the Fun Size Maniacs, they got to pull it together. They got to figure this out. Slow IKEA down, because once IKEA gets set up, they are so hard to take away from their bunker.
Gabri letting one pass. Trigger discipline employed, but not paying off as Ham finds one on the offense here, forcing back all of FSM.
Ooh!
Great shot there. 4-on-4 now.
Yeah, and that wall's going to be so pesky for FSM to be able to rotate in onto site. Spike finally goes down here. Now it's going to be a retake coming in from Heavens. Oh, no, they're all going to be rotating together through the spawn. They got 2 judges in hand.
They're a hit squad here. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, you've got 3 members of IKEA in elbow. One of them waiting by this digital screen as Robin finds one. They've got the advantage now. They've got some range. They're going to split up here, sending 2 Heaven. Suppression comes out, connects onto 2. Closing the range. Great stuff from Camper. Finds one into the elbow. Can't find a second as the res is coming out in a 2-on-2. Gabri, close range, shuts it down. Finds 3 on the round, and Robin finds the 4th. Great stuff from FSM. And a retake that was kind of ridiculous. It looks like they're about to get the spike defused with 2 seconds to spare.
Oh, Jim. Ridiculous is a great way to describe that. You never see people fly in with the judges, but I just want to say, once again, this is why I think Camper is such an excellent Raze player. able to just has the geometry down. The numbers were coming off of the page, able to just fly right into the back of the A site with the judge over top, where not even Ham was able to see that trajectory on top of the ice of their wall there. The barrier orb should lift you up. You should be able to see that, but nope, not the case. And as a result, Camper was just able to decimate the back line, and then the rest of the squad had the judges make that one work. So a great retake coming in from the fun-sized Maniacs. They were playing it nice and close together, but ended up splitting up towards the end. And a great just overall diversity in their gunplay styles just allowed that one to be possible. Now they are going to be back onto a save, so this could be an easy round for the Maniacs, but they do have that tour de force online, and Jar's been doing an excellent job thus far with these sniper rifles in hands, just like you would want your chamber player to be. So let's see how they do this. They've already secured a lot of mid presence.
It's just so much fun. And now you see Camper doing the darndest thing, hanging out on the rope with the judge in hand, and so he's waiting for them to get close. He's going to pop up. He's going to find one just like that, and with an underhand toss with the nade, clearing out Mail. He's got his showstopper rather ready to rock. JDN trying to turn the flash. He's not going to be able to. A cytosine able to get out of there. Suppression connects. Camper still waiting, and AEX, he is getting shut down round after round by this judge. Good flash there as Ham is able to follow it up, find a headshot, and trying to employ the judge of his own. JDN finding the headshot there. Fun-sized Maniacs having a lot of fun and taking the lead while they're doing it 10-8.
Okay, Jim. I'm convinced Camper is actually playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney with how well he is playing this judge right now, because there is no way that this judge has been able to get this much value this far. Not even buying a rifle this round, and honestly, I kind of agree with it. Always in such tricky positions, consistently catching IKEA off guard, and Camper is the top fragger on the team. I'm going to attribute like 80% of their kills specifically to the judge. Regardless, IKEA, they do have a lot of ultimates online, so they will have some stuff to work with. Specifically, that null command could be absolutely massive. Comboed with the Cosmic Divide could really just, get the spike down, split the spike in half. This is a very important round for them to win. Otherwise, their economy is going to be in shambles yet again. Meanwhile, fun-sized Maniacs, they're looking nice and pretty.
Wow, that is a lot of ults from both sides as AEX connects with a great showstopper, close range, and is trying to get out of this conundrum. Takes a lot of damage while he's at it. FSM dwindled down to 3 members here. Showstopper in hand. Tour de force ready to rock, not deployed. Here it comes. Tour de force connects. Brings it down to a 3v4. Karma Zero holding down backside. Camper waiting. Pillar. Patient. Judge in hand. Not going to push anything. Spotted by Karma from the back, and MJK and CT dodges the suppression, finds a headshot, gets the spike down. That's massive. FSM lose another one, and now in a 1v3, he's gonna get flanked. Jar finds a 9th round for IKEA.
Yeah, and like you said, that was a very explosive engagement. Of course, the showstopper was used, so naturally you're going to have an explosive engagement there. But yeah, I love the comboing of it. Use the null command, shut down all of the agent abilities. Specifically, that could more or less stall them out, whether or not it's the paint shells being thrown or, random things going left and right, maybe even the smokes. And then that's going to allow AEX to use that showstopper and get a little bit more room. Of course, wasn't the most flashiest play in the world, but was able to get Heaven control. And as a result, that just allowed Karma Zero to move in onto the B site, which made things so much more difficult for Camper. But look at that, Gabri has a tour de force online, and this is going to be the Cosmic Divide tossed in as well. This is going to be an A side hit coming in from IKEA, but they've got a lot in between them and the site.
Holding down the angle, Gabri. Making IKEA. We'll use some util. Smokes out. Dropping down a flower. Still in the TP, it seems. Actually won't be able to get out of that spot if I'm not mistaken. Finds one, tries to swing for a second, and gets shut down as the slow orb connects onto MJK. IKEA in a 4v3 on site. They're able to get the spike plant down onto default. They've got one ramps. And FSM here on the retake. Start things off with a nade down into hell, forcing out that raise. Robin finding the kill, tying things up 3-3. Suppressed himself now. No util available, just waiting as time ticks on. Slow orb denying that space once again, and Jar watching ramp and doing his best. Keep an eye on his back as well. Robin, good on the flash. Pushes, and side to side shuts him down. Camper trades him out. Good for 2. Closes the gap. And now, trying to stick it here in a 1v2. Jar doesn't realize he's on it. Gonna stick it, and the stick is good. The defuse comes out. The Fun Size Maniacs secure round 11.
Okay, alright. Camper with the judge! Camper with the judge! Has the angles, busts out the protractor with the trajectories, and it's all just history after that. Of course, this is how this team is playing retake onto this A site. Camper has the setup in order to just, I don't even know if lineups are the right way to describe it, but knows how to use the utility to fly into the back of the site. And you see this happen instantaneously with the rest of the Fun Size Maniacs moving in. So the people who are actually stationed on the site don't even have time to look up because they're too busy dealing with the agents in front of them. And look at this, Camper just goes in with the judge, finally gets shut down, but still, this is only 2 rounds away from FSM to be able to make this one work. It's a brawl on mid.
It was almost looking awful for SFM, sending it down there because IKEA were kind of expecting it. They were waiting back market, and so they were able to catch Camper and find another. However, FSM kept the aggression up and kept the util up. When you're getting chased by Breach and KO, there's not a lot you can do. And so that's what exactly IKEA did. Not a lot. They lost a whole lot of members, and now Karma Zero in a 1v3, even though they had the read. Gabri securing round 12 for FSM and putting them at match point, 1 round away from winning the whole damn thing.
Yeah, and that's got to be so tough for IKEA to deal with right now because on top of that too, look at their economy. They are going to be able to have Jar bring out that hero rifle, but Jar's not even close enough to get the tour de force online. So even if IKEA did go in and secure another ultimate orb, they wouldn't have that ultimate online. So this is going to be a very tough buy. A lot of stingers coming in here. Meanwhile, the Fun Size Maniacs, you know, what we saw that last round was a very different style of play. So IKEA, they're not too sure what they're going to be doing, but they have to make this round work. Otherwise, it's going to be all over for them on this best of 1 map of the group stage.
Taking their time. Really just thinking about things, you know? They've got a lot to think about. And I don't blame them. IKEA, 5 people walking up ramp. MJK spots 1. He's not sure how many more are there as the nade comes out. The slow orb as well. The knife suppresses. IKEA slowed in the ropes. That's going to be a wrench in the equation. They slow it down as well. Hunkering down in heaven. Jar doing his sentinel duty, keeping an eye on the flank as Gabri spots a couple more in heaven, goes for the flash, doesn't expect so many more to be pushing out. And in the 3-on-3, IKEA, working with not such great weapons, have equalized a little bit, but a great angle from Gabri on the side of FSM, put them in the lead, 3-2. Jar, though, great an elbow. It's equalized once again, 2-2. Spike in nobody's hand with 30 seconds left on the clock. They're able to retrieve it. Can they get the plant marks?
Camper does have this paint shells in hand. Knows the lineup. Tosses down paint shells. There's a little bit of damage, but flies in with the judge, and who else but Camper to seal the deal on that round yet again. I swear Camper had a rifle in their hands, but then, well, you know what? The good old trusty judge comes out yet again, and just like that, that's going to be the Fun Size Maniacs winning it out over IKEA 13-9, Jim.
Wow. What a match. Fun Size Maniacs having a lot of fun, putting on a great showing, and honestly showing that at the end of the day, if you have a strategy that works for you, just do it. Because
Pick your guns.
yeah, if it works, man. Camper just styling. Multi-kill after multi-kill, round after round. That was awesome to watch. Great stuff from them. Not much else to say. That was a great game. 13-9.
Yeah, the Fun Size Maniacs, they really do feel like they've kind of gotten themselves into a groove. They understand their style of gameplay, and I think that really enabling Camper to be able to play nice and close while having some of the people who can play a little bit further back has really just kind of worked out for them. They enabled the judge to just absolutely pop off. And you know what? I'm sure that IKEA are kind of sulking in their chairs a little bit like, darn, like, you know, we started this off blow for blow, but things are starting just slept away from them from a little bit. But you know what? At least when they're sinking into their chairs a little bit, I'm sure that they might be sinking into the wonderful Mavix chairs at the Bakersfield LAN, because you need to go experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and Localhost. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save up to $55. Hey, you gotta get that discount. What are you doing? If you're gonna get a Mavix chair, make sure to get one with this discount code. So shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. One more time, that's mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. And of course, we have so many other Valorant games coming to you. We've got a lot happening at this Bakersfield LAN. We're going to be moving into the next group stage. So another map. Which teams are coming next? Well, you're going to have to stick around to find out. We're going to be throwing to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have more Valorant ready for you. So we'll see you on the other side of the break.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN. This is by Nerd Street, of course, myself, Marks, alongside Jim Basco. I'll be casting this for you today. And we are now into round 2 of the round robin thus far. And this time around, we're going to have the fun-sized maniacs up against the elite squad. Jim, break it down for us.
Yeah. Between these two squads of fun-sized maniacs, we just saw them play 13-9 victory. They're looking pretty good. The elite squad, there's a lot of players on here that we're familiar with, right? Elite, Sholiana, Thea, XP3, and Rain. So there is a lot of credibility, a lot of history on this roster. So it's going to be a stacked matchup, to say the least, Marks.
Absolutely, and we've already gotten our map picks and bans. This is just a best of one because we still are in the round robin stage. So we're going to Ascent. Woohoo! I love Ascent, but Jim, how do you feel about this map?
It's great. It's made of cardboard. It's beautiful. There's so many options for versatility, though. That's the best thing, right? We were talking about this on Split, too, and really just the diversity and compositions at this point in the game is awesome. And so for Split, it goes to say the same. You can run 3 neons, apparently, or you can stick to a lot of Sova strategy, a lot of KJ retake capacity. Astra is really popular on this map. There's a lot of potential to do a lot of things, and it really comes down to what you're ready to flex. And so it looks like the elite squad locking in that KJ, locking in that Sova. They're gonna go a traditional route here, it seems to say.
Yeah, and this is a thing that a lot of teams have been experimenting with, is whether or not Fade has a spot onto this map. Some of the teams still like bringing in that Fade there, but personally, I tend to be a little bit more classic, and I think Sova works a lot better. The Hunter's Fury ultimate, in my opinion, is one of the best in the entire game, and we're going to be seeing that both of these teams are going to be locking in Sova, enabling that online. And honestly, it's a really great counter considering the fact that Thea is going to be on the Killjoy. Killjoy very good at holding down these sites, denying so much space, whether or not you're coming in through tree onto that A site, or if you're just going B main. It's so easy to just shut down lane, completely slow down the push, and potentially get a couple of kills off of there. So I really like these compositions kind of coming in here. The only question that I kind of have is regarding JDN on the Astra pick. Of course, Astra still can work here. Whenever you have dedicated smokes, I think it's always a good time, especially on the defense. You're able to slow the pace of the game down. But I don't know if this is necessarily the proper smokes, that you want to be bringing in onto this map. I tend to lean a little bit more Omen, and that might just be because I consider myself a more emo individual. I like his vibe a little bit better. But, of course, like Omen is so good on the lurks. That's the biggest thing. Can teleport around the map, toss down a couple of smokes, has that paranoia in hand, and I like the versatility that Omen is able to bring to these maps.
Yeah. I do like it a lot. I think... Oh, no. That nade's gonna do a bunch of damage. Yeah, Camper still survives. Watching from Cat. Ooh, Trigger Display almost pays off, but with Emily and XP3 on into market, Gabri finds one. Recon connects as Rain equalizes Emily into the smoke. Great aggression, comes back out, gets tagged up, and Gabri good for 3. As Rain stuck in between a rock and a hard spot. Gabri gonna find 4 on the round. Great headhunter shots. FSM take a quick lead. And yeah, you know, that round was explosive. Elite worked their way up mid really quickly. Got shut down by FSM, and like you were saying, Marks, that Omen pick is really great on this map for verticality, but only if you use it, right? And so these first couple of rounds, we're probably not going to see too much of that just because pistol rounds is really not that big of a deal. But as we head on into the rifles, we'll see if that difference makes itself more apparent.
Yeah, and actually this is really interesting. XP3 on this raise is going with a Marshall. It's not something you see fairly frequently, especially too as Elite Squad have already lost their first round. But look at that, Camper playing this Jet this time, still has the Judge in hand, but can potentially punish people behind this potted plant.
Good stuff from Gabri.
Oh no!
For 3. For 4 in the corner with the Judge. Doesn't matter the agent this guy's on, he's going to be using a Judge, and that close range dominance is exactly the type of aggression to shut down a push like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, because since Elite Squad were playing on a disadvantage. They wanted to have their numbers put together really well. So then hopefully they can swing out together. You know, they're going to lose a couple of people, but they can take out a couple of people, really damage the economy of the fun size maniacs. But you know what? Unfortunately, that's not a good strategy when you come up against a judge. Really good reflexes from Camper to toss down the smoke right there and able to make sure that the Moonbot does not see it. So it's going to be a very early aggression. The flashbang comes in and Camper's already in there and Thea's down.
Quick from Camper. Still alive, still kicking. Just so disruptive in their playstyle. Camper now, bottom, waiting at the top of mid here. FSM spread out across the map, taking both Cat and Heaven, and they're setting up on the flank as well. And so with an advantage in numbers, they can take a 4v3, and Camper can take his sweet time working out from A main.
Here comes the retake. The door is already down. VK does have this recon dart. Will give them a decent amount of information, but a lot of the defenders hanging out towards the spawn.
Elite close range. Camper not spotting him, but JDN good for the trade as Gabri finds another. FSM in a 4-on-2 dropping from Heaven. Rain finds one, finds a second, looks for a third, finds it. Close range with the classic on the side of Jenny here. Rain versus JDN and Sholiana. Great comms there from A main, shuts it down and put one on the board.
And this is the thing. Camper's playstyle, really good at taking space. And we saw that right off the bat. They didn't even stand a chance, or Camper was already up onto mid. But as a result, that just kind of allowed the Elite Squad to make their way onto that A site. We see that the rest of the fun size maniacs, unless they want to go in and support Camper, they play a little bit further back. They play a little bit more defensively. They allow the other team to get so much space. And unfortunately, when you're coming up against a team like the Elite Squad, where there are 4 members who are playing together as an actual squad and have that scrim time, they're honestly, post-plant positioning is going to be phenomenal. And it's going to be extremely difficult for the other team to be able to break that formation. We saw what happened when the Fun Size Maniacs decided to take a swing at it and run onto the site. Such excellent positioning. Everything seemed so methodical about the way that they set up that post-plant positioning. You had one person under Hell, one person on Generator, 2 people in the spawns, and they were all just set up ready to deny any pressure that the Fun Size Maniacs wanted to do. And unfortunately, the judge became a little bit more of a hindrance than a helper for Camper, because no more Jet Dash online has this judge in hand. You already know that the Elite Squad are going to be preferring to take the long range duels. It's just not going to be as good. We did see a little bit of distraction technique come in that we saw very similar on the first map that we casted, where, you know, Gamer just kind of flies in. People are like, oh my goodness, he's already on site. And then as a result, the other team members are able to sweep it up. But it's such good positioning coming in from the Elite Squad that was able to just shut the door on that round. So an excellent job coming in from there. We do have a little bit of a tech pause going on right now, but don't worry, we'll be soon back into the action, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see just in that moment, right? Rain and Emily obviously playing off the same team, showing that little bit that setup like you're mentioning. So second nature for these guys. Looked really great in those moments and not afraid at all, even though it was a 2v4, metered on the peaks, waited for the drop from Heaven, found one on Jenny, and then waited dice for the teammate to peek from main and finish out the round. So great stuff all around from Elite Squad. Of course, heading into round number 4, it's going to be buy rounds for both sides. So a little more broke on the Elite side because they did take a little damage in round 3. However, still going to have a lot to work with for sure. And ults on the side of FSM, Tour de Force, and a Blade Storm in hand. So Camper, obviously someone we want to point out yet again, finding so much success. We're only 3 rounds into this game, but still, again, just being an absolute nuisance with that judge. And if he's any good with that Blade Storm as well, it's going to be a headache for the Elite Squad, to say the least. And with that, it looks like the tech issue has been cleared. We're big chillin' marks, and we are just waiting to get back into the game as we've spotted out the bear in midair. Where is he going?
He's having a very good time over there, Jim.
Yeah, where did he come from? What is his name, and where is he going? We'll never know.
Yeah, but just to bring this back to the game quickly, you make an excellent point there. I am expecting to see Camper bring out the Blade Storm. But I don't know if this is necessarily going to complement how Camper plays. Obviously, we could see a little bit of it if, you know, Camper just flies down mid once again, plays off of the flash of Robin, and is able to catch Thea off guard. But I have a feeling now, Elite Squad could be anticipating this a little bit. It's been a couple of rounds now, and they understand that this Jet likes to move in fast and furious. Might as well call Vin Diesel for this one. But as a result, that means that they can set themselves up to make sure to punish that aggression. And as soon as Camper falls down, then I think that that's going to allow Elite Squad to just go wherever they want and have a much easier time. Of course, they do have to be a little bit cautious of Gabri. Gabri with the Headhunter absolutely popped off on that first round. Found so many headshots, and that's got to be a little bit scary. But, of course, we are going to be throwing to a quick little short break. When we get back, we're going to have more of this match. It's FSN up against the Elite Squad. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bakersfield LAN, and we are in with round 4 of FSM versus Elite. We've got tech issues resolved. We're heading right into the action, and with a minute 30 seconds left on the clock, it looks like Elite are playing a good default here with Camper popping that Blade Storm early, getting aggressive on Catwalk, and paying for it. Like you mentioned, Marks, maybe it didn't fit his playstyle, and maybe he'd pay for it, and there it is. Sholiana shutting him down. Boombot into tree as Gabri equalizes 4-on-4. Good for 2. Dodges the flash. Ready to peek. Finds a third. And Thea returns. It's a 2-on-2 now. Presence in tree has been made by both Rain and Thea as MJK5 waiting up top heaven. He's going to try to deny the plant. Shock dart out. Connects. No denial, though, as the second one comes down. Does a bit more damage. Actually, doesn't connect at all onto the lead squad. Thea making their way into hell. JDN and MJK grouped up here. Top heaven. Spotted one out. Wine. Recon going down. Clearing out hell. Knows there's one. Doesn't spot him, actually. Thea lives. MJK finds one. JDN covers a man and finds a headshot there.
Yeah, and the start of the round, honestly, that was what I was expecting Elite Squad to do. They started to realize that Camper likes to play really aggressive, and so they just have to be a little bit more mindful of it. You know, you don't expect the over aggro Jet, and as a result, that's how Camper is able to secure some of these kills. But a really good job from the Elite Squad being able to just slow their gameplay down. You know, keep an eye out on every single angle that a jet could fly down, and they were able to shut Camper down. Gabri really gave them a good run for their money, though, just kind of popping off with that Vandal in hand, but still, good discipline coming in from the Elite Squad, able to walk away with the round, and that was a big one, because this is going to break the economy of, excuse me, sorry, the Elite Squad, unfortunately, still in a little bit of shambles, because they lost a couple of people, but tour de force online for Gabri. This is a bit more methodical push coming in from the Elite Squad. This time, Camper, though, not getting super aggro.
Sholiana droning through. Camper in a new spot. Do they expected this one? A little bit of damage down. XP3 none the wiser, though. Camper maintaining the aerial dominance. Just kind of waits. Doesn't want to give up the great spot that he has. Elite Squad, though, taking their aggression through main, into market, and on into pizza. Trying to bust through the door as Gabri, tour de force in hand, trying to get cheeky through the smoke, and he will as Gabri connects for one onto the back and into his own slow field as XP3 capitalizes on that moment. 3-on-3, it's equalized with Elite Squad getting the plant down and the null command in play.
Yeah, but this Omen is on the flank, and Rain could come up huge if the timing is right. All three members coming in from spawn right now.
Good spot for Rain to be in. Close range with the Spectre. Paranoia coming out, connects onto one. Rain TPs onto the other side. Needs to reload, though. 4 bullets to their name as Robin closes the distance, pops the flash, dodges the suppress, and with the suppress of his own ready, he dodges another flash, tries for the shots down onto the back boat, and will get wide swung by XP3. Elite closes the gap to 1 round. 3-2. FSM still in the lead.
And the null command that came in towards the end, Emily just decided to pop that one, and honestly, I think that was perfect. Because the fun size maniacs were ready to run in and deny that spike plan. But as soon as the null command came online, they didn't have the utility to be able to safely push out of it. And if they walked in onto that B site, they would have just been walking through the meat grinder. So that secures the plant, but also allows the Elite Squad to get into their positioning and feel comfortable about where they were watching. And thankfully, Rain was on the flank, able to catch a bit of timing. So aggressive, but XP3 is able to catch that one out.
Spraying and praying, but not connecting through that recon and the smoke. Boombot being catapulted up into the air as Thea waiting for some B aggression. Elite Squad trying to default. They got a 1-3-1 set up here in at XP3 with aggression through main. Able to find one, but do they expect 2 on Catwalk? And Camper able to find 1, finds a second, almost finds a third, but XP3 is able to rendezvous with the rest of the squad. Elite Squad, 3 people to FSM's 2 as MJK5. Trying to close the gap here. Takes a bit of damage from that shock dart. And are left with really sticks and stones to try and make this round happen.
Yeah, the spike is going to go down here. Not really able to secure any big rifles. I did see a Spectre online, but XP3 once again getting very aggressive. GK gonna be the first one. Gets sprayed down though, JDN coming out on top.
Two on two. Suddenly doable. Weapon in hand. Thea. Sholiana. Waiting for main and tree. They've got the cross. Spike in sight. Great for one. Timmy the turret deployed. Gonna be denying that, and Sholiana great for the shot there. Teamwork and patience. Yet again, Elite Squad tied up 3-3.
Teamwork and patience. Yeah, yes. Valorant, the tactical shooter indeed. But like, it's just so good how they want to peek that together. And on top of that too, from different angles. And you know that one player cannot possibly look in both of the angles. The spike is already down. You just have to play the timeout. And so they executed that really well. But still, FSM, honestly, we're giving them a little bit of run for their money there. That was a save round coming out for them, and they were able to get so much of value. This time around, they will have rifles. Gabri does have that operator in hand. Looks like it's a little bit quicker this time from Elite Squad, as they've got their eyes set onto this A site.
Shocked that he didn't connect on anything through that smoke. Shock dart in hand, though. Gonna try and do some damage to this raise with the showstopper in hand. Doesn't connect onto Camper, and Camper's doing a good job of staying alive as much as he can, but there is just so much util from both the Sova and the Rays shutting it down. However, they're not too bad for the cause, as it's a 4-on-4. MGK, though, MJK pops the Hunter's Fury, denies the spike plant. Emily sticks it again, back onto Jenny. 4-on-4 still, Rain, top rope, watching Heaven, and Robin is better on the spray.
Last player standing.
MJK good from the heavens yet again, and now Sholiana in a 1v4. Shock dart deployed. Not going to connect onto the spike. MJK still diffusing through it. Sholiana getting pushed, and Robin good through the smoke. FSM looking strong in that buy round.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to talk about their retake there, because essentially what they did was all 4 of the remaining members were like, all right, we just got to move together as a squad. And they played off of a couple of flashes, were able to just isolate the 4v1s, honestly. And then the rest was kind of history. I really like the setup that Elite Squad had on actually trying to play that post plant. But still, you know, when you have 4 members walking through, playing so smartly and coordinated off of the utility that is being used, it's really hard to shut that one down. This time, though, Camper, once again, does have this judge in hand. Meanwhile, Gabri with this operator shutting down mid-presence. Elite Squad are looking at A again. Thus far, they've had the most success being able to get the spike down there and defending it. But I don't know if this is going to be yet another one of those rounds as Thea gets the lockdown online.
Emperor. See, uses both of his smokes, has to try and stay out of the line of sight of the dang boombot, but he's gonna get stuck and he's gonna get detained. However, he is out of harm's way and in the arms of his teammates as XP3 pops through the window and finds an opening kill through the wind, like through that little sliver of an opening left by Camper and the Sova there. FSM down 1 member as Elite get the plant, and the suppress is good for 2.
And the suppress is actually really good because it shuts down Camper being able to dash. Now Robin using the null command. Here we go.
Flashes out, can't connect onto main. Flashes into hell. Spots 2, finds 1, but gets traded out as Rain is good for 2. And once again, Rain from this hell position is undeniably great. Finding 3 on the round and tying things up yet again.
You know what they say, Jim? When it rains, it pours. Rain coming up absolutely massive that last round, just kind of hanging out under hell. And once again, I think that this is just a result of Elite Squad having really good positioning. That time they played 2 in hell, 2 in spawn, and 1 by Jenny. And that way they're able to catch crossfires off of each other without FSM being able to honestly just pick 1 off. Right now it's 4-4. These teams look incredibly close, but it is going to be a save coming in from the fun-sized Maniacs. Right off the bat, Gabri finds a headshot on XP3, but Camper's found 1 as well.
I like looked at the broadcast page for just a second, and I looked back, and 2 members of Elite Squad are already missing. Devastating opening from FSM, who are now repositioning their assets towards the A site. They've got a bit of a read on the situation here. Elite Squad taking their time with it. They're walking up onto A. They've got 2 people already there with their KJ posted up into A main. Rain able to find 1. That is massive. And suddenly, what looked like a tall task is very doable as Rain, Sholiana combined for 2. Sholiana on the aggression for 3. And a 4th on the round. As FSM dropped down to just 1 member. That paranoia, that duo between Sholiana and Rain is so good.
And look at this. It's going to be so hard for JDN to get on the site. Has to watch where they're stepping, but Thea has that operator. It'll seal the deal on that round. Elite Squad once again taking the lead. And yeah, that honestly looked like a very good engagement. Obviously, FSM didn't necessarily have the right weapons in their hands, but they were rewarded for their early round aggression. Fortunately, Elite Squad just look a little bit more rehearsed in slowing down the pace of the game, first of all, to their liking, but then being able to just kind of play some of those shorter angles. They know that a couple of the members of FSM have rifles, and the Bladestorm got no value. Once again, Sholiana just doing such a great job of just walking forwards, taking it aggressive, catching them off guard. Now this is going to be a B-side hit. They're just going to wait out MJK using that Odin. Recon bolts in hand won't probably find anybody unless it's launched right now.
No command deployed. Recon was used in a great time there, however, they're able to just wait it out and push through the smoke as Gabri finds one, shutting down the KO ulti, and not good from the trade there from back boat. Robin finding two, and now in a one-on-one. XP3 versus Camper. Camper trying to spray through the smoke. Oh, good on the repeat. That was a messy round from both of these squads. FSM, though, scrapping it out and coming out just barely on top. It's a tied game, 5-5.
And I'm going to be honest with you. I am genuinely surprised that FSM were able to squeeze that one out. I loved how Elite Squad decided to play that attack. They played off of the null command there, but then on top of that too, they tossed in all of their utility, denying any space, really just trapping any of the members of FSM in the positions that they should have been in. Yet still FSM persist and are able to come out, and honestly, it was down to the wire there, but Camper comes out on top. Get the Mana Judge, give the Mana Phantom. He's going to win those left, right, and center. And they're able to tie that one up. A very important round for FSM. Also, too, to try and stabilize their economy a little bit. A little bit of aggression coming out of B, but I don't imagine that they will be continuing to swinging out, knowing that Thea is just back there.
Showstopper deployed onto the A side. Quick entry as Gabri shuts down Thea and is able to get on out of there. Nade into top heaven, denies that space for just a little longer. And XP3 takes the space granted as Camper through tree door, breaks the door, finds one. Great flash and a follow-up from XP3 is good for one. Does he expect the push here though? Gabri returns. Great shots and Sholiana shuts him down from afar. Hunter's Fury is good. Recon deployed, it gets shot up. 3 members of FSM dropping from heaven. Camper out Jenny, able to get onto the spike. Emily able to get the shot through Jenny. And now in a one-on-one, FSM's pushing from main. Emily good for the headshot onto JDN. Taking the lead 6-5.
I just want to process what was going through XP3's head when they swung around the corner and realized that there were 4 members there, all blinded. And a little bit of panic ensued. But I really like the use of the Hunter's Fury there as well from Sholiana. As soon as you know that everybody's going to be hanging out in their little hidey hole, well, it's time to hit him with the Bunker Buster. And honestly, in some of those close quarters, that's when the Hunter's Fury really just shines. And so even though it was a really good read onto it, I think that's the reason why FSM were really stumbling on that last round. And yeah, you know, it was a good clutch coming out at the end there. And now FSM, they have a little bit of a broken buy on this last round. Robin might get timings here. Does in fact get timings.
It hurts. It hurts, Mr. Krabs. It hurts. Almost a great play from Robin there, not finding the timing. Great stuff from Rain and Sholiana once again, pushing the presence. XP3, taking the space, gets shut down by Gabri. Gabri good for 2. Looking for a 3rd and a 4th potential as Jenny, the pushes come out. MJK good for 1 off the top with the deagle. Ag is good as well, but the damage is not enough to finish him off. Now in a 2v3, Sholiana, Emily. Left just to her lonesome as JDN finds both of them back to back, and it's tied at the half, 6-6.
I am speechless right now. That should have easily been Elite Squad winning that out, but maybe it was just off of JDN's Cosmic Divide. It forced out the positioning from Elite Squad to move their way onto site, and then they're going to be engaged in just a little bit more of a brawl. And we've seen how FSM like to play in very close quarters. And usually they do come out on top, even if Camper's not there. So a great job coming in at the end. JDN really popping off to seal the deal on that final round in the half. Jim, it's tied up 6-6. Now, they are going to be swapping sides. Let's see if one of these teams is a little bit more better on the offense or the defense now that they're trying the other side out.
Let's see what happens, man. 6-6. Yeah, a lot of the execution power in the Elite Squad was really what closed out those rounds for them, right? Executing onto sites and executing great post-plant setups. So now, on the defense, can they keep the same prowess up? FSM looked good overall, had highs, had lows, and here we are tied at the half. FSM with a 3-man split onto A when 2 of them on B. It looks like they're trying to angle for a fake A push and then take some B presence while still respecting Lead Squad and not getting too cheeky in B main too early.
And when you look at this FSM attack, I really want to focus in on two players. Obviously the top fraggers right now, but it's always Gabri and Camper. Camper, really good at taking space, being so aggressive, and can more or less charge through, get a lot of room. But it's always Gabri who's the one leading the charge as to where the spike actually ends up. Gabri is really effective at clearing out sites, and you can tell just in the way that they're split up right now that that's how they want to play. And as soon as I say that, Sholiana actually gets a little bit of timing onto Gabri, and now this is going to be tougher as Rain in a great position, able to catch one.
Great stuff from Rain, not over-aggressing, finding one, backing up into the arms of a teammate, and 1-2 punch later, Lead Squad are leading on that pistol round. Great stuff from them. Took a little bit to develop, but once it did, Lead Squad were in great spots across the map, punishing that push out from FSM and coming out on top.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to buy up a little bit more SMGs for this next round. Really just hammer this one home. I'm curious to see how FSM want to play into this one. Last time we saw them lose the pistol round, they just decided to go gung-ho and charge their way into it. But unfortunately, I don't think that this is the right strategy because they're going to be going into Emily with a lot of utility that could really just slow down the push, especially too with an SMG. It gets so much more difficult, but the firing squad comes out on top. XP3 is already down, Jim.
That's awesome from FSM. Respecting that one way all the way and backing the heck up with their pistols, trying their best to get a pick. And Rain on the timing there. Gabri able to just stay quiet enough, even though they had the information. Whew. Wow, great shot from Emily just around the corner of the smoke to trade them out. And now FSM out onto the A site, working their way towards Jenny. Sholiana, darts in hand and to deny. Great onto Rob, and that's going to be a full connect, ladies and gentlemen. Sholiana once again holding onto the second shock dart. Not trying to aggress too much, jump spotting, and now FSM still, they've got the advantage here, but not by much as Emily equalizes. Thea from the back finds the A main presence, and now they've encapsulated all of FSM down onto the side as Camper. Good for one, and JDN finds a second. Just like that, wow. FSM flip it back on its head and tie things up.
I was about to say, even if they lose the round, I think that is an excellent round because they've done so much damage to Lead Squad, and we're also able to get the spike plant down. But no, they actually win that one out completely, and that's going to hit the reset button on Lead Squad's economy. It just kind of fell apart from them, but once again, I gotta highlight Camper. Camper playing in such strange positions, really making the other team just kind of panic, allowing for the rest of the other members, specifically JDN in this case, to just pop off and secure the last couple of kills there. I think it was an excellent job from FSM playing it slow, but also too just swinging together, playing together as a group, just overwhelming with the numbers advantage, and they're able to win out that round as a result. Now, they do have quite a few powerful weapons in their hand going up against Lead Squad's pistols, so I imagine they should be able to secure this round as well and potentially take the lead. But who knows, maybe Lead Squad can come up with something big as well.
Maybe they can, maybe they can't. Here's a Marshall from the top as Robin finds one on the opening. Pushing Lead Squad back. A bit of damage done down onto FSM. Lead Squad kind of in a tough spot. They've got no one to deal with the A main presence. They've got two people in tree and two people heading up catwalk in, so doing the best they can. XP3 finds a headshot through the dice boxes as Camper picks up an Odan, a prime Odan, and finds two as Thea finds another. FSM dwindling though in a 2-on-2 from the top. Thea's able to close the distance. Sholiana as well, and now she's got a rifle in hand. Gabri though, top Jenny. There's no way Sholiana expects that.
Oh man.
Wow, what a round, dude.
Gabri really just channeling the inner Batman at the end there. Hanging out up above, looking down at all the peasants, being like, yes, now is my time to strike. And striking with a fist of iron fury, but a very explosive round from both of those teams. That should have been an easy round for FSM to be able to secure. The Lead Squad say not today. They make that one a little bit more tougher for them. Still though, FSM have plenty in their pockets, money-wise, are able to buy up nice and easily. Meanwhile, Lead Squad do have those half shields. Hopefully they're able to get all of their utility online, potentially slow things down, but They have to be a little bit more careful. They're adapting though. They're aware of some of the weird positionings that Camper likes to play and are ready to punish it, especially with the swings that come out as well. But thus far, FSM taking a lot of mid presence, slowly inching their way forwards into the Elite Squad defense.
Let's see what happens. FSM showing some presence, Cat, and they're being noisy about it because they want to draw presence there. That's the whole point of what's happening here. And so now, by creating noise there, they're hoping to draw some util out. And with that smoke as well, they're forcing that Sova to stay there, right? Keep watching that smoke because someone could push through it. You never know. The alarm bot is posted up in pizza, but that doesn't protect your closer mid angles, right? And so FSM, that in mind, they've worked their way up a main here, spotted out on Dice here, and now Rain needs to hold. Knows there's a drone coming in. XP3 has got the support shots. And Gabri now pushing down Catwalk as FSM continue to create presence in main, and the timing isn't working out in favor of Emily as Gabri finds one on the swing. XP3 returns. It's a 4-on-4, and the rest of FSM are closing the distance onto the site, and XP3 yet again through the smoke equalizes for a 3-on-3.
Here we go. Spike is going to be going down here. Robin in a great position, pops the flash, looks for the swing, gets taken out. Just like that, the round is over. Very explosive from Elite Squad, matching the aggression that FSM bring to them. Able to just move in there and then clean up the rest of the round, but I honestly really liked that defense coming in from Elite Squad. They were doing an excellent job at slowing down FSM's momentum coming in through A main, and were able to do that just off of an Omen smoke. You saw so much utility being tossed in through the smoke. FSM ready to move in, but then a couple of stray bullets flying in are able to just completely shut down the push, shut down the momentum, allow FSM to just burn their utility, making it so much easier for Elite Squad to be able to do it. Of course, we did see a couple of sprays through the smokes in order to take out a couple of their members, but now FSM, they're gonna have their rifles because they have a Blade Storm and a Tour de Force to help even out their economy a little bit. Though the Elite Squad do have that lockdown online, and this Killjoy has been rotating back and forth, so FSM have no idea which side it might be on before the round begins.
Let's see, FSM yet again, they're smoking mid, and so whenever you see this happen in your games, and you're watching pro games, they're trying to draw out util. You want to try to create presence and pressure, and so there's this sort of flow and pull of the map, right? What's happening between these two teams, and so by creating this presence in mid, you drew some pressure there. They put up the Astro Wall here, and they're trying to execute, but there's a lot of immediate util from the side of Lee, and so now they're forced off here as the flashes come out. Camper has closed the distance, and he's not able to connect on the shots here. Lee is doing a really good job of using their util, and just like that, XP3 has popped off for 2, found 3 nationwide, and FSM are down to just JDN onto the site by their lonesome. Spike far away as JDN connects with the shot, drops down to 30 HP, and in a 1v2, it's doable, but Thea with the lockdown in hand, the Hunted Fury from Sholiana, even if they wanted to let JDN get the spike and plant it, they could, and they'd have time to play with and ults to secure the round.
There we go. JDN tries to make that one happen, but Thea ready to shut that one down. So another good round coming in from the Elite Squad. And I have to commend this Elite Squad defense, Jim. It's just so good. You can see 100% Emily was just ready for it. Just like the numbers were crunching. The mathematics were coming out. As soon as the null command came online, as well as the Cosmic Divide, tosses out that fragment. Excellent timing on that. Not only does it burn the clock down on the null command, but it also burns the clock down on the Cosmic Divide. They can't walk through that entrance anymore. And even though Camper's able to fly in, they have members on site in order to slow it down completely. And as a result, FSM were left scrambling. It cut their squad in half, and Elite Squad were just able to capitalize on it. Now FSM back onto a save yet again. Elite Squad had the opportunity to make this lead felt a little bit more. They do have a couple of ultimates to work with. But FSM, they still have that Hunter's Fury. Could be massive as they swing through there. XP3 catches 4 of them.
Yeah, great paranoia as well on the left side, but the spray not so great. Rain gonna go down. XP3 good for the trade. Equalizes and gets out. 4-4 here. Pressure is on though. Robin closes the gap, and Is trying to pick up the weapon, but it's in a really weird spot. It's Thea, Sholiana, and Emily shut it down from B main and bottom mid. Beautifully done from the defense.
Right now, the FSM, on these save rounds, they kind of remind me of the Teletubbies. And okay, you're gonna have to hear me out here because you're probably like, wait, what? But the fact of the matter is that they always come in together. It looks like they're more or less holding hands, going back and forth, just walking their way in, pistols in hand. And as a result, they're able to actually just capitalize on some of these kills. Every single time we see them on a Thrifty round, they're more or less just force stacking themselves together. And honestly, that amount of pressure has been a little bit difficult for the Elite Squad to be able to adapt with. Friendship is what is kind of winning out those Thrifty rounds whenever FSM are able to capitalize onto it. But I love the response coming in from Elite Squad that time. As soon as they realized that it was happening again, we saw instantaneous rotations come through from the back line. They just took in through mid, and of course, because all 4 of them are going to be walking in the same direction, it was just so easy for the Killjoy as well as the Silva. Rifles in hand, just spray that one down. You're gonna have a great time. So it's an interesting idea consistently coming out of FSM to be able to just kind of play those 50 rounds like that. And to be fair, Friendship has won them quite a few of these 50 rounds in the past, so it makes sense why they would run it. But now that Elite Squad have caught on to it, I don't know how often that strategy is going to work. And still, Elite Squad have so many ultimates to work with as we come into this next round, Jim. Still though, full rifles across the board. If Elite Squad take this one, once again, FSM, they're going to be a little bit more broke. And it's only 2 rounds away from victory. So this is a very pivotal round for FSM to start to stabilize themselves.
Yeah, I keep wanting you to say friendship is magic, but that's My Little Pony. Don't ask me why I know that, but presence is being... yeah, and I'm learning things about the way Rain plays because great stuff on the lurk as always, finding 2 in these corners, and the paranoia connects, and usually you're tempted to go hunting for that 3rd one, but opting for safety because if you've got the picks, you've got the advantage, and you've got 5 ults to work with, you might as well have secured the rest of the game here. Elite Squad in a 5v3. FSM, just a Hunter's Fury to work with, and they've got to try and cross this cavern to get to the A site.
It's kind of like the guy who decided to tightrope walk over the Grand Canyon. It's going to be extremely difficult, but if you put your mind to it, it is possible here. You just have to be a little bit smart with the utility. They do have their Astra, as well as a couple of shock darts, but as soon as that happens, I don't think that FSM are going to try and take this aggression, just poke a little bit. It's going to prop out a Hunter's Fury, actually, as Camper goes down.
That's good stuff, and I think that's really smart usage because, like we were saying, they have 5 ultis. So don't use all 5 of them on a round that you panic. Why don't you use 1 now and make sure you win this round with 20 seconds left on the clock? Like you said, Marks, it is like trying to cross a tightrope across the Grand Canyon, but in this case, they are ill-prepared to say the least. An MJK satchel to the face. Well, take another one. Why don't you? XP3 on the swing. Realizes he's there and doesn't want to get crossfired, so decides to back on up. Finds one still in the midst of it all and is okay with that.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I genuinely do oh wow, okay, JD just flashed Juliana, but they really wanted to punish the economy there, and I think that the Elite Squad were ready. They were ready to just pop all their ultimates to really just stop that round win from happening from FSM. But honestly, they didn't have to. And the whole reason because of that was Rain was playing a little bit of Assassin's Creed, just hanging around a very cute little corner, able to walk away with a double kill just off the back. And yeah, like you said, Jim, love that patience. Does not try and go for that 3rd. And as a result, FSM, their economy is broken yet again. Elite Squad in a great position. But also, too, they get to keep all of their ultimates online, only using that Hunter's Fury. And now Sholiana gets a lot of information as well. So right now, Elite Squad are setting themselves up for success. They've thought ahead, and it's paying off.
Hey, this is the thing, though. You're thinking ahead. And Elite Squad, are they ready? And yes, they are. They answer. Great aggression is met with even greater aggression as XP3 double sat goes down from the top of mid. Hits him with a jump mid-spray. I guess you never really expect that one, and FSM down to just 1 member. Elite Squad are on fire, looking good as Gabri, wow, finds 2 with headhunter shots. Great shots nonetheless, but Elite Squad, overall, their macro play is out of this world, and they're doing a fantastic job in this game.
Yeah, and that's just kind of like, hey, respect us. That's the feeling that I got from Elite Squad during that round. They popped the showstopper, just went in. I honestly think that Elite Squad were expecting FSM to be pushing together once again. And honestly, that showstopper would have been absolutely devastating if that was the case. They were split up enough that the showstopper wasn't able to get a multi-kill, but it still allowed them, it still pushed them into different directions and sent them scattering. And then Elite Squad are able to just clean up after that. So FSM, they will be able to buy up rifles, but this is still a tall order. They do have that Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide online, but still 3 ultimates online for Elite Squad. This is not a bad position for them as well.
It's kind of funny. Booped him off that little bit of a high ground on
Not
A.
today.
Not today, pal. Camper gonna do his best to try and get back up there, and he has successfully. XP3 just metering the other team's aggression, trying to just keep them at bay. Drone coming out from MJK5. Rain, great fake TP there, trying to make them think for just a moment, where could that have gone? Break the flow of information that FSM is developing, right? They were trying to track down Elite Squad, and so that TP threw a wrench into the equation, and now FSM dealing with it how they can. The way they've decided is to dash onto the site. They do lose one in the process, however, down to just 3 members. Plant is going down, and Elite Squad on a 5-man retake. They've got Null Command, they've got a lockdown. Things are going to look easy for them, I think, here.
Yeah, and MJK5 falls down already. The spike is still not down here. Liliana traded out. XP3 finds one. Now it's a 1v3.
And just like that, Rain with another 3K to shut down the round, pick up 13 on the board, and put Elite Squad through in this round robin. Beautifully done from them, taking the victory here, 13-8. Really close in the first couple of rounds of the game, but towards the ending of it, Elite Squad definitely warming up, Marks.
Oh, absolutely. Elite Squad looked so good towards the end there. They just felt very comfortable in their play style, and on top of that too, this is something that I really noticed about Elite Squad that I really enjoyed. They were watching what FSM were doing and were actively trying to adapt in order to shut that down. We saw FSM get away with a couple of cheeky little things here and there, but every time they tried to repeat it, Elite Squad were ready for it. They are watching, they are paying attention. They're not just playing Valorant, they're thinking Valorant. And that's ultimately why I do think that Elite Squad were able to come out on top. Obviously, you can make the argument that the squad has been playing together, are nice and comfortable together. But still, I love to see that they were able to adapt on the fly and shut down some of these more creative strategies that were coming out of FSM. And as a result, they were able to win out their map. But, Jim, we have one more round left in the round robin, so don't go anywhere. When we come back, it's going to be the last round in the round robin, and then we're going to go into the playoff bracket, where we swap into the best of 3s. So throw into a quick break, and when we get back, it's going to be the end of the round robin. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Spaceship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN coverage. My name is Mark Scasico alongside Jim Basco. And we're moving into the last round of the round robin. Right now, we're still in the best of ones. But of course, after this, then we get into our actual bracket. And we're going to be doing a best of threes until we determine a winner. But Jim, let's see what game we have in front of us. It's going to be Resonate up against Fun Size Maniacs once again.
Let's go. We've been following these guys around the round robin. That was a tongue twister.
Say that fast 5 times.
Yeah, exactly. Up against Resonate, a team we haven't seen yet. Kanzi, Kingston, Bruno. We don't talk about him. Playboy, Joe, and Slickies. Nice. Yeah, Fun Size Maniacs. So we have a bit of a you know, a point of relativity, right? We have reference for these guys, and we will be heading to Split. So we know that the Fun Size Maniacs can beat some teams, will lose to others like the Elite Squad. And so where does that place them against this team? Unfortunately, I have no idea, Marks, but we will find out shortly. Split is a great map to make that decider happen. When it comes to compositions, there is diversity aplenty. So it looks like on the side of FSM, recreating success yet again with the breach, the KO, and sticking to things that work for them best.
Yeah, the last time we saw the Fun-Sized Maniacs play on the Split was their very first round in the round robin. Not as hard as I would like to think to say that one, but they went up against IKEA, and were able to squeak it out 13-9. Once again, the one person who you're definitely going to be watching on this map is Camper. Camper with the Judge, an absolute menace, is so good with positioning, honestly, and just able to pop off. You know, some people might say one trick, but I say it's a little bit of a dash of creativity in how that player wants to be playing. And so I think Camper is going to be doing an excellent job, once again, back onto the Rays. Meanwhile, a very interesting little thing we're seeing coming in from Resonate, as they're actually opting to bring in both a Raze and a Jet. So they're going to be going with a double duelist composition. Whereas currently in pro play, we're actually seeing teams move completely away from having a single duelist on their squad. So what do you think about this, Jim?
I think it's an interesting prospect here to go the double duelist. And such an aggressive pick with the Sky, opting for really little information here. Hopefully that plays out into confident play from this squad, right? At the end of the day, the only way this defensive split is going to work is if you can get those picks. You're opting for Chamber, who needs picks to survive. You got to be able to aim. You're opting for double duelist. You're opting for the Sky. So if confidence and movement is not, you know, if we don't see some movements out of these guys, Marks, early, some signs of confidence, I'm going to be a little concerned. But we're heading into the map, and it looks like we're going to see the Fun Size Maniacs on the attack first, starting things off here with the opposing team on the defense. Of course, Resonate coming into this one. And so aggression on split defense can pay dividends, especially if you're able to shut it down fast with main pushes. And it looks like exactly where Bruno's going to play, taking the quick push, TPing out, gather the information, and has gone back to safety.
Yeah, this is exactly how we have seen the Fun Size Maniacs play it last time. Camper goes in, gets a lot of space, which is just going to allow the backline to go in there. A couple of trades happening A main, but look at that. Doesn't matter. Fun Size Maniacs are going in onto this A site. Gabri has that Headhunter in hand, has been so effective with it, and now the spike is going down, but Playboy Joe in an excellent position to shut Gabri down.
There it is. Great patience from them on the side of Resonate. They're like, hey, it's a little quiet here. We've killed everybody in A main. We should probably just leave one back over towards the B site. And Playboy Joe plays the smoke phenomenally, gets one, finds the second, shut down the round, and Resonate aggressively taking control of the first round here.
Yeah, very aggressively. It seemed like that strategy just didn't quite work out for the Fun Size Maniacs that time around. We saw they put 3 members onto A. A very elaborate fake, but unfortunately just got completely shut down. Resonate just kind of bulldozed over them. Felt like they were ready to build a new condominium or something with how fast they just rolled over their squad. And as a result, it was just up to Gabri as well as JDN to try and seize that B site. But an excellent play coming in order to shut down that momentum. As soon as Gabri went down, the round was more or less over. Now Playboy Joe will be playing this pretty aggressively. Throws out the paint shells. Has to drop the Roomba as well to meet that. But Kingston is already moving it behind the squad.
Yeah, key there that you saw Playboy Joe do. Even though the boombot was locked on him, he kept backing up and used his util in return to buy themselves some time. And now Joe, once again, retook the space that had been lost, tried to play it, but then was utiled off again. That's what you have to keep doing, right? If you get utiled off a place, off of a corner, fall back, try to take it back if you have something to play with. And so Slicky's great stuff there, watching the flank and coming up through B main, is able to find one, might find another into sewers, as Robin finds one sewers, Camper finds one in the ropes, and it's a 2-on-2. Things are tied up. Bruno spotting out the breach, and the stun is good, but the repositions coming out from FSM.
Yeah, and honestly, not a terrible round. FSM able to walk away with quite a few kills. Once again, Camper just playing such obscure locations and able to just catch a couple people off guard. Suddenly this is looking winnable. MJK coming in from heaven, but still the two defenders are waiting for it as the spike goes down.
Lant comes out and
The Thrifty.
Fernandez, yeah, tries to make a push there, but FSM, beautifully done by them. Really just taking their time across the map, tying it up, and yeah, winning a Thrifty is always a huge point of motivation, right? That's gonna be great for FSM moving forward.
Oh yeah, and you can tell that Resonate aren't happy about that one. They're bringing stingers in to this next round if they do decide to commit to it, because otherwise this would have been the bonus. They were expecting to win that round, but unfortunately, it just lose out a little bit too much too late. MJK, I really like that plant position. Play it safe and then have that support from heaven, and you can tell that Resonate weren't ready for that. This time Bruno tries to get nice and close, but can't even teleport away. It's an excellent 0 point that gets tossed in to shut down all abilities.
Here we go, Conti from the top of rafters, trying to be a nuisance, smoking through the, flashing through the smoke rather, and Kingston trying to do something like Camper would, but going back and forth FSM on their buy round have unfortunately been losing it in this all-out brawl, really, that's been taking place in A main.
Yeah, absolutely, and I gotta highlight Bruno there. With that show, well, sorry, not the showstopper, with the Headhunter, able to get so much value. It was so scrappy, but that Headhunter came in clutch, able to just pluck in a lot more damage. And of course, the Stinger Menace, just like a swarm of bees coming in from all over the place, bullets flying left and right onto the site, made it so much more difficult for the Fun-Size Maniacs to get any ground, but Gabri now has that spike down, 1v2, but I'm sure that Resonate were able to pick up the rifles in the back.
Realizing that it's planted for CT, though, they're going to be keen to this, and so the smoke comes out first, and the push into CT to try and clear it. And now that close CT's been cleared, of course, the next spot to check is Heaven, and Gabri, good for one. Is he aware that he's sticking, and the spray is not going to connect through as the defense is able to get the defuse? Resonate, pick up a second round.
Yeah, great round from Resonate. They bought into that one, so that was important for them to win. If they didn't win that one, then they would have been sent back to the Stone Age. I have to try and bust out the classics, maybe a couple of sticks, maybe a couple of stones to get a little bit of damage onto FSM, but still, great round coming in from them. They're able to stabilize a bit. FSM on a bit of a broken buy. We're going to be seeing the Tour de Force come out for Bruno. Now, Bruno has been pretty accurate thus far. This could be huge at locking down that mid control, but as we know, FSM, if they go onto this A site, they're not going to be even bothered with mid at all, as Conti gets a little bit of information, now opting to use the Trailblazer to get a better picture of what's going on this A site.
Exactly, yeah, the suppress going to deny that connecting all the way through as the null command comes out. The pop flash is through the smoke, trying to make his way onto the side, getting rushed down by Camper though, and Conti was stuck in such a predicament. Do you deal the damage for a fatal blow onto a KO that'll get rezzed, or do you try to deal with the flying rays coming at you? And Kingston trying to emulate Camper's success, but having no sort of value in trying to do it, as Camper picks up a Vandal, gets the shots from long range, now Resonate down to just 2 members, and just like that, the round is over and FSM have tied things up.
Wow, that was so clean coming in from FSM. They played beautifully off of the null command. A classic Camper just to fly into the backline, confuse everybody, and immediately swapped it out for a rifle to get that better positioning. And just like that, the rest was history. Resonate had no idea what was going on, and the site was already taken over. The spike was down, and everything was falling to pieces. Now, Resonate, they're back onto a save. Conti was able to save a rifle in from the last round, but their economy is more or less reset. So FSM have yet another opportunity to further their lead. Or sorry, take the lead. However, Bruno might be the sticking point here. Once again, does a great job with it. Gets completely shut down by Ramen as the round starts.
Gabri in a good spot up top here, able to get one onto Playboy
Conti?
Joe as Conti tie things up 3-3. Great pressure through mail here. Camper ready to avoid the flash. And watching his back here, avoided. Camper's ready for action, ready for more. Expecting a second one and expecting a stair push. The blind is connecting onto him, and Conti, push timing impeccable. Finds the shot. And in this moment, FSM is shuttling that spike back on over towards A. And again, back towards B.
Ooh. Great angle held by Gabri there. Able to just pick them off, but now they know that this is going to be a B-side hit. Able to take out Conti now. 1v2, and JDN wins out the duel there. Gonna potentially, nope, don't even bother with the plant. It's okay. Get the rifle. That's gonna be more important. An excellent round coming in from FSM. Honestly, Resonate, Conti specifically, has been in the right place at the right time. And I think that this is just the aggression that FSM like playing with, where they love to just move things forwards. They say, okay, we gotta take the site. This is gonna be the final puzzle piece in our plan. We gotta just move in onto the site. But as a result, they leave their backs completely exposed to Conti, who just flies in and is able to completely shut down all of the Heaven control, leaving it up once again to Gabri and JDN. This time, though, they do make it work, fixing their mistakes from round number 1, and they're able to secure the round. See how this one plays out, but Resonate, not a full buy up. I mean, unless you do expect the judge to get as much value, but the Rolling Thunder to start us out.
Paranoia not going to connect onto Camper as Robin finds one on the push out and shut down. Kingston finally finds vengeance. Yeah, for all those judge misdoings. And now close quarters, Robin is good with the flash and is able to turn around just in time. Playboy Joe, though, equalizes, and Robin finds a third on the round. And now it's 2-on-2. Playboy Joe down to just 2 HP from CT. Conti and crew trying to push through. Waiting on the Seekers and Conti around the left side. Good for the shot in a 1v2 situation. Gabri finds one, finds two. FSM with the 4th round opens up the lead to 2 points.
And this is something that we've noticed consistently coming out of FSM. You know, we talk about Camper. Camper plays the fun judge stuff and flies around in the great spots, catches the people off guard, and everybody has a good old time. But Gabri is a consistently good fragger, playing a little bit more slower, playing a little bit more meticulously, and is constantly rewarded from it. If someone was going to win that round, I would want Gabri to be the last person alive, because Gabri is that consistent with being able to find heads, being able to find kills, whether it's with the rifle, whether it's with the operator. It all works out, but this time it's explosive onto the safe side. No showstopper just quite yet, but Kingston holding it close with the judge.
And he's able to come out on top over Camper once again as Playboy Joe with a stinger at close range finds another. And now in the middle of the smokes, the action is continuing and the stingers are coming out on top as Gabri now finds 2 more, makes it close, but Resonate put up a 3rd round as we head into round number 8. It is 3-4. FSM currently in the lead, but it's a close game.
Oh boy, Jim. You talked a little smack about the stinger earlier. I haven't forgotten this.
I really did.
You really did. And the thing is this actually works out really well for Resonate on their defense. And I was scratching my head first. Maybe the first time was a fluke, but they just proved again that it can work. And the reason why I think that this is the case is because FSM are so aggressive onto it. Even though it's just a 50 round, those stingers get so much value when they're up in your face, and FSM are running right into Resonate's faces. It just works out perfectly, but now when Null Command is online, FSM explosive onto A yet again.
JDN connecting from the A main, and now Slicky's returns. Still a presence in the back of elbow, but peeks a little too wide around the right side and gets picked off. FSM in a post-plant situation with Playboy Joe on the flank. Gabri locking it down. Bruno Fernandez posted up in screens. And they've got this cross-map pressure, and so with that pick, things are possible. Yet again, Playboy Joe and Bruno in a 2v3. Camper making it a 1v3 for Bruno as he comes out into elbow, shut down by JDN. And FSM put up 5-3.
And this is what I'm genuinely wondering right now. If Resonate had stingers, just to continue my point from the last round, in a match like that, where you just see FSM just flying in as quickly as they can to try and claim as much space as they can, I wonder if the Stinger would have been a little bit better than the Vandal. The fire rate is faster on it, allowing for it to be a little bit more just spray and pray who's going to win the day. But unfortunately, the Vandals just get completely lost out, especially too with how FSM like to play their smokes. So this time around, we're seeing a couple Stingers come back into it. It's a half by coming in from Resonate, but Kingston taking space with the operator on mid, has popped the tailwind, ready to escape if necessary.
Dipping back out into Mail, good choice. And overall, FSM are doing a really great job of drawing out Util and Conti, staying just quiet enough from the top of ramp, able to find one close range Stinger action and upgrading. That's a come up and a half to say the least, as FSM now Picking up the speed, they are taking it into B main. The spike is still a little further away, so they do have to delay for just a moment, and in those split seconds, Resonate is able to put 3 onto the B site. And now FSM tasked with something tall here in trying to get through as Kingston, Slickies, great crossfire, but it's not good enough as MJK5 and Gabri connect for 3, and now it's a 2-on-2 with the Rolling Thunder coming out, not connecting onto the enemy, but MJK opens it up with a great headshot, and now Conti, Phantom still in hand, coming from heaven, coming from male. Both Gabri and MJK trained with their eyes on the skies. And then a first 1v1, Conti comes out on top, and Conti finds the second for 3 on the round. A huge shot there. Resonate, close it to 1 round, separating the 2 squads.
Oh my goodness, who else but Conti? Of course Conti was going to come up big on that one, but man, for a second there, honestly, the defense, how Resonate set themselves up in order to stop them down, they were funneling them in like it was a gauntlet or something like that, and FSM just had to run right through it, taking all the blows that were coming out from all the utility as well as the bullets that were flying astray. But it was MJK in the back who just kind of hung back, and as a result was able to just wait for the defenders to move in for the kills and just pick them off one by one. And that's kind of how that one worked out. It honestly made that one winnable, but of course Conti comes in and just kind of says, actually, I want to win. And the rest of the round was history. We are getting a little bit of a broken bye coming in from FSM this time around, but Resonate are bringing 2 judges into it. They're trying to match that very in-your-face aggression that FSM have consistently brought to them. And I think the judge is a really good answer in order to shut down a dueling judge.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Resonate's duelist composition's been working for them on the defense. You know, the real strength of their composition lies in the offense, and so 4 to 5, not awful, and especially if Kingston can start things off, start rounds off consistently like that. You know, we saw him struggle a little bit more earlier, Marks, but finding his groove yet again. Kingston taking space onto the B site. Getting back to safety rather onto the B site, coming up into heaven, and it's a 3-man push out of male to try and catch one as Conti holding it down. Robin is good for 1, looking for a second, he's gonna find it.
Excellent timing coming in from Robin, and that's going to allow them to just run over to this B site. They've taken so much room, but they're going to have to be a little bit careful because someone is in heaven. Bruno in the back here misses the operator shot and forced back by the fragment, allowing them to just take that B site.
30 seconds left.
Nice shots from Conti yet again, good for 2.
Down B.
Putting Resonate in the lead here, 3-2 as Playboy Joe from the flank.
Not like this.
And you can see the effects of Camper on this game, forcing both the Rays and the Jet to pick up a judge. Now in a 1v3.
10 seconds left.
Things are getting dark. It's getting cold. Camper lies lonesome in the midst of a pack of wolves. Will go down. The game is tied 5-5.
You know, I have to admit, I have a feeling the Resonate duelists are like, you know what? You think we're pretty good with the judge? I think we can also do something with the judge here. You can tell, you know, immediately both of the duelists coming in for Resonate on this defense, they're holding such tight angles, 1 on B, 1 on A, and are just ready to pounce. They've had enough of this judge. They say, not today. We're going to show you what's up, and they've made it work. It's been so difficult for FSM to be able to get anywhere onto any of these sites because some judges are going to be in their face, and now FSM have to play around that. They have to adapt themselves if they want that one to work. But Kingston finds a knife into the skull of JDN, and Bruno finds MJK5. It's not looking too good for FSM, even though this is just their safe round.
Kingston getting ready for some more action B main, but opts to not, and that is a great choice because of course we know that the attacking chamber is holding B main, and so Kingston saves himself as Bruno finds a second pick on the round. FSM dwindle down to 2 members. Smokes and flashes come out, and Playboy Joe and Conti combine for a pick onto Robin, leaving Gabri in a 1v5. Prospects not high, not far, and Kingston trying to follow up on a paranoia. It's not going to connect, but the judge for sure will.
There's some sort of moral that I should have pulled out from watching Kingston play with the knives and then miss all of them. Oh wait, I have a judge in my hands, and then just wins the duel there.
Yeah.
Still though, last round and a half, it's looking pretty good for Resonate right now. Their economy's feeling nice and healthy. They have 3 ultimates online. Meanwhile, fun-sized Maniacs don't really have the same. They will be able to buy up fully. Camper once again opting to take the Judge. I'm genuinely curious though, is this going to be an A-side hit? I don't think that you do that anymore because Conti has been so consistent at playing these long-range angles, denying any entry onto A. So, Tour de Force is going to come online for Resonate, and Bruno has been brutal with the operator. So I'm not too surprised here as Kingston trying to save Playboy Joe, but is going to fall down here. Still tries to take the angle, able to find a pick on an MJK.
Yeah, that's huge and really super confident move as Bruno finds another across the map.
Oh, that's huge.
Shutting down that, and the slow field that deploys is going to most definitely stop any sort of push. And now Bruno taking the space, taking the shot. He's going to connect. 4 on 2. Conti good again, looking for a second on the round as Camper left in a 1v4. Satchel nowhere to help him. He's expecting the flash and is ready for it. Here we go, yet again. Good for 1.
Listen, like Doctor Strange said, there's a million different possibilities how that one could have ended. And only one of them would have been where they win. And I think that the thought was there, Camper pulling out the showstopper at the end. If just a second earlier, potentially could have won that round and tied it up in the half for FSM. Unfortunately, as soon as they heard it, a good response coming out from Resonate. They were like, wait a second, that's really bad. We have to kill him now. And so they just ran out of the smoke and guns a-blazing. I'm not even sure if they were necessarily aiming, just spraying as many bullets as they could. Catch Camper off guard, and they were able to win the round away. It was very scary, but now we're in the half. 7-5 for Resonate. See how this one goes. Last time Resonate won the pistol round. Let's see if they can do it again, as this time they're going to be on the attack.
Looking pretty good, Resonate. You know, 7-5 is no slouch for a team that ran the lead squad pretty much the distance, right? 13-8, so they're having a pretty good showing so far, but of course that was just the first half. Resonate's composition, though, we were talking about it before, agent-wise, does seem to be more geared towards offense here if they're able to burst out and do something cool. MJK, though, ready with the breach stun in hand, fault line, ready to rock, showstopper, rather aftershock, yep, deployed into the ropes to deny that area for just a bit longer as Resonate works their way up into heaven. Fernandez doing a bunch of damage and finding the pick eventually down onto Robin. JDN. And that raise, hunkering down onto site, Camper finds 1.
Doesn't realize. Looking for the swing onto Canty, is able to do that, and it's down, but Playboy Joe finds 2. That's going to allow Resonate to be able to get the spike down, and now it's all up to Gabri. Does have 6 bullets in this headhunter. If he can make him work. Nope.
Yeah, has gotten pretty far, but Kingston shuts it down quick. Resonate 8-5.
Yep, and once again, Resonate are able to win the pistol round here. So last time, did get to see the fun-sized Maniacs pull it back on this round. Let's see if they can do it again. Resonate, you know that they're probably going to be playing a little bit more careful this time. They don't want to give up a thrifty. I'm curious to see whether or not FSM are going to be trying to play together as they have previously on the other maps, or if they just decide to split up and try and catch some people off guard. They still do have that headhunter, and Robin is bringing a shorty to the mix. So let's see how this goes. Camper actually is going to buy a Judge. Oh boy, here we go. Shotguns galore.
Let's see it. Robin waiting inside of the smoke. He's ready to pop flash.
No
Taking
way.
it close. Coming out fast. Robin finds 1. 4-4. Camper with the Judge. He's the next line of defense. Like an onion. They've got layers. And the dog, the Trailblazer, runs right past him.
Ugh.
Joe finds 1. Camper pushing out mid. Finds another. Equalized to 3-3. Now into ropes. Finds a second. On the Conti. You would think that range that perhaps maybe the shotgun should not one shot, but no. No, Playboy Joe, good for 3 though. He's got other plans for this team. FSM, Camper, renowned for the double satchel shotgun. He's going for the stick, he gets half. He wants more, and he's gonna get it as JDN is good for the support from the window. And FSM get a thrifty.
I am getting flashbacks to Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 with people running around with the shotguns in their hands, just akimboing people left and right, because that's how Camper's really making this Judge work. I'm gonna be honest, Jim. There's some irony in the name camper. I mean, I guess it kind of works out, but usually people who are camping, they hang back. They play it in the backline. They use sniper rifles. They play the range. But no, camper in this game is extremely up close and personal in your face. Sure, sometimes holding close quarter angles, but consistently as well, just flying in and getting maximum value for the team. So Resonate are going to be forced onto a little bit of a broken buy. Showstopper online already, but Joe's taking some damage, is going to take camper out, and now they're storming heaven.
Joe came out on top in that engagement, but it looks like Resonate, just as quickly as they decided to go towards the B site, have opted to go towards A. And so the shots coming out from MJK, not going to connect, and he's going to go down in heaven, giving up the entirety of that area as Gabri, the last line of defense for the team, also goes down. Playboy Joe, great on these entries, and just been fragging out the past couple of runs.
Spike is now down. It's going to be 2v4 under this retake. I don't like FSM's odds. Conti really holding close by, able to take Robin out.
Conti again.
Oh.
Good stuff. Playboy Joe and Conti connect. That is 5. Resonate 9-6. They are expanding this lead quite abruptly, man. It's getting wider and wider.
Absolutely. And it's so funny how both of these halves have started out. It's going to be Resonate winning the pistols. FSM winning the Thrifty. Force Resonate to buy up on that third round where it should be their bonus, and then they win that round. And so then now the bonus is like kind of back in Resonate's favor? Question mark? I mean, regardless, when you look at their guns, it's pretty clear that they're not fully bonusing. They do have quite a few rifles into their hands. And then once again, Camper just going in so deep. I don't know if I agree with that, but is able to find one. Kingston, though, does find two. Now FSM are in not a great situation. 2v4.
Let's see if they can make it work, though. JDN, not going to connect with the shots there. Finds a bit of damage. But ultimately goes down. Gabri, op in hand. Possible. 1v3, but around the left side. Ooh, that bird going to go down and tank a bunch of damage for Conti, keeping him alive. Trailblazer, no connection. Gabri, good on the shot. Beautifully done, and now on a 1v2.
Spike planted.
Can't shoot through that box. And around the right side, Slicky's is good. The timing of the smoke, perfect, as well as the swing. Resonate with 10 on the board.
Yeah, you've heard about having that little notebook in your, what do you call it? Kevlar armor to stop the bullet from flying through. Turns out Conti just using a guiding light instead. Because, I think Gabri, if that shot did not hit the bird, it would have been it. Conti would have gone down. That would have put a lot more pressure there, especially too right after being able to sweep up the kill onto Kingston. So honestly, respect your guiding lights. They do wonder jobs. They give you information, but also keep you alive. Bladestorm going to be active for Kingston. Very explosive onto this A site, but JDN is able to back out. Oh!
Great defense. Oh, close quarter shots. Good for 2. Whiffs on the third, but JDN is there for the support. And now Resonate down to just 2 members. Conti and Slicky's good for 1 on main, and JDN finds the second here. Slicky's gonna be completely blinded out and forced back to ramps. Still at 150 HP in a 1v3. FSM's Omen is very low, and they're all on the lower ground too, so Slicky's could really make something happen here, especially from having finds 1 and a 1v2 now. Oh, shot from MGK are too good. And I keep saying MGK, but I mean MJK, of course, as FSM put up round number 7.
Yeah, that's going to be a good one coming out from FSM. They need to be able to close this gap in score. Like I said earlier, Resonate, they're starting to run away with it a little bit more. You can tell, even though that they did just lose that last round, they should have more than enough to be able to buy up weapons. Maybe not completely, but more than enough to make themselves feel nice and comfortable. Meanwhile, FSM, their economy is still on the verge of being broken. They do have a couple of ultimates online here. The Rolling Thunder could be pretty impactful in stopping a plant. It's going to be a very fast attack from Resonate onto this A site yet again. And JDN is going to be the only person who is on the site. And a TP into the backline.
Joe and Slicky's. Ooh, great stuff as Joe finds one with a nade. Gabri returns 4 on 4. 4 members of FSM down by screens now. 2 of them splitting for heaven here. Kingston in a great spot, potentially finds 1, finds 2 on the timing. Beautifully done, and now collapsing 1v2. Both on elbow. They have to push as it's planted for heaven. Great dash into elbow here. Swings, finds 1, and is looking for a second. KO. Util in hand. Wow, this is good. Kingston expects the timing of it, and crusts his gut. Finds round 11 for Resonate.
Man, there were like 4 bullets left in Kingston's gun right before that. That was something else. Didn't even have the tailwind active either. I don't think was able to get that one online. And yeah, we're going to be seeing the timeout coming in there, but an amazing play. Really putting the king in Kingston. Couldn't have done it better myself. Right now, this is FSM. They have to start to try and figure out how they can claw their way back into this game. Honestly, this is looking very clean thus far from Resonate. They've executed onto that A side a couple of times here, and every single time they've done it with relative ease. They're able to get it down, but I do think that that speaks to FSM's strength, which is not necessarily denying the site, but re-entering in onto it. We consistently see that they're pretty comfortable in actually being the ones who are engaging in, hence how their attack usually ends up going. But thus far, they haven't been doing as good of a job as they would want to. It's close every single time, but close is not a round win. As a result, Resonate, they've got a 4-round difference. This is going to be a tough one for FSM. I don't think that they're going to have enough money to properly buy up all of their rifles this time around, which means that this might be another round going to Resonate. And if that's the case, that's going to put Resonate on match point, also accumulating a couple of ultimates as well. It's a tough hill to climb, but it's not unwinnable. I guess losable for FSM just quite yet. They're still in this. They do have that showstopper and null command, and that could be instrumental in being able to slow down this A side push.
Resonate creating pressure onto the A side, taking their time. What they're trying to do here is draw out util once again, and that's why you see them going so slow, trying to clear out these corners. They're smoking it, they're doubling up everywhere that they can, and so the flash comes out, the showstopper connects, close range, beautiful stuff, and just like that, their efforts have paid off, as FSM now stacks heaven with 3 members, and their final member back in screens. Resonate have taken this opportunity to sneak up into B heaven, and they've got Bruno Fernandez close quarters with the newer Vandal, going down a camper instantly with the judge, shutting down that push, looking to shut down some more. Slickies needs to keep running directly to the site, exactly, to avoid this showstopper, and avoid it they do, but just for the moment as Camper, satchels in hand, he's looking for blood, and he's on the prowl around the pillar, not gonna connect there, but he's still present on the map, and Camper has made this into an awful situation for Slickies, who has the spike still, but none of his teammates, and now is stuck in a 1v2.
30 seconds left.
Oh man, only has a Spectre in hand as well. Could be looking for Camper and... Oh my goodness me, Jim. I just have to say, you know, the showstopper, pretty impactful ultimate, especially too in like racking up multi-kills. You see all those montages, you see the TikToks, you get all that jazz. But the thing is honestly as a Zodigal, that worked perfectly. It pushed Resonate, it split them up, so they weren't comfortable engaging onto the site because they knew that that showstopper was going to be active and in B heaven. As a result, that just allowed Camper to just kind of fly around the site, and Resonate completely lost track of him. Then they were looking in opposite directions, and it was pretty easy for them to be able to, pretty easy for FSM to be able to take enough positioning to shut them down and catch them off guard. So an excellent round coming in from FSM, all off of Camper's back, just kind of calling when... First of all, in the right place at the right time, but also using the showstopper opportunely.
Great stuff, and yeah, I completely agree, man. You don't have to get a 4K every time. Just presence is enough, and Camper knows that. He's not going to overcommit. He's going to wait for them to keep walking into his crosshair. And it's going to work, man. It's going to keep working.
Oh, Resonate, don't worry. I felt that one too.
Getting away with this.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles. The judge, especially in those close quarters, if you don't use any utility to try and slow it down, then yeah, Camper's just going to be able to walk right over you. And Resonate, they lose yet another round. To be fair, this was a little bit of a save for them, so it's not the worst in the world. But FSM are very quickly pulling the score line back into their favor. They might be able to tie this one up, Jim.
30 seconds left.
It really might. There is opportunity yet, and they're looking good. And if momentum is a factor here, I would say FSM has it. Resonate kind of lacking at this point. And if we look at the scoreboard here and you look at the ultimate abilities, FSM have got two game-changing abilities. And then they've got the Omen ult. You know, like Omen ult is pretty good, but it's not as good as the Breach and the KO ulti, right? Yeah. Which can definitely win rounds themselves. So FSM strategize properly. They've got good econ. They've got good ultis. They could tie it up and take the lead back, Marks.
Well, let's see how this goes. A lot of Phantoms on the board for Resonate, but they don't have their full shields. Might be going a little bit less utility just to be able to pad that out. Conti able to get the information onto A Heaven. Yeah, they're going for a lot more of a split play this time. But the spike is going to be back onto B. See how they want to play this is it looks like they're taking ropes control, but nope. Just prodding it. Now it's a Heaven execute.
Camper, good nade. Oh, and can't pull out the Judge in time. Good trade from JDN and Robin in a great spot. Connects for 2. Playboy Joe goes down as well, and now it's 2-on-2. Conti, good for, oh my gosh, good for 2.
Shadows traveling.
Slicky's putting down a smoke for CT. Going for the plant, keeping an eye on Heaven all the same. Conti watching the close push. Good for 1. Gabri checking directly under. Taking the rope so as not to make a sound. Clearing left, clearing right. Needs to clear all the way right. He's getting paranoid about the wrap. So he's come back up into Heaven, watching the staircase. This entire time, though, Conti has made the choice to come into CT and is doubling back. The timing on this is impeccable, but he spots his little booty out. Gabri closes the distance. God finds the kill onto Conti, and just like that, FSM make it a 1-round game.
Oh man, the mind game's going on towards the end there. I love a little back and forth. Almost like an episode of Scooby-Doo what's going on there, but still, yeah. FSM able to walk away with that one off of Gabri being able to clutch things up, but I just want to really commend the play that happened up into B Heaven. It was such an excellent defense coming in from Robin, able to just hold the ground, get the spray down, slow the momentum completely, which allowed the rest of FSM to even stand a chance in that map. Right now, it's been an interesting engagement strategy. Resonate, they go in, but they really do just leave Slickies by themselves in order to just move in onto the site and get the spike down. That seems to be the modus operandi. But unfortunately, a lot of the key players had fallen down before the spike was even planted. So it made it so much more difficult for Resonate. Kingston, though, popping the Blade Storm. 4 ultimates online for the fun-sized Maniacs. I expect we're going to be seeing a couple here so they can continue to roll forwards on top of Resonate.
Let's see how they can do it, Kingston. Hoping for a pick here. He's taking his time jiggling. Close angles. He's trying to get the advantage. Kingston. Smoke out, so he knows there's going to be people watching this exit. Taking the space, trying to be a distraction, finding a couple shots and connecting finally onto Camper. Updraft here gets shut down by JDN. Tied up 4-4 as the Rolling Thunder connects onto Heaven. Flash, flash. So many flashes. They're seeing God. They're seeing the sun. It's a 3-on-3 as MJK shuts it down, and Conti once again close range with the Stinger, man. They're making me eat my words about that damn thing. Resonate, hopping the Seekers. Trying to find the remaining members of FSM as JDN comes back out from backside. Shuts down the push yet again. And leaves Bruno Fernandez with 94 HP to his name. Spotting one out onto the site. Needs to isolate the one-on-one. And is trying to, but has his attention split. Doesn't know where that second chamber is. And the shots from JDN are too good. He's good for 3 and good to tie up the game. 11-11 Marks.
Oh boy. Make a wish, everybody. 11-11. Woo! I'm kidding. I'm sorry about that one. But yeah, FSM. They're coming back. The comeback is alive. It wasn't looking too great for them earlier, but now they're feeling nice and confident in themselves. They're going to be able to buy up rifles as well. We are going to be still seeing they have that null command online, as well as that tour de force. So if things get a little too dicey, Gabri can choose to pop it. And also too, Gabri has been doing a really good job at being able to maintain a little bit more space for the squad. Resonate are the ones who are on the back foot now. They're not too sure how they should engage this and are tossing a lot of equipment onto mid. But thus far, FSM have been doing a really good job of shutting down that mid presence. So this time we are going to be seeing Resonate try to push their way in just through B main, and Bruno finds a quick 2K to start us off.
Beautifully done as Camper wraps around the left side of that pillar, finds one, but inevitably goes down. Resonate. Awake again
Spike planted.
in a 4-on-2 situation. Can they shut it down on the attack here? Kingston going on the staircase, and now Conti, or rather MJK, stuck in a 1v4. Gonna go down as well. Resonate. 12-11, and it is a round robin, so we're only playing one game here. Resonate are on match point.
Yeah, here we go. 12-11.
Here.
So close. They can taste the victory. There's going to be FSM. They do have enough money to make sure that they can buy rifles across. We're going to be seeing Camper once again. Oh, never mind. Going to go for the Phantom this time. Decides not to use the Judge, but Gabri is going to be using the Sewer to Force. And I'm curious where they're going to set Gabri up, because Resonate know now, maybe mid isn't our game. Maybe we just try and hit the site normally. And they are actually setting up for a mid push once again. See how this one pans out for them, but Bruno was instrumental in entering into the B site. He's going to have to go up against Gabri with the Tour de Force, and Gabri wins those duels.
That's so tough, too, because Bruno, you can't blame him. He respected Gabri and gave Gabri time in B main, but time is exactly what Gabri needed, because that smoke allowed him to get further than Bruno was expecting, catching him completely off guard. And now FSM, person lacking on defense.
Ooh.
And it's equalized. Gabri returns for yet another and tries again onto Rafters, but has help from Robin. FSM looking to tie things up 12-12 and take us to overtime here as Slickies and Playboy Joe are in a 2v4 with ultimates aplenty on the side of FSM.
The null command is activated now. They're moving in onto the site. Playboy Joe in a great position, able to get one, but can't find the other. FSM off Gabri's 4K. Jim, Gabri does not miss. Okay, Gabri does miss occasionally, but makes up for it. And just like that, now that we're in overtime, that means that these teams are going to be swapping back and forth, and it's going to be the first team that can get 2 kills in a row. This has been very even between these two teams on both their offense and their defense. And honestly, I'm not too sure how this one is going to play out, Jim.
Honestly, me either. If I'm FSM, I'm a little shook.
Yep.
We won 4 rounds in a row, lost one, and then came back. We took it to overtime. I don't want to overheat. You know, that's the thing I'm afraid of if I'm FSM. We know we can do it. We know we've got the momentum on our side. Let's keep it tight. Let's keep it efficient, right? Like, really, let's just keep all cylinders firing. That's what I'm looking for out of FSM. And the indicator for that is going to be how this push goes from Camper, as he's quickly up into Rafters, quicker than I think anybody on Resonate even realizes. As the crap gets signaled, FSM, they're going to be able to close in on A here, especially if Camper goes unaddressed at all.
Yeah, that's Heaven Control, and Conti is able to catch Camper off guard, which is actually massive. And look at this. Resonate have gotten so much space, so much information. Robin has the spike, but Kingston is in a great position to punish this.
This is so scary. Robin, good for one, never expecting the second there, because who does, man? Who does? And now the spike is down as Bruno Fernandez peeks out from top smoke. Finds one and peeks back into it. Back into safety. Resonant. Spike in hand. MJK, good for one. And now stuck in a 1v3. Things are going to be tough. And the flash, combined with a couple shots to the brain, are going to shut down that round. Resonate. 13-12. Game point.
Match point.
That was so interesting. Resonate, they were able to successfully shut down the fun-sized Maniacs push, which is essentially just kind of send some people over here, send some people over there, get a lot of room, but leave something completely open. And we saw Resonate just take that middle space, be able to set themselves up to catch the rotation around, and as soon as Camper went down, the round was more or less over. They, unfortunately for them, the fun-sized Maniacs gave up too much room, which just allowed the rest of the other team to be able to just take the space. Resonate were all over the map. They had all the information that they possibly could have needed. It didn't matter where their players were, because, hey, at that point, Resonate, they were set up. And there was nothing that FSM could really do to stop them. So a great round coming out of them. Now, this is just Resonate. They just need to get one more round. They're going to close out the round robin on top of the fun-sized Maniacs. So close. Victory is within their reach. Resonate this time going to be setting up for a B-side hit. FSM were the ones who did take the time out. But I just hope that it's not too late for them, Jim.
Yeah, so close yet so far. Really is what it feels like for both of these squads. Going blow for blow. You can see Gabri 27 and 17 on the board. Camper usually doing a little bit hotter, 19 and 20. However, scoreboard itself does not dictate the tail of the game. As Resonate now opting for something slower, leaving that spike towards market. They have created some presence mid. With the push out onto B main, Bruno Fernandez isn't able to help his friend Kingston out. And the flash plus the peek from JDN is impeccable. FSM looking so good on the defense right now as Robin still chilling in hell. Conti has made it towards backside and Slickies is good for 2. This could flip on its head in just a moment now. Let's see how they play it. Trying to push. Yeah, good for 1. Camper on the top. Finds a return. Slickies. No 1v2. Knows one's heaven. Hears him. There's one. But where is the second? And so keeping his eyes. Main. Seems clear for now.
I have the
Able to pick up the spike. And FSM are doing a really good job of not giving him anything to work with. Because, you know, at the end of the day, Slickies could always go A and get the plant down. But with the tap signaling FSM to move forward, that's exactly what they do and take heaven. Slickies, in this moment, working up staircase. And FSM are curious, too, because they know that the spike should have been planted at this point. And things were getting a little too quiet. Slickies shut down, and we're heading into double overtime.
Double overtime indeed, Jim. I'm not gonna lie. You incepted the idea into my brain, and I'm like, wait, if Slickies goes to the A side, they're gonna get that plant down nice and easy. But of course,
there was a moment there.
Yeah, 100% there was a moment there. It felt like the Pink Panther theme should have started playing as he was very slowly walking his way around, but decided to go for the heaven swing instead. Potentially catch some people off guard, but fortunately, well, who else? Who else but Gabri? There with the operator. Shuts that one down. Now Kingston be holding it nice and close. Does get fault lined though, but Bruno's already down.
Quick stuff, and Robin too. Working so well with Camper here. And on the attack, FSM are looking good as Conti shuts down 2. Playboy Joe for 2 of his own. And with the nade going down into A main, Gabri's forced out into the sights of Slickies. And that was a quick round from Resonate.
Oh, absolutely. Conti, once again, coming in clutch when they need him, too. Able to just use that spray transfer, able to find a couple of them, and completely just shut down the momentum that FSM were throwing at their face. So, a great job there from Conti. Able to hang out in the back of the site, play things slow, use that Phantom. Sprays a little bit easier, shoots a little bit quicker than a Vandal. Works out for them. Once again, they're on match point. You're going to see Kingston bringing out that operator. Gabri, though, also has that operator in hand. Gabri might be the answer here. Gabri's on A. Meanwhile, this is Resonate trying to take that mid presence as they have before. Let's see if they do decide to swing around, though. Potentially just push themselves onto B. It worked for them during their attacking half, but it looks like FSM might be ready for it. They've left Camper there as well. And that's going to be a tough duo to swing into.
Bruno spots one up top heaven. Shots connect. Camper gonna go down. JDN on the site. Slanked by Bruno. Good stuff. Great pincer, and Kingston quick on the shot into hell. Beautifully done. They're getting flanked here. Oh, MJK, my gosh, eats the dog, eats the bullet, and wow, what a clean round from Resonate as they take it in triple overtime. Resonate winning that one.
If there was ever an uh-oh moment, I think that was the moment there. And you could just see that Resonate were just so ready to move it in. Bruno not only found the entry kill, but then just completely rotated around. And you could just tell that, well, unfortunately, FSM were not ready for it. So big congratulations, Resonate. They stumbled a little bit there, but they were able to secure their footing and move things forwards. And as a result, they're going to win it out in double overtime, Jim. So great job to them over FSM on split.
Yeah, absolutely. Really back and forth. And shout outs to FSM. You know, they brought it back at such a deficit, tied it up, and took it multiple rounds into overtime. And so, you know, we always talk about the LAN energy, the tension you could feel in the air. You can bet that overtime match was hyped, to say the least, at LAN. Of course, we are in Bakersfield in California. So shout outs to everyone making these matches happen. And if you want to get involved, head to a location near you. There's a lot of fun stuff going on across the nation, across all these venues, man. Marks, it's been a great time so far, and so that, I believe, was the end of our round robins, correct?
Yeah, that is going to be the end of our round robins, and as we kind of get our bracket set up here, we are going to be moving into a playoff bracket between the 4 teams that are entered in. That be moving into best of 3 territory. Woo. And you know what? One could say, Jim, that we are leveling up to our next level on this broadcast.
We really are. Yeah, and if you guys also want to join us in taking your candy game to the next level, you can buy a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits, or get this, Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep you playing at your best. Power up today with Mike and Ike. With that said, we're going to head to a quick break, grab some Mike and Ikes ourselves, and we'll be back shortly after. See you guys soon.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Day 1 of the Nerd Street Champs LAN over at Georgetown had a lot of exciting moments, a lot of upset potentials, and one team that really stood out to me was Texas A&M University making the upset happen in Group B over BBG Academy, but BBG Academy made a big comeback happen in the quarterfinals. They made out groups on the low side and took down one of the tournament favorites of Psycho's Murdering Crew, which otherwise known as Exet and Friends, but UG Academy being one of the favorites as well. We expected it to be a fantastic match, and indeed it was. Coming on the other side of the groups, it was Fluid Gaming, it was BAP, and it was We Live Here, by the way, being teams that really stood out to us and teams to look forward into day number 2.
And on day 2, we followed We Live Here, by the way, from the quarterfinals where they took down BAP in 2-0 fashion to the semis where they had to take on the Titans of BBG Academy, who were coming off of their victory over Psycho's Money Crew, or Exet and Friends. And, well, a tough map won, but the momentum was just enough for We Live Here, by the way, to close things out in that series in the semis in 2-0 fashion once more to find themselves in the grand finals. And on the other side of the bracket, it was a tough road. It was a rocky road, but it was TAMU Maroon that eventually made their way on through to deliver an explosive grand finals. And after 3 long maps and an overtime at the very end of it, it was explosive. When the dust settled, when the smoke cleared, it was TAMU Maroon sitting atop the comically large throne here at the Georgetown, Texas LAN.
Spaceship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN. This is myself, Marks, casting alongside Jim Basco. And Jim, we are now moving into the playoff bracket. We're done with the group stage. This is where the fun begins. Got those 4 teams coming up against each other. And, of course, now you can see the lovely bracket here, starting out into the semifinals. We've got Resonate going up against IKEA, and then Fun Size Maniacs up against Elite Squad. Right now, Resonate #1 seed as well. And Jim, this is going to be the match that we're going to be covering first.
Yeah, IKEA were the first team that we followed. Resonate were the last team that we saw play. Resonate looking so clean, and IKEA certainly have their work cut out for them because IKEA were good, but Resonate definitely looked a lot stronger. And of course, Conti, the name that we've said so many times, because on that sky finds 2K after 2K after 2K and is just always in the right spot, it feels like.
Well, you say that about just Conti, but I would make the argument that actually quite a few of these players are also in that level of caliber. We saw them time and time again going up against the fun-sized Maniacs, and we're actually able to just learn based on what was happening and adapt themselves. So, like you said, IKEA, they're going to have a little bit of trouble. Fun-sized Maniacs were won over IKEA. Now they're going to be going up against the team that beat them as well. So, let's see how this one goes. We've got the map picks and bans. First map we're going to be going to today is going to be Haven. And now that we are in the playoff bracket, this means that this is going to be a best of 3. And so after Haven, we're going to be going to Split. And then we'll see if we force out that map number 3. But of course, like I said, Jim, we're going to be starting things out onto Haven. Let's see how this one plays out. Tell us about Haven.
Haven. A great time if you're a sniper. Someone like Chamber, someone like Jet. Fade is exceptionally good on this map. Her lineups are really bar none. Like, there are not better lineups than Fade's lineups on this map, and so that is a very popular pick. We may see a lot of it. Neon is something that we see a lot of just because the 3-lane nature of the map allows her to run havoc, really taking lanes that go unoccupied, taking space where you least expect it. And it looks like, at least so far, on the side of the fun-sized Maniacs, they're opting to stick with that Fade and Raze combo, which we know does so much damage if used properly.
And this is actually something really interesting that I've noticed come into the meta a little bit more, is bringing a Raze onto Haven just based off of the Fade. Like you said, Fade works extremely well on this map, and as a result, we do see a lot of people trying to get that paint shell combo off with the Fade, what do you call it? I think it's the tether. So that way you just, get some people in, and then as a result, you use the paint shells, clean it up. And honestly, we might be seeing both Razes on both teams to combo in onto that Fade. Interestingly enough, Karmazira back onto the Astra. And at this point, I have to believe that this is going to be a comfortable pick because we have seen Karmazira play the Astra before back onto Split. And honestly, Karmazira did a really good job of playing Astra. Used those utility pieces to just slow pushes down, especially on the defense, which is how IKEA are going to be starting things out. Interestingly enough, Kingston is going to be the one playing the Sage. Last time we saw Kingston, Kingston was playing a Jet, so a completely different role here, but I do like this Sage pick. You don't see Sage too often on Haven anymore, but I do think that the Barrier Orb still does a really good job at controlling the space and slowing down the momentum of the other team, as well as just allowing for safe passage when you are playing the attack.
Yeah, it's a really interesting pick. It's something that we see other duelists do, flex onto this Sage. It works. Like you said, it's not the most popular pick, but it does have value. And if you can play around it, if you've practiced with it, man, then you can make anything work, right? Like Camper showed us with that Judge. Just absolutely wreaking havoc all day long. And so here we go. We've got IKEA versus Resonant. Definitely a match between these two. IKEA, we caught up with them earlier in the day. Resonant was our last team we had on stream. So with Resonant here on attack, IKEA will be manning the defense, and it looks like Resonant starts things off with a quick pick here, or rather IKEA with a quick one, as Kingston returns from B main on top of the wall, already finding value with that thing.
Yeah, that Barrier Orb once again just cut that B side in half and allowing for a very safe plant, given the fact that they were able to take out a couple of people as well. Now it's going to be 3v4. Here we go. IKEA ready for the re-engagement off of Ham's utility.
wall makes it so weird and creates such a narrow channel here that makes it almost impossible to try and stick because you will get tagged up here. And so Ham trying it and just getting wrecked through the smoke. It was so tough, but what a great setup from Resonate rather.
And you know, that was a really, I talked about the barrier orb being set up there, and now we know why it was, because just like you said, it just made a very, 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 very narrow channel upon which we had to see IKEA try to funnel themselves through. It was like the boat that got stuck in the Suez Canal at that point. They tried to go in and get the defuse going, but it's okay because there's just so little space that you can just spam in the pistol bullets left, right, and center, and you know that you're going to deter anybody from IKEA from getting that defuse. So a very clean round coming out of Resonate. And just like this, let's see how they want to move forwards. They've got Spectres in their hands, and the IKEA are going to be on their back foot.
Bruno Fernandez opens things up for the offense with a great pick from window onto garage, and now getting really confident here on this push, not giving the respect that Karmazira is due. However, getting shoved back out into garage here. They're going to try and retake as a 4-man squad. As the offense now leaks into CT and watches the door of the garage window.
Kingston's in a great spot to punish. The flash is going to be good, but Kingston doesn't care. Looking for one, looking for three. And suddenly, only one person left for IKEA.
Wow. And just like that, Resonate 2-0. Kingston with a 4K on top of that. And, you know, we had spoken prior about how Omen is a lot more fun than Astra. Just when you look at skills for this map because of the vertical aspect of things. Yeah. Kingston is taking that into account here, and this is the second time we've seen him do something great, do something huge in 2 rounds, already at 7 kills, and on top of walls, on top of boxes. He's just been the eye in the sky, lasering everyone down, and here IKEA will be finally on their buy round.
Engagement's already coming in here, but Jara's going to be holding garage control. It's going to be tough. Sticky's just on the other side, but right now, Resonate, they're doing that cheeky B plant again. They should be able to pull this one off, but already the pressure's coming in from IKEA.
No more dreams.
Monty opens it up with 1. Manages to stay alive and find the swing on the jar. Well, beautifully done. IKEA in a 3v5. Spike's been planted. Kingston holding close. Ham finds 1. 3v4. Sending up a Prowler. Prowler connects. Able to find a second one, and it's a 3v3. Just like that, it's been equalized. Cytosine leading the way here from A-Ling. Util in hand as Bruno gets goes unnoticed by that boombot. Cytosine pushes onto the site with the rest of his team. However, from the back, Bruno is able to find 1, and Slickies finds 2. What a great crossfire setup that was from Resonate, and that's 3-0 on the board.
See, the thing that kind of fell apart with IKEA's retake there is that they were really heavily banking the fact that Resonate just kind of planted the bomb and then backed off and were trying to just use their utility to stall things out. We saw them do that on the round number 1, so I don't fault IKEA for trying to think that was the case. But as a result, you know, they set up this massive flank, but then suddenly they were the ones who had to get channeled through the tiny Suez Canal. And it was just so easy for the rest of the members of Resonate who were hanging out on the back of the site to be disruptive, run down that timer if they need be. But of course, they did find the frags as well. So a very clean round coming out of Resonate, making a dominant presence known. And Slicky is able to find 1 already. That's 2 members down. And Resonate, they have rifles. Ham trying to trade that one back, but still, it's not looking good for IKEA.
Not looking good, and the Util allowing Ham to see through it, but Playboy Joe better with Vandal, close range, Resonate on the side. They've got the weapons, they've got the Util. IKEA hoping for a couple more picks, but really
Teleport's ready.
not looking for much else here.
Yeah, 2 people left. Best case scenario, IKEA are able to get a couple of picks, rescue a couple of rifles, and walk away with this one. Playboy Joe says, not today. Looking for the final kill on a side design. And right now, all I know is there's a reason why Resonate picked this map. I think that this is really just based around their Sage play that they've been doing. Because you don't see Sage too often on Haven, IKEA just kind of look a little bit confused on how to deal with this barrier orb. And it's working out so well because Resonate are so practiced clearly on how they want to set things up, how they want to play that post-plant positioning off of the barrier orb, off of the slows. And I just don't think that IKEA have really found an answer. As a result, Resonate have these 4 rounds in a row. We're going to be seeing IKEA. They're going to have their full rifles in hands once again, but they really have to start winning some rounds here because it's getting into dangerous territory. It's been 4 rounds in a row, and already getting a pick onto Conti is a great way to start this one out.
It really is. Slicky's in a great spot here, popping out of CT, finding one. Teammates there to find another. Resonate 4 on 3 here. Paranoia is going to connect as well, and that should be an easy pick, but Cytosine somehow comes out on top of Bruno as Ham now in a 1v3. He's got the Fade ultimate, but 1v3 situation finds one. This is suddenly doable and suddenly makes a lot more sense to pop that Fade ulti. Sending out the first Prowler. It's going to stick onto that trail and actually go act as a homing missile in it. So it speeds up a lot once it hits one of those trails. So with it, Watcher in hand, pops it, dashes out the right side, finds the headshot on the left, and now onto the race, is looking for the last one, but can't find it. What a great attempt from Ham. But Resonate locked down round number 5.
That was really good coming out from Resonate. I think that there was a lot of pressure on Ham, and Resonate really just wanted to make sure they were playing that one safe. They didn't want to overextend themselves. They didn't want to risk anything, and we saw that come through as Kingston actually rezzed Playboy Joe back into the fight, which I think is actually a really good call, considering how quickly Ham was able to just walk in there and completely just run over the squad. Better safe than sorry. Potentially rescue a rifle out of that round, but still, a great read by Resonate. Great job from Kingston in order to make sure that that round was still winnable. And look at this, Slicky's just going in, already finding 2, and Ham punishes. Might be a little bit too late here. Spike is still into the back of the spawn of A. I don't imagine that Resonate are going to continue to push it through, but look for a couple of picks before they pick that Spike up.
Yeah, that aggressive orb on, that aggressive slow orb onto the ultimate orb, catastrophic.
Oh yeah,
for those members of IKEA holding A long, and so taking so much space. And you see now why Kingston makes so much sense, right? Opting off of that aggressive jet now onto an aggressive Sage and finding so much success is no coincidence. Karma Zero though on the flank, Stinger in hand, can pass by this trademark. Obviously the chamber is dead, so is making his way up A long now as the Rolling Thunder comes out and connects onto 3. Conti goes down, spotted out A long. What do Resonate do in the 2v3 situation? They've got the wall to work with, they've got sight to work with, and they've got a boom bot. Dodging the flash, trying to line up the shot there. Kingston finds 2, and he's at full health. In a one-on-one now, spots him out in the cubby in short, approaching this situation with a wide swing. Karma is good with the Stinger for the shot.
And you said Stingers were bad.
Yeah, I really thought so, man. Like, for so long. And maybe there really is some value to that thing, because winning that duel at that range, putting 3 on the board in after losing 5 in a row, I can't believe it, but hey, IKEA finally put a round on the board, man.
Yeah, and honestly, I like how IKEA did play that retake. So they really took their time. They knew that they had kind of split up Resonate, and as a result, they could just kind of take their time. Be very careful, wait for the utility to refresh, play it smart. And speaking of maybe playing it smart, a trade comes through at the start of the round. It's Tour de Force is online for Resonate. They're looking to make a statement as they start to move through here, but Cytozyne caught off guard.
Yeah, Jar with a great 1-2 punch there. The push is good, and he needs to back on out of there. Perfectly played. Gets the value, stays alive. Staying alive is the most value that you can provide for your team. And so now Kingston going for the plant onto the B site. This is a close quarters fight. There are members of the enemy team still on the B site, but that wall is splitting them off. And so Resonate doing a good job of just staying alive, hunkering down, and playing the game by their rules. That wall now broken. Ham trying to spot someone out. Watcher close, taking the close swing and finds Kingston as Karma from Link finds Conti, destroys the Watcher, and now is in a 1v1. Tour de Force versus Astra Util. First piece goes down. It's recalled. She gets a little bit closer, closes the gap here. Tour de Force is still back a sight. Steps are being made, and so Karma, wow, with a wide swing onto the left side, catches Bruno completely off guard. And there it is, a second round for IKEA.
Oh man, that was
just a second to spare.
I was about to say, hold on a second, Jim. Let's see if it actually is enough time to do it. But Karmazira coming alive with that Phantom in hand, doing such a good job at it, being able to make sure that the round is definitely still winnable. As a result, we're going to see IKEA get a second round. Resonate, their economy is still nice and solid. They've got enough money to buy things up here. Thankfully, they did have Bruno just use the tour de force on the last round to be able to pad out their economy just a little bit more. And as a result, they're going to have enough weapons here. Bruno's still going to have that operator coming in. But IKEA are gaining momentum. They've got a couple of their ultimates online, and you know, I'm curious to see if that showstopper is going to be coming out, and it looks like that is going to be the case. AEX has been aggressive these last couple of rounds and has been rewarded with it. This time around, Resonate. They were ready for it and didn't give up anything except for Slickies. Oh, make that also Playboy Joe, but finally Kingston gets the trade back and is going to use the rest to bring Joe back into the fight.
Slowing it down a lot. I like this from Resonate. Just taking their time. Conti working their way up to Garage, and what a peek there, and finds it on the swing. Good stuff on a jar, peels back into C-Long, and they're walking up C-Long, so none of IKEA have any idea. And if I'm on IKEA's team at this point, I'm thinking, okay, here the showstopper coming up C. We're not sending anyone flank. And the showstopper's going deep into CT. Okay, now watching from Garage, all the members of IKEA now need to play retake. And the wall is up, so they know they can't get flanked from that side.
Look at this. They're all just opting to play back C-Long, which means that that's not going to get any information. The site's completely open. A lot of utility expended. As a result, but Karmazira going to be moving in here as Site Design taps the defuse. Oh! Okay, that's cool too.
That is what we're talking about. Yes, sir. Resonate just know their game plan so well. If they can play that distance, why wouldn't they? They know that IKEA have nothing to stop it or nothing to deal with it other than to take these fights. And they play it so well. Resonate realize their win condition, play it well, and put up 6 points on the board.
Yeah, honestly, the only way that IKEA could have been able to potentially win that one out is off of the Astra smokes. If Karmazira was able to successfully smoke off C-Long, I think that would have been a little bit of a different story. And it kind of was, but it was still a little bit too much pressure. Now Jar opting to use the tour de force. A little bit more of an aggressive defense coming out this time from this pistol team. And just like that, Site Design rewarded with 1 kill, 1 rifle, but Bruno was ready to trade that one back.
Nice stuff. Great backup from Bruno there, helping out his teammate Conti. And this trading, this playing off of each other is really what separates Resonate from the rest of the squads here. Just so clean. And they know what they're doing. You know, they get the plant down and the rest of the team is already window. Why would they be on site? There's no point. Let's plant it for a post-plant situation, and the support, yet again, the 1-2 punch is there. And Jar on the site. Oh, gonna take down Kingston, but from the back, the nade will connect, and Resonate put down 7 points to IKEA's 2.
I just want to say, too, I do think that Resonate do a really good job of using their utility to zone things out, create a lot of space for themselves, but also just kind of maximize the value that can really be expended from this utility there. Obviously, we saw a very clear example of Playboy Joe just tossing in the nades to force positioning there, but I think that this is also the case consistently with the barrier orbs that are being set up, with how Slickies is playing with the smokes. And honestly, Conti doing a good job of being able to get enough information. We do see that the Prowler and the Haunts are getting some information onto IKEA. I think thus far it's been a pretty good job coming out from Resonate across the board.
Spotted out by the Haunt, forced off of the site. Resonate know that, they're gonna take it. No point in wasting any more util here, and so they've worked their way up, and they're aware that someone is A lobby. Not necessarily aware that there's 3 people up A lobby. So now Resonate, their plan usually is to dip C-Long, and that's exactly what IKEA is hoping to counter. However, Resonate already keen to the fact that there might be someone pushing, or aware that this fight's about to go down as Ray starts things off. Close quarters here, finds 2. Playboy Joe, good for multiple. And IKEA's side assign here. With the Rolling Thunder in hand, flash is still available. Goes for the flash, goes for the peek. So well played from the boys on Resonate. 8-2.
Oh yeah, and that's coordination right there. You can tell them just popping around 2 different corners at the exact same time, just swinging it together, able to capitalize onto the kill there. But honestly, a good job from Joe to be able to read that they were coming from spawn. And once again, we're seeing kind of what happens when IKEA on their post plant really invest a lot heavily onto the flank. We can see that IKEA do like playing together, but unfortunately, it just doesn't quite work out for them because how Resonate have been setting themselves up on the post plant positioning is ready to just kind of counter any sort of single push. So it works out as soon as people realize there, Joe pops the showstopper, but immediately taken out. Side design with a quick 2K.
Looking good, and Jar not able to find a shot. Fires a 4 before trying to leave. Gets denied on that exit. The cops caught him jumping the turnstile. Unfortunate, really. Resonate, though. Down to just Kingston and Co. Bruno in a great spot to flank. Finds 1. Come on, buddy. Finds 2. There it is. Now Resonate in a 2v1. Spike in their hands. They have no idea where Ham is, but they can make something happen for sure.
I'm able to spot out one head, looking for Bruno. Now it's a 1v1 situation. Kingston, last person standing. Ham pulls out the haunt. Oh, almost got caught off guard, but we're actually going to be seeing the spike go to C. Ham ready for this, though. Let's have a bulldog in hand.
Spike planted.
Nicely done by Kingston. Wins the duel when he needs to most. 9-2 for Resonate.
Last round before the
Also, too, I just want to say, Jim, it sounded like you were swerving in a car when you were like, what?
I really, because one, I understand the trigger discipline, but 2, I don't understand how Playboy Joe didn't see him when he turned so far. I was like, huh?
Yeah.
So multiple layers of confusion going on there, but at the end of the day, great stuff from Bruno. Really present on that flank and the C presence up long. Is able to clear out so much space and help out his teammates. So great stuff from Resonate. And this is what we've been talking about the entire game, right? Just working so well together. These duos, these pairs, no matter which 2 end up together, they're gonna work well off of each other. And the Rays on the defense here popping that showstopper. Going for the res in the middle of all of this and coming out on top with the pick. That is value as Karma finds one in the middle and picks up a Vandal to trade out that Stinger.
Stinger meta. It's here. Right now, it's great.
It really is.
But still, good trades kind of coming out. This is the last round in this half. IKEA looking to hopefully be a little bit more superstitious, maybe get that 9-3 curse online, but Resonate have looked absolutely dominant this round. They still have the Rolling Thunder. Cosmic Divide is coming in online, but Kingston is able to escape out of that one. The site's more or less clear, but 4 defenders remain.
Scary. All of Resonate are just waiting behind this wall. The defuse is coming out now, playing close on it, and the trades are coming out. 2-on-2 here. Ham finds a 3rd. And now it's a 1-on-1. Kingston versus Ham. Falling back. Ham still has that Fade ulti. Gonna pop it now. Position detected, and Kingston can shoot through that box. And that presence of mind is what separates Resonate from IKEA right now. 10-2 heading into the second half.
Yeah, a very dominant second half, and I like the idea there, honestly. Ham using the Nightfall, because the thing about Nightfall is it also deafens your opponent. You know what that means? They can't hear when you start defusing. And so there was really no way that Kingston would have known what Ham was doing. Fortunately, though, Kingston just decides to go for the spray to seal the deal for that round. This is looking extremely good for Resonate thus far. 10-2. IKEA, they have to start this round off well, otherwise it's not going to be good. But Resonate did win the very first pistol round. Let's hope that IKEA are able to pull this one back into their favor. They're on the attack now. They do have a composition that does favor it a little bit more based off of the reach as well as the raise. But they have to play a little bit more close quarters. Ham going to be using the Prowler first to search things out.
Bruno finding one quick into mid window, nade into garage, splitting the opposition. However, Ham gets close. Potentially in a spot that they're not expecting, but enough time has elapsed at this point that Resonate are aware. Opting to double down onto C as Raze makes its way through the window. Finds one, backs on off. Resonate holding on for dear life as Joe, stunned, finds 2 through the concuss. What the heck? And Conti down C long, pushing through Garage, is able to find a third as Kingston in Garage itself finds a fourth. Resonate. IKEA had a moment to make it happen, and just like that, Resonate crushed their dreams and found an 11th round.
Yeah. Crush their dreams, demolish their dreams, honestly. Playboy Joe, stunned up, had that ghost in hand. Doesn't matter about the stun, able to find all the headshots necessary. Ridiculous. But you'll love to see it happen when it's on your team. So Resonate are able to sneak away with yet another round. And look at this. They're going to force IKEA to buy up a bunch of stingers. Like I said, Jim, we're in the meta of stingers, apparently. Let's see if these stingers pay off here. I don't know that IKEA will be... Or sorry, Resonate will be expecting this. Still though, Conti finds two. Looking for more.
Yeah, runs out of bullets, and that Stinger run and gun is deadly, apparently, man. I'm learning more and more every day. 3-on-3 here. IKEA looking for Plant onto the A side as Bruno, Marshall in hand. From the top of window, smoke conveniently dissipates, and all three of them are stuck default. So he's able to find some damage, and Joe is in a great spot too. This is going to be devastating for IKEA, unfortunately, as they've got nobody watching short, and Slicky's pushing CT. That perfect timing on that push from the members of Resonate gave really no chance to IKEA, even though they felt good. They were like, look, we got the plant down. We're on site. Woohoo!
Yeah. I couldn't have said it better
really
myself. It's so hard, and because IKEA bought up all those stingers, they're not going to be able to afford anything this round. Okay, maybe a couple more stingers in the Sheriff, but Resonate are more than happy to welcome that challenge. They do have Spectres online. Bruno going to be using that, just the Headhunter. Of course, Kingston, the Battle Sage themselves, has a Vandal. So this could be the thing that really changes these rounds around. Ham does have a Guardian, and Ham has been kind of popping off with the Guardian thus far. Could be the saving grace as Conti tosses out the Haunt, and Playboy Joe throws out the Boom Bot and finds AEX through the smoke.
Not sure what happened there. You gotta respect the Haunt. He was detected through that little bit of a smoke, and so able to come out on top as Jar tries to get a cheeky little pick. Kingston shutting him down, getting on top of that wall once again. And IKEA trickled down, really just over time, losing more and more members. Slicky is looking for a third casualty there, but instead will go down himself as Kingston has worked his way up into mid, and they are none the wiser. Kingston good for 3 so far. Karmazira by himself finds one with the Bulldog. Was half expecting him to have a stinger in hand, Marks. I feel like every time we've looked at him, he's
stinging.
Been tearing it up.
Like a bee.
Stinging. Like a bee.
The bee.
Finds one. 1v2. Oh, just like that. Kingston good for 4. Resonate takes the first victory in this best of 3.
Yeah, and honestly, Resonate just looked extremely well practiced on Haven. I think we can understand why this was going to be the map that they decided to pick against IKEA. So clean, hardly gave up any rounds, honestly, in either half. And I don't think that they were really expecting Kingston on that Sage to be just the big nuisance that they were expecting. Once again, you don't really often see a Sage being played on Haven. And honestly, it looked pretty darn good when Resonate are playing them. So a great first map for Resonate. But of course, we're going to be moving into our second map, which is IKEA's map pick. And I do believe they are bringing us to Split, Jim.
Awesome. Split is always a good map. Like we said, it's going to be a send-off because that map will be disappearing into the nether. So if that first map is of any indication, I am feeling good about Resonate heading to the second one. But Marks, we have been, privy to some of the best comebacks in Valorant's history. So, here we are. Anything is possible, and it's a beautiful day. So with that said, I think we are ready to head into a short break. And we will be back with the map 2 afterwards. With Marks, any final words for our audience before we head into this break?
The one thing is that I hope that they're nice and sitting tight into their chairs, because especially too, if you are at the LAN, you might be able to experience Mavic's gaming chairs yourself, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavic's gaming chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save $55. It's right there in the code itself. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. And like you said, Jim, we're now going to be going into map number 2, but first, a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
One of the reasons that I wanted this lesson with Super Akuma is because I felt like I had reached kind of like a plateau with my gameplay.
I tend to teach more of a way of understanding the game, more than just, oh, you need to work on this, you need to work on that.
He showed me this diagram that was pretty simple, and it was kind of something that I was aware of instinctually, but when you kind of like visualize it, it helped me gain a deeper understanding of the game.
I gotta say, I've been having a lot of fun doing it. It's been very enriching, and it's helped me a bit. I've learned a few things doing coaching.
You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN. My name is Mark, casting alongside Jim Basco. And Jim, we've got a pretty good game on our hand for the semi-finals right now. It is IKEA going up against Resonate, but honestly, Resonate just look really darn good. But to be fair, map number 1 was their choice. So now we have map number 2 queued up, IKEA's map pick, and we're going to be going to Split.
Good old Split. Perhaps one of the last tournaments that you'll see this map being played. So, you know, say your prayers. Yeah, pour one out. Whatever you want to do. But overall, IKEA have a bunch to work on coming into this one. But like you said, it's their map pick, so maybe we're going to see some more swag, some more strategy, some more confidence from these guys because we know they can play. Definitely got fraggers on their team. We've definitely seen Cytosign, Karma Zera, Jar all do work across different matches. So I don't want to count them out just yet. Yeah. But the Fun Size Maniacs are pretty crazy, and they've locked in that Viper already.
Yeah, it's honestly right now this is going to be an interesting pick. Resonate, like you said, locking in that Viper. Didn't see this look before. Last time we saw them on to Split here. So I think that this might be a little bit different. It looks like they're also hovering around a Sky as well, which Sky still works here. I'm genuinely curious to see how they want to be playing around that Viper, but I do think that Viper does a really good job of being controlling of some of these areas. Thanks to that wall, thanks to that smoke orb, Viper honestly does do a really good job of shutting down mid presence. So I'm curious to see whether or not that's going to be into the rotation. Meanwhile, IKEA bringing in a very similar showcase of agents that we have seen previously, but this time around they're bringing in a Sage in the form of AEX. Just to see how this one goes. They don't really have anybody to get a lot of information. No Silva, no Fade, no KO even. But this is going to be an interesting one, Jim. I'm not too sure how I feel about this composition.
I really have no clue. Double controller is something that we've seen pop up every now and then on Split. But running no info on the side of IKEA is a choice. These are both choices. Both teams have made choices, and I'm excited to see how both teams play it out. Because if IKEA have a plan that they're operating with here, I'm excited. If they don't, then we'll know that this was a bad choice. But hey, we're establishing the grounds now, right? Like, we both think these are questionable choices from both sides. But I'm excited to see it go down because double controller, it's in the name. You control the play of the map, and so if you can play those smokes appropriately, and for an Omen, that means playing in the smokes. For a Viper, that means playing just on the outskirts of it and dashing, you know, dipping in and out of your smokes to take space. So if we can do that for both sides, we might have a game on our hands as Bruno opens things up with the pick and is able to get back into safety immediately. Kingston with the follow-up, and Conti as well from Hell finds a second.
And honestly, Conti with that Viper's wall did a really good job of isolating the plays, moves in, finds Cytosign as well. It's all falling apart for IKEA. 2v5 now.
One enemy remaining.
Good shots from Karma, but traded out by Kingston and Playboy Joe. Great stuff there, and like we said, it was the Viper smoke into the Omen smoke, creating these layers of fighting, really, even in A main, that the offense had to take their time and try and clear, and so you saw that Sage come through, just get bopped, because where does she look? Does she look Hell? Does she look Rafters? Does she look Elbow? Does she look right? She wasn't sure, and so great stuff. And if they can replicate that, Resonate might just have a really nasty setup on this map, man.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Now you see Playboy Joe taking a book out of maybe Camper's playbook. Does have this judge in hand. Very deadly, especially up just against pistols. A lot of information gained from the boombot, but a lot of smokes being tossed into mid as well is going to slow down the play completely. Thankfully, the Viper's Orb is also there as well, so if anybody walks through, Playboy Joe is going to be ready to just burst him down with that judge.
Waiting on the side of smoke here. Patience. Once the orb goes down, though, there's an Omen smoke to replace it. Kind of nasty, and Playboy Joe spots one out, but Karma Zera with the stinker yet again. comes out on top. IKEA opening it up 5-4 here in this attack.
And now Jar's going to be able to get B presence. Resonate, they do have their defense set up, but they've more or less left the site open. I don't know if I agree with IKEA running it over to A, but to be fair, I can see the map, they can't. Despite that, Jar has already gotten a lot of room onto B, so they might be walking right into a trap as AEX is going to hold their ground on mid as well. It'll be Ham leading the charge this time on the Raze, not on the controller. Slickies looks for one and is able to pick up AEX.
Great stuff there. Just good presence of mind yet again. Someone's probably tucked in there, checks it, walks up, gives them the respect they're due, and finds the kill. IKEA, 12 seconds left on the clock, but Bruno, great spot there, finds one. Concuss finds a second. Conti, good for 2 on the top. And Slickies shutting it down in the back. Resonate, good for 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, and the thing was, too, is IKEA were able to get so much ground. Unfortunately, they just couldn't really capitalize onto it. Jar made their way all the way through that B site into the back of spawn. And even with all of that information, it just felt like IKEA were stuck onto that A site. They didn't want to push through because there was so much utility slowing them down there. And this is the benefit of bringing in a Viper onto this map. The Viper is just such a good job at being able to slow down the plays and really just make your opponent have to just take a breath. Next thing you know, the clock's almost run out of time, and suddenly, you gotta just press the gas pedal right into a bunch of Spectre bullets. This time around, though, it's gonna be IKEA. They do have guns in their hands, rifles ready to go. But so much ground already gained as a little bit of a chamber is going to be going through sewers.
He hasn't made a sound, though, and so IKEA have no idea where he is. And although he's gotten information, he's also relaying to the rest of his team that, hey, there's nobody A at all and needs to come out on top in that pick. And is not able to do it as he's going to go down. And the rest of IKEA are now executing onto the A site, which is completely open, and they are none the wiser. And finally, shots have been heard, and Resonate are making the rotate.
Yeah, and they're going to be pretty contested here. Conti probably not ready for this one, but is able to get the gun out in time. Picks up the Phantom instead, but Jar is going to trade that one back. It's going to be 3v4 onto this retake. Kingston good for 1, but gets traded out from side of kind of sign.
Out of charges.
Good stuff. Joe finds 1. Satchelin back to safety. Smart move in a 2-on-2. Slickies working his way up elbow already. Might have the timing on side assign, and there it is. Joe and Slickies combining for 1 onto the site, and Jar back ramp. Slickies might be able to just stick this all the way through. Jar's nowhere near enough close to do anything about it, and he finds the pick, finds the weapon, and that's a 3rd round in a row.
Oh boy. Alright, speaking of deja vu, here we go again. Resonate getting quite a few rounds in their favor. That was their bonus round, which means that IKEA's economy is broken down into shambles yet again. They picked him up and just broke their back. Unfortunately for them, it's going to be a little bit tough, but once again, Karma is going to be bringing in that stinger. Has been able to make it work thus far, but look at this, Resonate. They've just got so much money. Bruno's going to be buying up an operator as well. They have that Viper Spit if they need to do a better job of controlling space. But honestly, right now, Resonate have been doing an excellent job of just controlling all the space, and Jar is already on the ground.
Resonate. Once you get the pick like that, on the defense especially, there's no reason to peek out. But if you've got the confidence and you've got the aim as Bruno does, you can make magic happen. So Resonate, 3 picks are ready. We're not even a minute into this round. Conti itching. Ooh, peek again as Joe finds one, is looking for a second. And with a satchel there to disrupt that whole flow, Resonate find 4 in a row.
Playboy Joe looked like that little kid at the playground, just like, come on, I want to play, come on, I want to play. And then Conti was like, okay, sure, let's go. And then the next thing you know, Conti swung out and got shot by a sheriff to the head. You hate to see that, but you know what, it worked out because Playboy Joe was able to secure the rest of the kills there. Still, these players are swinging off of each other, and I'm seeing very good basic mechanics come out of IKEA. We saw them swing together as well on that site, trying to be able to pick something up there, but once again, they just got outgunned on the point. They do have that Rolling Thunder online. Could be excellent to engage with, but I think they're getting a little bit scared, and there's good reason for it. Conti going to be popping the Viper's Pit. And look at this. IKEA, they are going to choose to venture into it, but this is so difficult to go through. You could just take a step. Next thing you know, you're going to be down. The Rolling Thunder, though, to engage onto the site. Oh,
Great stuff from Conti, my god. Uses the edge of that Viper's wall to just break the line of sight, even through the pit, and finds the headshot while walking backwards. Great stuff from the rest of Resonate here. They combine for a 3 for Conti and 5 on the round. That's 5 in a row for Resonate, and they look so confident, man.
I have to admit, I think that the Rolling Thunder was a little bit preemptive. Just taking a look at how Resonate have been playing this, they did an adequate job at being able to slow the push from IKEA. The thing was, they were banking on getting Heaven Control into that B site in order to make their way onto site, but unfortunately, you know, the Rolling Thunder comes out first, the other two try to go through the Viper's pit, get taken out, and they're stalled into the front. Nobody can capitalize off of the Rolling Thunder. By the time IKEA made their way onto site, its effects were already dealt with. You hate to see that happen, but the timing needs to just be a little bit tighter if IKEA do want to contest against Resonate.
See what they can do as Joe tries to create some commotion in the middle. Shots coming through, and Conti good for 2? No way, what?
That's so hard. Now it's just 3v5 IKEA. Looking for something, but Slickies isn't even giving anything up. Now it's just the other two on this flank. Sheriff's in hand, up against the world. Don't think this is going to be a very winnable scenario for them, as it's looking like Resonate might be able to take us 6-0, Jim. Ooh.
Sheesh.
Okay. I might have spoke too soon.
Oh my. What shots there. That was great stuff. And the res here, it's an even fight. They've got weapons to boot as well. The wall comes up. Gets knocked down, and Slickies good for 2. Leaving Ham in a 1v2 with a showstopper in hand, though. This might as well be possible. Resonate are split up on the defense.
Oh no.
Gotta check the corners, though. Slickies good for 4 on the round, and Resonate put up 6 in a row.
Man, I just have to say, on some of these past maps, it really looked like Slickies was the one who was just kind of hanging back, like not too confident in his shooting abilities, just being like, all right, I can put that spike down, I'll just hold the side and slow them down, don't worry guys, and then you guys just kind of frag out and win. But Slickies is really coming alive right now, and I like to see that. I want to see Slickies pop off, and we got a little bit of a taste of that, because Slickies is doing a really good job at playing Omen onto B. Those smokes that have slowed the entry have been so impactful, but on top of that too, is able to frag out and defend and stay alive. Most importantly, stay alive, apply a little bit more pressure on IKEA to not feel confident in moving into the site. And the more that IKEA doubt themselves, the more they want to just play it safe, which gives more room to Resonate to be able to move things forward and let them play the game that they want to be doing. Now IKEA using the Cosmic Divide to move into this B site. See how this is going to be contested by Resonate.
Going out quick onto the B site. Yeah, that wall doing a good job of just separating these two squads, but Playboy Joe in a great spot, top of the new boxes here. Slickies Paranoia connects on 1, tries to spray transfer onto the 2nd. No dice there as Joe with the crossfire here into main. Help from Kingston helps as well. And Jar from the distance, it's not planted for main. He's able to find 1, looks for a 2nd, but Kingston shuts him down as the defuse happens in the background. Resonates 7-0 on the board.
Teamwork makes the dream work. It's so clear, and it's coming in so easily, just due to Resonate wanting to play off of each other, wanting to take the swings together, making sure they're watching those crossfires and shutting down any shenanigans that can happen. You know, the Cosmic Divide does a really good job of splitting that site into half, and honestly, it did allow for IKEA to get that spike down safely, get themselves a little bit more set up. But when Resonate strike on that retake, they look so coordinated, just swinging off of each other, making sure to cover all of the angles. It almost looks rehearsed, which right now IKEA did not know what to do to contest that one with. So they're trying something else out new. AEX going to be setting up the wall here, but it gets Paranoid. There's so much utility being dumped into mid, and IKEA still haven't been able to move out of it.
Slickies, oh, almost gets really messed up by his teammate, but they're able to cancel out of that and get out of that situation. good movement overall because they reposition to the site, help out Playboy Joe, and the help arrives just in the nick of time as Slickies finds one there and Joe connects for 3. IKEA now left in a 1v3 situation here. Karma Zera with only 1 star left in a 1v3. You could say the task is tall. Bruno closing the gap, double shorty shots, and Playboy Joe for the 4K.
Oh, I've seen that tactic used before. A little bit of a distraction shorty, like, oh, look at me, I've got a shorty. And then the rest of their team just kind of swings in there. Yeah, easy.
Wow, that was really good. You could be like the Lucky Charms leprechaun.
Is that gonna be my next career?
Look at me, it's me.
They're after me, Lucky Charms.
With the shorty.
Anyways, wow, that really threw me off my groove. Regardless, though.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Resonate are really resonating with this game right now. It's 8-0, Jim. IKEA forced back onto a Savian again. They do have this Rolling Thunder back online, but I don't know. They're looking a little bit desperate as Ham can't even find the pick onto Conti. Conti did take quite a bit of damage, but was able to just go, what's that sport at the Olympics where you're shooting out of the sky? The clay pigeons? You know what I'm talking about. Regardless though, they are trading back effectively. This isn't just over quite yet, but Kingston does have control of the spike.
Good stuff overall. That's an information gathering bird. But that doesn't stop the bullet from 80 ounces sheriffs from entering your head. Kingston now coming through a smoke. This guy's a madman. Knows there's 3 people on the other side of it, yet decides to push, giving IKEA their first round. Not by much HP and not by much overall. Karma Zera calling a timeout for the side of IKEA.
And I think this is going to be an important one. The very first round gave up 8 in a row on this half. That is hard to deal with right now, but you got that momentum rolling. You know right now this is fine for Resonate. Resonate are feeling nice and comfortable with their economy game, but right now IKEA have to really play each and every single round carefully. If they make any mistakes, that's just going to send them back into the economic dumpster. It's going to be back into the recession times. Meanwhile, the rich are getting richer. Resonate looking to securely close out this round. Maybe not a 10-2 half, as we saw in the first map, but definitely still possible. It's 8-1. Resonate just need to get 2 more rounds, and then they've at least secured that double digits. And going into the second half with double digits, fighting against double digits is near impossible. So IKEA, tall task ahead of them before they get eliminated from this bracket. Meanwhile, Resonate, 2 Force is going to be coming online for Bruno. Bruno's been excellent with it thus far. Might be just trying to hold down mid, but this time it's going to be a Viper's Wall set up across A. Give a little bit more room. This has been extremely effective at slowing IKEA's roll down when they do try to push onto that A site. And it looks like this might be exactly the case. The Rolling Thunder being set up, but I hope that IKEA are able to capitalize off of it.
Roombot leads the way. Trailblazer follows closely behind, connects on the concuss. And the blind is good too, but the slow orb stymies every possible bit of aggression on defense here. Rolling Thunder is out. Bruno connects with the Tour de Force, slowing down that push immensely. Playboy Joe, hits the close wall and must pay with his life as Side Assign trades him back. 3-on-3, it's equalized.
And the Viper's not in the pit anymore, so Jars is just going to be able to walk this through, get the information that mid is completely opened up. It's going to call for the rotation around. IKEA are going to be going through sewers as Resonate make their way back onto the B site. They're confident in just leaving Bruno alone with the Tour de Force on A. But still, if IKEA do decide to rotate through heaven of A, this could be a little bit more difficult. Seems like they are going to be picking B. The other one goes out. Slickies already on the site.
Trying to get the angle on Heaven and does, but just before the concuss connects, Conti, Slickies holding this cross. Conti in a great spot here. Side Assign going for the push. Jar not peeking. Whoa! Doesn't expect a second. Side Assign finds the trade. And a 1v2 Bruno, top rafter.
10 seconds left.
Needs to peek right, needs to peek default. He peeks right, finds the headshot, looking default now. Got him pinned down. Waiting for the exit here. Needs to crawl back on out of there. He lifts the shot, drops down. And a 1v1 here. Playing ring around the Rosie. Playing ring around the pillar. And sight aside. Good for 3. Puts up 2 on the board for IKEA.
You know, there's a part of me there that believed that Bruno was trying to get a 360 kill with the 2 and a 4. Spun around, just jumping out of heaven there. But good read by IKEA. You know, they did put a lot of pressure onto that A site. We're ready to move in onto it. Decided maybe not a good choice. And decided to rotate back around. And I think that this is why setting up their chamber jar on these flanks and just really push in one direction to get a lot of space has been pretty effective for them, honestly. It gives them an idea on what is going on. As a result, they are able to play with that information and get the spike down nice and easy. Tour de Force going to be online now for Jar. They look to move on to the site, but Slickies is here with a Spectre. Playing it pretty close by. Could be a little bit more dangerous. Gonna go for the swing, but Jar wins that one out.
Waiting on the other side of this Viper wall, or this Astral wall, rather. Joe deciding to peek, and Jar just holding it down with the drill of that tour de force. Conti pacing around the outside, deliberating, right? It's a 3v5, and you're getting double flanked here by Karmazera as Conti finds 2, equalizes it into a 3v3. Karma needs to go huge as Bruno top rafters. Karma's good for 2 and side to side. Finds the 3rd. In the blink of an eye, IKEA find 3 rounds.
Wow. Wow. Karma coming up from behind. You don't expect that. And did you see that spray transfer, Jim? Didn't even let go of the left mouse button. Just sprayed one down and immediately just transferred over, noticing that nobody was looking their way. A huge round for IKEA. Now we got one more round in this half. If it goes to 8-4 in this half, I think this is definitely still winnable for IKEA. They're not out of it just quite yet, but Resonate have an opportunity to bring this to 9-3. Get them closer and closer to closing it out and advancing to the finals. Resonate have already won the first map. They just need one more, get their ways to the finals. The taste of that cash prize as well. Secure themselves a spot. But Conti opens it up. There's no way that was intentional, but it'll take 2 headshots any day of the week.
Double kill king. Mining 2 after 2 after 2. Make it 3 for Conti. As Bruno finds one across the map. Jar finds 2 in the middle as well and Resonate. 3v1 here. Joe closes the gap and gives him a taste of temper, who they had to bypass at some point prior. Resonate. Finish out that first half 9-3. Dominant, to say the least.
Very dominant. They looked so good. It wasn't until the break there that finally IKEA were able to scoop up some of the rounds. They got 3 rounds in a row, but fortunately Resonate were able to clean it up. And honestly, I think it's just because of Conti's opening headshots. Did not set the pace of the round very well. Took out key agents. Not a lot of utility to engage onto the sites anymore, and it's going to be a lot more difficult to move into things. On top of that too, Conti then had a Viper Spit at their disposal. Could have made things even worse. Didn't get a chance to use it. Now they are going to be swapping sides. See if Resonate can claim yet another pistol round. They've won every single pistol round in this matchup thus far. See if they can keep that trek rolling.
See, Jar getting aggressive here. IKEA on the defense, Resonate on the attack. Setting up that wall, taking the orb. Nothing too out of the ordinary as Bruno and 4 total members of Resonate work their way up mid. Forcing that Sage back. Trailblazers activated. Through the slow onto rafters. Not spotting him out. Still taking their time here. They've got their raise on the offense tucked into ropes to catch a rotate. Joe now making his way back out of there, making their way towards B main as the Sage wall crumbles. IKEA. Only one person on B site. AEX. The classic in hand. Close range. Side of sign's gonna go down. AEX still alive. Burst fire and Karmazera is good. Can't connect to long range, but a lot of damage is being done, Marks.
Absolutely. We'll get the spike down here, but Ham's paint shells might be able to catch. Yep, Slickies goes down here. Bruno able to take out Ham's head. Now it's all up to Jar with this headhunter in hand. 5 bullets left in this gun. Only 2 members remain.
1 enemy remaining.
Woo! What a shot from Jar. Down onto default, shooting new box. Trying to get through it. No idea where the enemy is. clearing right side. Didn't clear CT all the way, and Joe spotted him already. He's trailing him. Messing with him here, faking the drop sound. Coming around the side, peeking it, and down to 3 HP. Joe knows that, and he's just gonna spray and pray and run away. 10-3 for Resonate here.
Yeah, like you said, Jim, that was just mind games that Playboy Joe was playing. Popped off one bullet, you know, get the attention of the other person, had the paint shells in hand, ready to just drop them out, and then just kind of running around the site, being an absolute nuisance. That's the thing. When the paint shells are popping, it's also pretty hard to see through those. And I don't necessarily think that Playboy Joe was necessarily trying to land the kill through it, but was just kind of spraying through the paint shells to just incite more chaos. And I don't think that Jar really knew how to deal with that. And as a result, just kind of looked the wrong way and, well, hey, there's the raise, and now I'm dead. So, good job to Resonate. They pick up yet another pistol round. They've bought up yet again. I don't think that IKEA have bought up to match them, so it's going to be tough because that's going to potentially put Resonate at an 11-3 score line, which is incredibly difficult to do. But Ham does have a shorty here. Can't use it though because Kingston already found the kill.
Yeah, that was an aggressive double push there, really not giving Ham options. Conti hits him with the schmoves, the left-right quick movement, and the Spectre really thrives in those moments as Bruno finds one, leaving sight aside, questioning where his teammate died from, but finding the headshot in the end. Trying to get the weapon here as the paranoia comes out, and the rest of the parade is not far behind. Resonate 11-3.
Oof, this is looking dicey, but this is the chance for IKEA to potentially turn it around. I think that they were hoping that they could knock a couple more of the other people's rifles to the ground because they're more, right now Resonate, they're pretty comfortable on this bonus. They have quite a few guns here. We're actually seeing Playboy Joe pick up the Phantom from last round as well. Bruno can just bring that Headhunter into the fray. And IKEA are going to have their full guns. This is still a losable round for them. Resonate looking extremely powerful. So getting ready for this A-side hit. Have the Viper's Wall set up already. And they've been using this Viper's Wall over and over and over again. So the Viper's Wall itself doesn't give away too much information, but this Trailblazer should.
Good flash right into the faces of 4 of them as Cytosan finds one. Eats the paranoia himself. Tries to hit another flash, but can't create magic twice. And so there it is. Resonate already onto the site now. IKEA stuck in a retake. Great shot from top heaven. Finding the head of Bruno. AEX wrapping ramp as the rest of his team goes towards CT and heaven window. Working their way slowly onto the site. Now, Karma getting a little brazen here. They've got to take a peek. They find one. Ooh. Slickies will go down. Conti, close hell. AEX takes the moment to heal himself up. Of course, got his teammate wrapping top rafters, and just like that, Jar is able to come through an elbow. And with a quick 1-2 punch, once again, Resonate. Great retake, and that's 12 rounds on the board, man.
Oh, it's actually just good. It's an IKEA round. They were able to get the defuse there, so they're going to get their first round in this half, which is absolutely pivotal for them to make sure that they are going to have these rifles moving into the next one. And I think that, honestly, it was just really good crosshair placement. I know you're probably sitting at home being like, oh yeah, here we go again about the crosshair placement and why it's important. But I think we just saw a masterclass in that from AEX as well as Jar. Just walking in, just immediately finding a headshot. You could tell that Resonate they understood that they were at a gun disadvantage. They had those Spectres. They were holding tight corners. But hey, if you just walk in and get that headshot, then it doesn't matter how close you are. Great stuff coming out from IKEA to slow this momentum here, but now Resonate are going to be the ones with rifles in their hand. They're getting ready to do this A-side hit again. But I think that IKEA don't actually know that this is the case. They've already kind of backed off of the site, which is just going to allow them to get a lot of spaces. Playboy Joe is already on heaven.
If they can do it again, though, IKEA's retake was really clean. Maybe they can recreate it. As the aftershock goes down to try and deny the spike plant, it will not be successful. It's a 5-on-5. This is a full retake scenario here. Joe in a great spot, top rafters. If anybody decides to push this, they're going to meet an untimely demise as Kingston finds one. Joe finds a second. There's a third on the round from him as well. And IKEA dwindling down to just 2 members as Resonate holding for this post plant and playing it so well as AEX finds a second there, gets eliminated by Conti, and Resonate finally put up 12 points on the board.
Here we go. Match point. I loved what I saw coming out from Resonate. I talked about how they adapted, and I think we just saw them adapt their positioning on that post plant for that A site. Specifically, leaving Kingston all the way into their spawn. They realized where the push came through, how they were able to, where AEX walked in with the rifle from, and therefore just had somebody ready to check it there. You could tell that they were going for a very similar swing, but it didn't matter because, hey, you've got just someone hanging out in the back, Kingston, ready to punish with the guns. This time around, it's going to be the Tour de Force coming online, but Jar has an advanced position. Oh, Jar finds the pick on a Bruno. It's going to opt out the showstopper, looking for a little bit of value, but now Joe gets blinded up as Kingston gets Jar.
Yeah, tied up 4-4 here. And once again, tied up as AEX finds a headshot onto Slickies, and Playboy Joe with the showstopper creates a commotion indeed. IKEA, though, on the retake. They've got stuff to work with. They've got the res. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Let's see how they play this one as the Rolling Thunder. If it's just close enough, Joe might be in a perfect spot to not get hit by it at all. Finds 3 on the round as Conti finds 4 in the middle of the Viper's Pit, and Resonate take it quick 2-0.
Wow. Quick 2-0 is the best way to describe that. Resonate. Hats off to them. This team is good. And they're feeling comfortable. They're able to play off of each other extremely well, but let's take a look at these maps. You know, Resonate, they won 13-2, and then also went and proceeded to win 13-4, avoiding that map number 3, which would have been Fracture. So we are going to be seeing Resonate continue to move forwards into the bracket, into the finals, or potentially they could be walking away with a piece of the prize pool, but more importantly, qualifying themselves for the Philadelphia LAN at the end of the summer, which is really when you want to be able to showcase your abilities to some of the best talent in Valorant. So great job to them, but also too, I just want to say, IKEA, you could tell that they were really strong on their fundamentals. They just looked a little bit maybe not as practiced as Resonate did. I still think that we saw some excellent stuff coming out from IKEA. They had a lot of creative ideas in how they wanted to engage onto the site, and you could tell that as a squad, they were more or less playing together. They just needed to tighten a couple of things up, and I think that this could be a team that could really go far.
I completely agree. Resonate looked so good together. And we had spoken about it, and I think I said 1-2 punch probably like a million times, but that's
I've learned you really like boxing.
Apparently, you know, I've really got into UFC recently, so maybe that's like what's been happening. Yeah, a lot of Khabib recently. It's been great. But 1-2 punches, right? Just team synergy, working off of each other, no matter where you are, setting up crossfires, and really just communicating. You can see that they were actively working together, and that itself was something to watch. So giving up 6 rounds across 2 maps is no small feat. So 6 or 7, was it 13-3 and 13-4? I don't know, math is hard. But they're dominant for sure, and I completely agree with you, Marks. They are a team to watch out for, so they're going to be moving on to our finals, man, on LAN.
Woo! Exciting. Woo! Listen, we talked about the LAN. I don't think we've talked about the LAN environment enough, but this is usually when, you know, you're in the same room with your buddies, on the same room as the other team as well. This is really when the energy kind of comes out. So exciting for this team. And honestly, I think earlier today, that's why we saw judges being matched for judges, because, you know, when you can yell at your enemy like, oh, you're going to use a judge? All right, fine, I'm going to use a judge. So, you know, that's how things are going to go, but we're going to be quickly breaking before we come back with the grand finals. We're still waiting to see what the opponents for Resonate are going to be in the grand finals, but you're going to want to stick around, because this is where it all comes together. Bakersfield LAN wrapping up in the grand finals. You're going to make sure you're not going to want to miss that. Words are hard, but we're going to throw to a break. We'll see you guys out on the other side.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side step.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame, and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing services.
Okay, if you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Spaceship. Spaceship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs. It's Bakersfield LAN. My name is Marks, casting alongside Jim Basco. And Jim, we've made it. We are now into the finals of this LAN event. Got the lovely bracket up in front of you right now. There were 4 teams that were registered, and Resonate able to win it out over IKEA 2-0. And Elite Squad also able to do 2-0 against the Fun-Sized Maniacs. So, we are going to be seeing now the finals, Resonate versus Elite Squad. And remember, Jim, whichever team wins this, it's going to be advancing to, or they secure a spot for themselves at the Philadelphia LAN at the very end. But here we go. We've seen both of these teams already today. Tell me about them.
Elite Squad showed up not out of nowhere with a lot of credible members on their team, and put up a really good fight up against the Fun-Sized Maniacs earlier in the day in the round robin stage. Resonate, we've been following them match over match, and we've been seeing them really dominate. And of course, in their semifinals, they dropped, what, 6 or 7 rounds across 2 games? So that should give you an indicator as to how well these guys are doing. So we are in for my favorite word, slobber knocker of a grand final between these two titans of teams. It's going to be a brawl, man. I just keep making MMA and boxing references. It's going to keep going this way for the rest of the day, man. It's just been the theme.
Jim's just got, he's in the boxing mood right now. He wants to see these teams just brawl it out, just fight it out. And, well, we're going to be given that opportunity here in the grand finals. This is going to be a best of 3. We already have our map picks and bans available. Starting out on Haven, which is going to be, that's going to be Resonate's map pick. And then Elite Squad are going to be bringing us to Ascent afterwards. And last but not least, if that map number 3 does get forced out, then we're going to Fracture. Now, Jim, I don't want to jinx this now, but I'm kind of hoping that we do see some Fracture, because I think if you... Hey, listen, you want to brawl? I think it's going to be an absolute slobber knocker. I hope I said that right. On Fracture if these two teams go head-to-head.
Absolutely, yeah. Fracture is a scrappy map by nature. It's inside out, and that only makes for conundrums all the way along. But Haven and Ascent, definitely the 2 de facto maps that we've been seeing every single series, and for good reason. Haven and Ascent are really good, just standard maps. Not too many, gimmicks, not too much crazy stuff going on, other than the fact that I guess Haven has 3 sites that you can go fight and take control of. So either way, I think Haven and Ascent, great choices to open things up. Ascent, we always talk about it, Cardboard City. Lots of potential just to make wacky things happen on that map, but still just a solid 2 choices. And like you said, Marks, if it goes all the way, if we go to round 3, if we go to map 3, and it takes us to Fracture, yeah, high speed, high octane, lots of breach action, lots of neons. And it's a lot of fun, honestly. A lot of people hate on that map, but I kind of enjoy it. It's just like chaotic and great, but we're going to have to make it there first, right? And so Haven is where we'll start. And so looking at these 2 teams, especially on the side of Resonate, we know they can op and we know they can pop off, especially on this map. We've seen them play a couple times already.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, let's talk about Resonate's Haven game first of all, because we just saw them actually go up against IKEA in the first semifinals round on Haven, which was also Resonate's map pick. And Resonate won 13-3. So I think that already paints a pretty good picture about how comfortable Resonate are on playing on this. We've seen Kingston absolutely pop off multiple times, but Bruno as well. You talk about snipers, Bruno is an excellent chamber player, and especially too on a map like Haven where you do have some of those long sight lines available, you know, that 2 to 4 that operator is just going to get so much value. And so I'm really curious to see how the Elite Squad do want to play around this. As we said before, the Elite Squad, quite a few familiar names there. They are more or less a practice squad. They do have a new 5th member under another, and of course they're under another name completely, but it still shows that the teamwork and the chemistry is there, and so a lot of that could be pretty interesting to kind of see how this team is going to be able to contest against Resonate looking so dominant on Haven thus far.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. It's scary, you know, and so when you look at the squads that Elite Squad have already taken down and the squads that Resonate have taken down, they're of course the same squads, you know, so yeah. Really it's this finally the match of the day that we've been waiting for, and I hope it goes all 3, because we've seen the combos from Rain and Sholiana, especially on Ascent, the way they play off of each other and the way they've been able to secure so many multi-kills, especially just in that one map that we saw of this team earlier. So while there's a lot of anticipation riding on the line heading into this best of 3 grand finals, we are going to head into a short 3-minute break. Players are going to get set up. We're going to head right into the grand finals once we're back. So you're not going to want to miss a second of it, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. Not quite a 3-minute break after all, but the players are ready to go, and so are we. So we are going to be going to map number 1, which is Haven, Resonate's map pick. And I'm expecting us to see a very similar agent composition coming out. You know we can expect to see the Jet. You know we can expect to see the Chamber. The question is what are the blanks in between? We've seen quite a bit of Astra being played lately, but is there room enough for a Fade? Just to see how these teams are going to be doing things. And actually, we've already got quite a few of these agents online. Look at this. Right now, it's Resonate. They are bringing a Raze, bringing a Fade, and a KO. I actually really like this combination. We've actually seen Raze get quite a bit of playtime today. A lot of the teams opting to bring in this Raze to try and combo with the other utility. And those paint shells do a really good job at slowing play down and really forcing out positioning. Meanwhile, this is a very similar look coming out of the Elite Squad. Sorry, these teams, I said them backwards, but the Elite Squad are going to be the ones with the KO and the Fade and the Raze. Meanwhile, we are going to be actually seeing Resonate. They're going to be sticking to their guns a little bit. Kingston back onto the Sage. We questioned this before, but Kingston made that one work. That barrier orb, so effective in zoning things out, moving things around, forcing positioning coming out from these teams. Honestly, I kind of like this.
I really like it. Yeah, they're going back to what they know works. Of course, we've got the Elite Squad on the left here, and both these squads are squads that we've seen. Let me try this again. Both these agent compositions are comps that we've seen these squads have success with already, right? Rain and Sholiana. Sholiana usually playing that Sova or this Fade. Rain sticking to the Omen. That duo, elite. They find so much together, and they were able to pull off 2v4s, 2v5s, clutches non-stop. Whereas on the other side, on Resonant, you've got, of course, the duo in the Sage and the Chamber with Bruno as well, because every time we put up the Sage wall, you see Bruno holding it down, that narrow angle from so far away. And so they've both got game plans, and they're both going to try their best to execute them to their fullest potential. And now it looks like Resonant is working their way up onto B now on the offense here.
Yeah, already they set up that wall once again. Emily able to get a bullet off there, but Kingston is on top of the wall. The paint shells go in. Emily taking a lot of damage here, but Rain is already getting set up to potentially go onto this flank. Bruno holding the back line. It's getting scrappy.
Great couple shots from Resonant down onto Elite Squad. Thea in Swan playing this retake here. Looks like might be trying to duck out of that situation and survives for a second before finding the headshot. But the defense is eliminated, and Resonant looking really good. 1-0 in the first round.
Yeah, a great shot coming out there towards the end. Once again, we saw the strategy last time we got to see Resonant play onto Haven. Round number 1, just put that barrier orb up, split that B site in half, and funnel them through the little death tunnel, honestly. Oh, okay, we can call it the gauntlet. So a great job coming in from them, being able to spin this one around. We are going to be seeing them now buy up SMGs, going up against these pistols that Elite Squad are going to be bringing into the fray yet again. Elite Squad looking for an opportunity to potentially catch some people off guard on that A site, but fortunately Resonant, they're more interested in the C site and also getting a lot of mid presence. Might run into an Omen, but that's basically about it.
One way on the site. Rain playing just on the outside of it, trying not to get caught out here. Trying to gather as much info as possible with the slow orb out, Boombot out, Tether out. Rain still able to get one in the middle of all of that, maintain full health, and still be on site. And just like that, Resonant are pushed back off of the C site and are trying again to hit through Garage and maybe onto B instead, as Sholiana picked off by Bruno, who's worked his way back site here. Beautifully done by Resonant.
And Conti's in a great position. Push out from Garage, catch some of these people off guard. Look at this, it's going to be actually Resonant just completely moving their way out. Rain is the last person standing, does have the Spectre in hand, finds Joe, but Joe wins out the duel. Just like that. It's a little bit of a dicey round, but they've only lost one person. Resonant looking pretty good, moving in to try and secure this bonus. We are going to be seeing now Elite Squad will have enough money to be able to buy themselves rifles, or more or less rifles. We are seeing a couple of light shields come in, but of course, hopefully that means that they're compensating by being able to buy up all of their abilities. Thus far, looking like a very good and solid attack coming in from Resonant. Hope they can keep this up, as now they're going to be moving in with a gun disadvantage. They have to play things close. They can't try and take these long range duels.
Great shots by XP3, top of the site here, drops down shortly after as the wall gets set up. The Haunt is out. Watcher spots him as Conti finds one close range with the Spectre. Kingston and the rest of the Resonant Squad trying their best to get on. Sholiana able to find one before getting traded out by Slickies. Now XP3 still alive on the site, stops the spike plant and puts them into a 2-on-2 as Bruno Fernandez from the window able to find one more, leaving Thea in a 1-on-2. Spike yet to be planted. Spots out one, spots out two, looking for the shots, can't connect, drops the spike, looking for more, did a lot of damage. Bruno's with the spike, 55 HP to his name, he's going for the plant down C long, it looks like. Thea, keeping her distance, doesn't want to get caught out, and realizes it's planted C, working their way towards B.
Wow, that... I don't think that should have happened the way that it did. But you know what? Here we are, Chamber v. Chamber. The blind shoemaker is going to dance with the Bone Shaker. Let's see how this goes out. They have 43 HP. Most of these chambers, just a hair away. A couple of bullets, that's all it's going to take. It's counting down. Right now. Defense out in Garage.
Keeping an eye on it. Timing not working out though. They are just missing the timing on Bruno there. Beautifully done. And that's 3 on the board for Resonate.
And Resonate, once again, they're looking pretty clean. I really don't think that Elite Squad should have gotten to that point where, you know, they were able to actually get most of the members down there. It looked very clean coming in, and I love how Resonate are playing around Kingston's barrier orb. The thing is, too, like, you know, Kingston goes up onto the wall, and then as a result, they're able to just move in and, you know, kind of just play the angles off of it, but also, too, using the utility to make sure that Kingston's actually able to get space to put on that suppressing fire, secure it. That's what I like to see. Now, it is going to be a little bit of a save coming in from Elite, but they do have that tour de force online. Could compensate for something. Hopefully catching Resonant off guard on this A site. Let's see how this one plays out, Jim.
See what they do. Elite Squad stacking A. Not going to find anything for their efforts, though, as Resonant
Teleport's ready.
work their way cautiously around the map. They're just trying to see if any of Elite Squad is going to peek their head out, get a little cheeky, little aggressive, and as the smoke dissipates towards Garage, they're going to try to make their way through it. And of course, some presence was detected in Garage. The knife suppression also works as the tether goes down. Another smoke covers Garage, and the rest of Resonant make their way onto the A site.
I can't believe what I'm witnessing there. It was perfect timing coming in from Kingston to be able to just rotate and take all of this space. Once again, going to be hopping up on the Sage wall, but it's going to be tough. Elite Squad don't necessarily have the weapons to potentially push back into this properly. It's going to be extremely tough without Emily.
Yeah, great stuff from the top of the wall. We've seen this already before from Kingston. And again, just flexing his prowess. Doesn't really need a grim wall, but give him a good wall, and he can throw a wrench into any equation, finding 3 on the round, finding the info that got the rotate and made it possible. Great flawless round, and putting 4 on the board for Resonant to Elite Squad 0.
Once again, the Battle Sage is online, and we talked about this earlier, but we have seen Kingston actually play Jet for this team. So Kingston, very confident in being able to frag out, but once again, I love the positioning of the wall, and usually you do have your Chamber being the person who's securing space. You know, you allow the Chamber to kind of make room on the flank because, he can just teleport away if necessary. He's got the traps, he's got the information, he can escape. You don't see the Sage do that too often, and the fact that Kingston has been getting away with this over and over again, it's been so good for Resonant. Now, a lot of ultimates online. Playboy Joe looking for something with the showstopper. Emily in the back might get got.
There it is, Emily going down. Taken away on that showstopper, but finally able to find something with it. Sholiana coming in from A-Link, working their way through the smoke, encountering the Sage wall. Great shots from Rain, and Sholiana with great pressure through the wall, breaks it, finds one, almost connects on that close range Prowler, but is forced back off of it as Thea goes down. Sholiana finds a second, and now it's a 2-on-2. Rain in a great spot. Fade ulti being activated. Rain drops and is not able to find the shot on Skanti. And Sholiana now in a 1v2. A little Fade util used on her as well. Prowler to the face, nearsighted. Watcher detects one. Boombot spots Sholiana. Trying for the shots around the left, though. The split is dangerous, and time is ticking.
Come on, please.
Trying to tap it now. Bait out something here, and Playboy Joe closes the distance and secures round number 5 for Resonant.
Wow, 5 in a row. Okay, they do get swept up in it, but it doesn't matter because their economy is booming. That's right, we're on the up and up. It's the roaring 20s already. Not quite. Well, I mean, it's technically 2022 right now, so I guess that kind of counts. But still, right now, this has been an absolute show being put on by Resonant. He looks so good and so practiced. I don't really have too many complaints about how they want to play things thus far. Honestly, I think it's going to be up to Elite Squad to try and match them, but once again, they're forced onto a save. We'll have a couple of Marshals in hand. Sholiana going to be bringing in a Marshal. But I'm not sure that this is, or sorry, a Bucky, but I'm not too sure that that is actually going to be enough firepower to try and make this one happen. I love the way that Resonant plays with their utility. It's so disruptive, it's so obtuse, and they can just swing off of it to secure a couple of kills. I think that has really been the formula for their success thus far.
Joe, not giving them anything to work with, and the Boombot will connect for a bit of damage down onto XP3. Satchels, keeping them at bay for just a moment longer, and great info from the top of that box. Finds one, and the Watcher connects for the second. Beautifully done from Conti. The support is always there. Now Rain going wide on this swing, trying to sneak into this corner, but gets blocked off by that wall. Resonate in a 5v3 retake situation here, rather post-plant.
They're looking pretty powerful. Sholiana does have that Bucky, but Bruno coming up behind with this Phantom.
Able to find one, and headshot Collat. Beautifully done. Sends the bodies flying, and Resonant 6-0 on the board.
Yeah, this is... I'm getting a little bit of a flashback of their first map against IKEA. Very similar trajectory here. That time around, Resonant were able to get 8 rounds in a row. They've already secured 6, only need 2 more to tie that up. Meanwhile, Elite Squad, they're not too sure what to do, honestly. Resonant's offense has been pretty darn good thus far. They do have the Showstopper online, so they might be able to work off of that, but I don't necessarily know that that is going to be enough deterrence coming in. They really need to do a better job of just kind of hanging back and playing things slow. Let Resonance kind of just use up all their utility and just shut it down. Showstopper is going to be online. It could be huge. Nope. Holding the trigger.
Oh, yeah. Tough. Those double satchels almost forcing that race to meet her demise as the Fade ultimate comes down and so much begins to happen into the blink of an eye. Resonant, though, great from the back of the site. They're holding it down. It's a 3-on-3 as Sholiana finds 2 quick ones, finds a third as Conti fires back down to 30 HP in a 1v2 situation. Makes it a 1v1, finds the headshots, tries to turn the flash, but gets struck by it just barely. And now, Lead Squad versus Conti. 1-on-1. Health advantage goes to Lead Squad, who's approaching from Garage. Taking their time here. Resonant, though, the onus to plant is on them. So Conti, with 40 seconds left on the clock, needs to make something happen, and time is ticking.
Spike's still there.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. Conti needs to make a move. Jim, you wanted a brawl? A brawl is going to be what you're getting. Information is given away. Be tossing out the haunt. See if it gets anything. Able to do so. Walks out of the way, but still gets caught by the null point. Could be tough.
Would be tough. Resonates. Conti now waiting. Around the right side, Emily is good for the shot. Patient. So patient from Emily, and it pays off. Finally putting up a point on the board. 1-6. Resonate in the lead. But it's not over yet, and it could just be a 6-6 half.
Yeah, I mean, hey, this is the opportunity that Leeds are going to be able to just start running things back. That was super scrappy. Just as it seemed like they were like one after another, just kind of running through, throwing utility in each other's faces, and then just kind of going, oh, headshot, headshot, oh, trade it back, headshot. And there wasn't even a res in the middle of it, too. Just for good measure, Kingston kind of baiting Bruno as well, but able to secure a kill off of it, so technically, it kind of worked out. Fortunately, it wasn't enough for Resonate to be able to win the round, but still, it got down to the very end. Now both these teams are going to have rifles, 2 operators, or sorry, a single operator online for each of these teams. See how this one goes. It looks like Resonate have slowed their pace a little bit, interested in just kind of prodding up, but are hoping that Leet might overextend themselves a little bit more, and they could potentially pick up a kill here or there.
Making some presence, Resonate now drawing back their presence and opting for something towards Garage, leaving Bruno Fernandez to hold down a long with that operator. Having destroyed that Watcher, though, Lead Squad aware there's presence outside B. They've got 2 people set up on the site itself, and as the Sage Wall comes down, the Fade ulti comes back to try and counter whatever aggression that was there, as Emily connects on 3 with the suppression and can't find the shot, gets overwhelmed by the amount of people suddenly on the site as Joe closes out Emily's life. Resonate look good, and they're in a post-plant situation in a 4-on-3.
So cheeky. Rain in the back of sight as well. This is going to be a scrappy one once again. Rain going for the swing, spots out Joe, able to find it through the boxes.
Yeah, good stuff. XP3 around the left side, finds one, look for the second, finds that as well. And now Slicky's in a 1v2. Fake TP. Make them question where he went. Nice smokes up, finds one, tries to swing for the second, but isn't able to find the transfer as they locks down round number 2 for the Lead Squad.
Oh man, Resonate, they're starting to play the mind games, and I love it. And absolutely cerebral with this. They understand, they know that if they send Kingston onto the B site, they're immediately going to call all of the defense over there because they've executed on that B site off of that exact same wall multiple times. As a result, Lead Squad, they completely took the bait, which allowed Resonate to walk in onto that A site and just completely get themselves set up. Like I said, it seems like these fights get down to such a scrappy nature, and I think that I want to see Resonate be a little bit more purposeful with their post-plant positioning. They shouldn't allow some of the chaos to happen. They should be in control of it. But it seems like they kind of welcome it, and as a result, they get punished, but a trade coming in early onto the C side.
Great stuff, and now using all the util to force Rain out of that spot. Not paying with her life, though, as Conti finds XP3 on the C site. The tether comes out, locking them down. Smoke out as well. Lots of confusion, but great defense here from Rain and Emily onto the site. Rain picking up 3 on the round and 3 on the board. With only 3 rounds separating the 2 squads, man, we're getting closer to making this a tied game.
I'm pretty sure we're not watching Valorant right now. We might be watching Call of Duty because it seems like These teams just keep on going up against each other, just head to head, ready to just throw it down inside of the ring of madness and see which team comes out on top. This is down to the wire multiple times. Only one person surviving, able to get the defuse off from the elite squad. And at that too, they're usually dinged up quite a bit, so this is really close between these two teams. Even though it is just 3 rounds in a row for Elite, I don't think that we should count Resonant completely out of that because, once again, only one member surviving thus far. Resonant are clearly doing something right, and there's a reason why they still have 3 rounds buffer before the end of this half.
Shadows traveling.
Face your fear!
Lots of noise down onto B. Presence is being made, Sage Wall going down, Showstopper activated, not going to connect though from the top of B side. Joe shutting down that chamber tour de force. That's massive on the round, and now Resonate in a 5v4 Osh plant situation. Garage might be the next fight here as Bruno watching XP3 metering his trigger aggression here. Just following behind. He's in such a great spot. Spotted 2. Line him up, baby, and knock him down, and he can't find the third. That might be bad. And just as I say that, Kingston and Playboy Joe shut it down. 7-3.
Hey, I feel like someone should probably hit the big red button in the middle of it because there was definitely an imposter among the defensive squad there. Bruno has been so good at playing that flank coming through. And honestly, it seems like he's taken a little bit of inspiration from maybe Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell with just how well the infiltrations have been going. Obviously showcased that round, but every single time you look at this man walking around the map, he's more or less in their spawn behind him and is able to secure a couple of kills because of it. So Bruno really just doing a great job at playing that flanking chamber role. It's something that you expect to see more often than not. And yeah, just as this round gets started, Elite Squad, they're on the back foot because they've only got pistols here, but Thea's taking a lot of space on mid.
Liana connects for one, Thea connects for the next. And this crossfire across the map is kinda nasty, but it gets responded by in a huge wave by Resonate, who shut it down quick, and now in a 4-on-2, going quick onto the A site. Emily might be in a spot to do some damage, but the crouch from Bruno saves his life. With leaving Rain now in a 1v4, Resonate look to shut it down and put 8 on the board.
Oh, and Conti just finds that headshot. Seals the door on that round. 4 of them still alive. Gonna do wonders for their economy, but this is the last round in this half. A lot of ultimates online for the attackers, but the Elite Squad, well, they do have that Showstopper online. And they are close enough that if they are able to secure an ultimate orb for Shodiana or Emelite, then potentially they could get another ultimate online. Regardless, though, it's honestly been Resonant's game in regards to these ultimate orbs. I think that they've been doing a really good job of just trying to secure them and work off of them as well. So it's been working out pretty well for them. See how things play out this time around. Immediately a little bit of pressure onto mid. Gonna be backing up, pick up the spike. Let's see where Resonant want to attack. A little bit of a different defense being set up by Lee. They're completely leaving that seaside open this time.
Well, this is pretty spicy from XP3. I like that they've worked all their way up in mid. Showstopper in hand. So if they hear multiple around the corner, which they might, and if they're ready for this fight, which they're not, it could have been great. But Resonate, ready for it. And this is what we've been seeing them do, right? Just try to draw out util, play it slow, get one of them to aggress, and it finally pays off for Resonate. So happy with their purchase here. They're making their way down A long as Thea. Timing not working out in her favor, but she's made her way into short. Now working her way up slowly as Resonate gets the plant down onto site. Might be in an awesome spot, might be in a tough one as it starts. Thea and Rain. Thunder across the map for 2. And Kingston takes the fight as Thea finds the shots. Close range with the headhunter. Sholiana for 4. And Joe now left in a 1v4 situation for the half. The nade going down. Shots will connect. Stops the plant, but he's going to go down and the spike will get diffused.
Yeah, and just like that, it's going to be an 8-4 half. Resonate still looking pretty dominant, but not as dominant as they were against IKEA. Honestly, I think it was a great adaptation coming out from Elite Squad. They were able to pull themselves together. It'll figure out their strategies. And honestly, Resonate, they kind of got dismantled by Thea being on the flank with that operator. Enough presence is kind of a scary thing to try and defend again, especially after that spike is already down. So a great job coming in from the Elite Squad. Make this still winnable, 4-8 moving into the second half. Now I'm curious to see how this team is going to be playing this attack. They have quite a bit of utility to work off of, and I would argue that they are a more offensive team. You know, Fade, Omen, Raze, it's a match made in heaven, especially too with Emily also playing the KO. You can get a lot of information, shut down the utility, hop in with the flashes, and it's a very clean execute. So I imagine the squad is more or less going to be playing together, and you leave Thea on the flank. You know, like I said, the Chamber, really good at getting space, has that headhunter, trust the aim, see if you can get a little bit more information or catch him off guard. See how this execute goes on to the
see how it pays off. Yeah, Resonate running the double senti as well. It's going to cause headaches like this, to say the least, but if Rain can find shots like that, we might be in for a treat, Marks. Kingston just denying so much time and so much space, and of course you've got the Chamber set up on B as well. Finally, it looks like Resonate are trying to aggress as Bruno finds one in the window. Resonate send 2 members down C long.
And now the Elite Squad, not too sure what is going on. Slickies might be able to get a little bit of timing here, or at least get the information that they have rotated out. Meanwhile, the A side is completely abandoned, so this is a great time for Elite Squad to make their way onto it, and it looks like we're seeing just that.
Clearing all the corners here, XB3. No enemies detected, shots down, takes a lot of damage. It's a 4-on-4, and currently, with the spike planted, you've got 40 seconds as Thea finds one, traded back quickly by Joe. It's going to be a Raze v Raze fight. It's going to get scrappy as XB3. Timing in his favor over Playboy Joe. Kingston now from Heaven and Bruno from CT in a 2v3. Let's see how they play this.
Tops down, but nobody's looking into hell, and Rain's going to walk away with murder.
Wow. Again, 3 on the board for Rain. Beautifully done, and that's 5 for the Elite Squad.
Yeah. That's a very key round for them in this half. Want to make sure that they can secure their positioning a little bit more, because Resonate were the ones who have been absolutely dominating everybody on the pistol rounds thus far. This is going to be an important one, but look at this, Resonate. They're not ready to give this one up yet. They're going to be bringing those stingers. Somebody called the bees. Actually, they're pretty sure Man vs. B is on Netflix right now, so maybe they're taking a little bit of inspiration out of that. Gonna get nice and close and personal and try and make these stingers work. Playing such ratty angles. I wonder if Elite Squad are expecting this.
Here.
Rat Joe, just waiting up here. It's popular Omen spot though, so I wonder if it will be a giveaway, because there are Omens on both squads. So this, I'm assuming, will get scouted out. Elite Squad taking their time up B here. Flash gonna push some members of Resonate back onto the site. Bruno holding with a headhunter. Always gets spotted out by XP3 and co as they open up for 2 picks on the site itself. Spike is planted and the retake is coming out from Resonate. We're trying to close the gap, and they equalize it 3-3 as Sholiana from the bottom of mid finds another. All 3 of them are spotted out bottom mid. And now Slickies just really doesn't have the range to try and deal with this. He could try and pick up that Bulldog, but things are going to be tough here now. He's done some damage, finds a head. There's going to be nothing else for him as the Elite Squad picks up 6 and closes the game to 2 rounds.
Yeah, and right there we saw the issue with the stingers. Yes, I know, Jim, we are in the stinger meta. Made very clear by the Bakersfield LAN. That's a joke for legal purposes. But the thing is when you go up against Bulldogs, especially at some of that longer range duels, yeah, the Bulldogs are going to win out every single time. And you could just tell that the stingers weren't as effective. Of course, we did see the stingers be extremely effective when you walk right into the other person, because at that point, you don't even need to really stop moving. You can just spray it down and, well, it's going to work out. But this is going to be the first round, or sorry, no, this isn't, because they bought up. Resonate, after the loss of that round, are going to be stuck on a little bit of a weird buy. Meanwhile, this is going to be the Elite Squad actually investing, not going to take the bonus here. They're going to be just completely buying up, use those Bulldogs to their maximum capacity as well, and hope that they can get something good. And it looks like they're already coming up fruitful.
Good stuff. Overall, great picks from the Elite Squad. This is exactly what you want to see.
1 enemy remaining.
And they're just waiting. They know that Resonate don't have a proper buy here and going to try to get cheeky, try to get aggressive, and try to get these picks. So beautifully done from the Elite Squad. Just patient overall, putting the smokes down and working their way up methodically on A. They don't want to risk giving up any weapons here.
Not at all, and it's going to be a nice, easy A site plant. Only Kingston on the flank.
Spike planted.
Gets caught out by the chamber trap as well, and now XP3 coming in to finish that one off. It's a collateral. It's going to be a flawless victory coming in from Elite Squad. We're already ready to tie this one up.
Good stuff overall. Elite Squad coming in with a lot of heat after being down 0-6. They're now 7-8. Have closed it to a 1-round game. And we're only in map 1 of this best of 3 grand finals. Elite Squad showing that, hey, maybe attack was our side. Like you were mentioning, man. Finding 3 in a row after finding only 4 in the first half. Bruno, though, if he has anything to say about it, he'll make something else happen as he peeks out with the up, finds the head of Rain, and is able to get back into safety at the nick of time.
Just to see how Elite Squad are going to adapt off of this one. They were very pushy onto this A site. Still trying to force the issue here as XP3 does find one. Sholiana with another. A site is still theirs for the taking, Jim.
Looking good so far. And they keep it up. Resonate in not awful spots, but with a really C-heavy split here. As Bruno finds another shot. Well done. TP's back to safety yet again and peeks out. Meets his demise as Thea on the flank finds Slickies and leaving Kingston in a 1v3 yet again.
Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be a round for Resonate here unless Kingston comes up absolutely massive. Might honestly just opt to save the Vandal. Gonna attempt it. 1v3 scenario here. First thing is Thea. Thea's down.
Wow.
Is this possible if he isolates the 1v1s? XP3 is a tickle's hair away from death. This is winnable right now.
Ooh, baits out the shots. Needs to clear the corners. Right side clear. Hell, not clear. And from heaven and default, what an annoying setup that was indeed. But just like that, Elite Squad played so well in the post plant and their teamwork yet again shining through. It's a tied game, Marks.
It really is. There's 5 rounds in a row now coming in from Elite Squad. 4 rounds in this half. Doing really well thus far, and it is going to force Resonate back onto a save. They are going to invest in 2 stingers. Why does everybody like stingers, Jim? I'm getting a little concerned. It started out as a joke, but every single time I'm seeing these people buy stingers, and it's honestly kind of working out for them.
I really don't know. Like, maybe economically they're able to buy stingers, some small armor, and still be able to buy rifles and half armor next round. Like, maybe there's something to it. We'll have to see how it plays out, though. An important round, nonetheless, though. It's a tiebreaker round. Elite Squad and Resonate duking it out 8-8 in the first map here. Elite Squad slowing it down immensely and just letting their teamwork shine through, really.
Absolutely, and look at that. Rain finds Bruno. Sholiana trying to trade that one back, but gets taken out. A little bit of a trade of the fades. XP3 able to take out Joe. And that should be this A site more or less ready for securing. I have to deal with the pesky Omen coming in on the flank, but Kingston is going to be hanging out. Coming in through main. Gun disadvantage, just a little bit too powerful. And I hope that Resonate don't get stuck in a cycle of trying to just do half buys to try and win a round, because if they can't get those rifles, it's going to be extremely difficult for them.
Here.
Kingston hoping to drop down from the top, and he does. Finds one onto XP3, leaving Slickies into a 1v3 here. Good stuff. Great shots from Emily, and they shut down the round, take the lead, and they're coming into the next one with a lot of ults.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No more stingers. Vandal's better than stingers. Now we've confirmed it. You heard it here first. Still though, good stuff coming out from Late. They've actually taken the, what do you call it? The lead in this matchup thus far. As a reminder, this is Resonate's map pick. They looked absolutely dominant the last time we saw them on it, winning 13-3. Now, Elite Squad. He said, so many ultimates online. They can kind of play this however they want, but I imagine they will be going off of the null command and maybe even toss in the Nightfall as well. So useful in just clearing out the site, getting so much information, but that was real good paint shells.
Yup, and here we go. Paint shells once again, but not before XP3 gets traded out. You know, sometimes you want to watch the explosion happen, but like a true cool guy, you got to turn around and let it happen and walk away slowly. So XP3 pays with their life. Lead squad set up here as the spike is yet to get planted. It's going down now. Resonate. Fade ulti active on them. They can't hear anything. Great shots from Kingston, even through the deafen. Slowing onto default. Keeping an eye out long as Sholiana shuts it down from afar. In a 2-on-3, Resonate continue this retake. Trying the close range off, but Rain too good. And Emily yet again in her home on default, finding 2. Lead squad pick up 10 rounds in this game.
Man, I just have to say that Leet looks so good on their A site executes. Resonate, they really need to start catching on to this and start thinking of some anti-strats. We're seeing the same thing over and over again. Leet squad just kind of poke for a little bit of information, and then they full send themselves onto this A site. And it's been working out for them every single time. I hope that they are able to start to counter-strat them, but it does look like that Lead squad are giving them a little bit more confusion. This time they're taking the spike potentially towards double doors. Should be huge, but Bruno just gonna rendezvous out of there. Make sure not picked up by the knife. And already Playboy Joe playing it nice and close with the stinger is able to dodge the Prowler, which might be huge.
Might be huge. Bruno getting cheeky here. Well within the realms of his TP, though. Just ready to rock as XP3. Top of B. Got the showstopper in hand. They meet some aggression into a lobby. Playboy Joe, top of the box. Wow, with the stinger, able to come out on top. Pops the showstopper, finds a second in a row. Goes down to Emily, but puts a Resonate in a great spot. 2v3 here, close range. Kingston, Bucky in hand. Bucky in a dream, Mark. Bucky in a dream.
This might actually work out here. Yeah, okay.
Nice.
Kingston able to get one, and that's going to secure a res. But I don't... Okay, there we go. Pick up the Vandal. That makes sense.
The smoke there ends up helping Kingston, but Rain with a bait out. A false sense of security granted to Resonate. Elite squad pick up 11-8.
Yeah. Only 2 more rounds before they're able to take this one to map number 2, which is going to be their map pick. So Elite squad feeling nice and comfortable. They started out on the back foot, but one thing I've known about, or one thing I've figured out about this squad is that they learn. They see what's working, and they improve upon it. Right now, Resonate are just kind of stuck running the same thing over and over and over again. They're not too comfortable in kind of adapting themselves in order to make sure that they can shut down Lead squad, and as a result, Lead squad are having a very easy time starting to make their way onto things, but Kingston, getting aggressive, is able to pick one out, but gets traded out.
Lead squad now waiting. It's a 4-on-4. It's an important round. As close as they are to victory in this first map, they are still not in the clear just yet. Resonate. Weapons aplenty. Emily down to just 1 HP, and they are great on the swing there. Finds the opening, but that slow orb is going to be pretty annoying to try and walk through. As Conti returns for 2 more, it's equalized into a 2-on-2.
I imagine the spike will be able to go down here. Those Omen smokes doing such a good job to deter. Here's how this retake is going to work. King of Brianna Raze. One of them has an operator, but Raze, unfortunately, doesn't have real good engagement tools besides just the satchels left. And Bruno already down.
Good for 1. And Sholiana finds the second. Yeah, just beautifully done. Like you mentioned, the smokes were good. And past that, it's hard to do anything. The time is just ticking, Marks.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, with this, Elite squad, 1 round away from winning things out. Dropped 6 in a row when this map started out. But look at that. They haven't lost a single round in this half yet. That's unbelievable, Jim. They feel so confident on this attack, and it's actually forcing Resonate to buy up as much as they can. They don't have enough money to pad out everything, and Kingston is bringing a judge to the battle. I know Elite squad, they're going to be going A.
Heather locking XP3 down, and Resonate push off the back of it. Beautifully done. That's a combo for sure. And now Resonate with that advantage with all this A information gained. They somehow lose one in the process, and now in a 4-on-4, lead squad out onto the B site. Fights taking place all over the place, mainly centered in one on B site with Slickies, and another big one in A lobby. As Sholiana goes down, Resonate make their way into the window. Slickies on the cross needs to be the variable that makes this happen for Resonate. Otherwise, this is going to be tough.
It'll just dodge out of the way. Here comes the engagement right through main doors.
Good on the first shot. They are backing up. Boombot pushing her out. A smoke pushing her out some more as Joe finds one. It's a 2-on-2. Amalite from the back of the site. Good for 3 in a row. And the Elite Squad, after dropping 6 in a row in the first half, don't drop a single round in the second to take it 13-8.
You know, they do say that Haven is a little bit more of an attacker-sided map, but I mean, not to that extent. That is unbelievable. The Elite Squad just running away with it. Able to come back, figure themselves out, and feel a little bit more confident going into this. Like you said, Jim, Resonate are a menace on this map. They look so good every single time that they play this, and yet this time around, it's not them coming out on top. Elite Squad able to secure map number 1, which was Resonate's map pick. So big congrats to them as we get set up for map number 2. This is going to be tough. I hope that Resonate are able to figure out a little bit of a strategy, figure out something that might stick with them. Otherwise, they're going to be sent packing 2-0 in the grand finals here. And they're going to lose out on potentially being able to secure their spot to the Philadelphia LAN at the very end of the Summer Champs.
Yeah, the fact that you even mentioned that it was not the Elite Squad's map pick is a little worrying to me, because sure, you go down 0-6, but it looked like their map, especially when they were on attack, man.
Oh, yeah.
They had setups. They looked so good. And I'm a little scared if I'm going up against this squad. You know, we've talked about these are accredited players, right? Like, they have history. They have won tournaments, you know, and it's showing now, especially in these most clutch moments. So really great stuff. And that was only map 1, dude.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing is you know what? As they're hanging out at this LAN, you know, one thing for sure, they're probably comfortable because they are experiencing Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $22.22 a month, and make sure to use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Now, we are going to be throwing just to a quick little break, but when we return, we've got more of this match coming up. Will Elite be able to win it out against Resonate 2-0, or are Resonate going to potentially stage a comeback? Stick around just after this break to find out.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back guy, in the side stuff.
Yeah. One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the Nerd Street Summer Champs, Bakersfield LAN. Jim, we've got quite a match on our hands right now. Break down for everybody what just kind of happened there.
Some crazy things just happened, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so we had this squad resonate.
You got it.
Right. Made it into the grand finals where they took Lead Squad 6-0 in the first map. Then, shortly afterwards, the map ended with Lead Squad winning the map 13-8. They made a huge comeback and put up a massive fight, even winning 8 rounds in a row in the second half. Now, we've got the privilege of heading to a second map, which is Lead Squad's actual map pick on Ascent. If that wasn't Lead Squad's map pick, I don't know how good they're going to look on Ascent, Marks. I'm frightened for this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? We know that Lead Squad is a team that is more or less played together. They've got a lot of their just mechanics ready to go. And I think that especially too, if they're going onto their own map pick, a little concerning for Resonate, because Resonate, they really need to secure map number 1. And honestly, they were looking pretty good, but Lead Squad, once again, very adaptable. They know what's going on. They're able to change their style around and counterplay them, honestly, which is why they were able to get away with so many rounds in a row, and they looked stellar on that Haven offense. So I'm a little bit concerned here. Jim, this might be a pretty quick 2-0 victory at the Bakersfield LAN, but on top of that too, that's going to be great because that means that is going to allow Lead Squad to qualify themselves for the Philadelphia LAN that is happening at the end of the summer, which of course that's where all the good teams are going to be. So you know that that's going to be something that they want to set their eyes on, because it's a great place for them not only to walk away with a little bit of a cash prize, but in addition to that, get their names out there a little bit more. Obviously, it just helps with the recognition, and Nerd Street does such a good job with Summer Champs at kind of promoting a lot of these smaller teams, some of these players, and so that's kind of the eyes on the prize right now. Of course,
right,
there's a little bit of a cash prize here as well, but everyone's looking forward towards the Philadelphia LAN at the end of the summer.
Yeah, that's the I was gonna say eye in the sky, the pie in the sky. Yes,
the
exactly.
Pie in the sky, is that a thing?
Pie in the sky, baby.
Okay.
Pie in the sky. Yes, sir. If you see a pie in the sky, you're gonna get the pie in the sky, and that's what they're going for here. So, yeah, a little concerning. They Resonate. If I'm them, I would try not to get too demotivated. Just because you did win 6-0 in those first 6 rounds, and it looked so strong that we were even thinking that this would be a quick 2-0 in their favor. And so something did change, and of course that comes down to mid-round shot calling, comes down to adapting. Like we were saying, Marks, they are doing such a good job of just being an active team overall that, you know, maybe they'll win the marathon, but if I'm Resonate, I'm not going to give up just yet. Like,
no.
I'm going to try to replicate that 6-0 energy. We've got it inside of us. Can we pull it out yet again? And although it isn't our map pick, maybe that also means less pressure, right? Kind of, we can try to freestyle on this side instead of doing things that we've practiced and having them fail and then getting frustrated.
Yeah, and on top of that too, when you talk about a map like Ascent that we are going to be going to, I think that Resonate should be able to pull off a lot of some of that, I don't want to say like cheeky play, but some of the same energy that they were bringing onto Haven, because just how they like to play things, they like to just kind of push on one side, give a lot of room on the other. They split their team up to just get a lot of information all over the place. And I think that still lends itself pretty nicely to Ascent, because, you know, as we know, there's that big open middle area that does guarantee access into the B side, just go through market, but it also allows you to kind of move in through tree. So there's there's that typical mid A side, B side presence that we see on a lot of these maps in Valorant. But with their style and how they want to rotate around and play things, I'm curious to see whether or not we're going to be seeing a similar split, or if they just decide, you know what, this is the time that we're all just going to play together as a team, move in onto the sites, just full pressure it, and try and come out on top. What I'm a little bit worried though is once they do get into a rhythm, that seems like that's when Lead Squad tends to adapt itself and try to counterplay. And I think that is something that we haven't really seen come out of Resonate just quite yet. When we do see Lead Squad try to do these counterplays, we see a couple of changes in the strategy that Resonate tries to execute on or defend with. but it's just not enough. And on top of that too, they don't seem comfortable whenever they do make those changes. We still see that Elite Squad, once they figured out how to counter whatever style is going in, they're going to go in and they are going to continue to execute on that and make things work.
These are all true statements, and they're things that we're going to have to keep our eyes out for, rather. But as we say that, we are going to head to a quick 2-minute break. Might even be shorter because we're just waiting for the players to get into the actual lobbies, get into the game. So with that said, we're going to head to a break, and we'll see you very soon.
Spacey ship.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN coverage. My name is Mark, casting alongside Jim Basco, and our players are ready. We've got the Elite Squad going up against Resonate, and we are going to be going to Ascent now, which is map number 2. This is Elite Squad's map pick, and Elite are right now leading the series 1-0. Jim, how do you feel about these agents coming out?
I feel about these agents coming out. A little intrigued. This is because Resonate's not running the Sova, which is pretty much a de facto pick on this map. Conti opting for that fade. Seen him have success with it before on other maps. But if I'm not mistaken, Sova is really useful because this map is made out of cardboard, and it looks like Elite themselves and Sholiana are opting for a double initiator comp on their side. So I don't know. I more am a fan of what I'm seeing on Lead Squad with the KO and the Sova than I am with the Fade and the KO. Only because of the prowess with the Odin and the Hunter's Fury that this map allows. So for that reason alone, I like what I'm seeing on Lead Squad more. In execution, we'll have to see, right? Like we always do.
Yeah. And you know what? I just want to point something out. Resonate. They're not bringing a duelist to this. We do see Bruno now playing the Sage, and it's going to be Playboy Joe playing the Chamber. Traditionally, Playboy Joe was the one who was on the duelist, but this time around, just going to go for the duelist Chamber pick. I don't know how this is going to work out for them. Resonate, they should have a fairly strong defensive half as a result of how their agents kind of work together. But Elite Squad just kind of coming in with a very typical rollout, with the exception of XP3 being on the Raze instead of the Jet. I do like the Killjoy pick, and I don't think that they really have too much to counter the Killjoy. They're going to have to rely on Kingston being extremely effective with those 0 points in order to catch that KJ off guard and shut down a lot of that equipment, but that's not always an easy task for them. There's already a lot of mid presence being taken by Resonate.
Joe locking it down mid, or trying to at least, as the Suppress removes his Headhunter. Thea locking down B main. Timmy the Turret employed. XP3 closing that gap, then double smokes down mid as Emily finds another with a frag grenade, and the lead squad start things off with 2 picks and an A push here. A great spot though. Bruno able to find one, or goes down, looks for one in A main. Would have been able to find something if he maybe tucked in a little further, but Joe on the cat meets his demise. XP3 finds him there, and Conti, good for one, but the lead squad starting off the round with 2 picks that really seals the deal as soon as it's begun.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and they only lost 2 of their members there, so a great job coming in from them. Resonate tried to be a little bit riskier, let's call it that, with how they wanted to set themselves up. They were hoping to catch Leet Squad a little bit off guard, and then just kind of capitalize on them. Regardless though, moving into the second round, despite the fact that Leet did win round number 1, Resonate, they're gonna come through, and they're gonna buy their stingers. This is an interesting strategy, but XP3 has quite a nice sight line coming in here, just in case they do try to run things out, but I imagine that Resonate, with those stingers in hand, just want to play things nice, close, and personal, which we do know that they are pretty darn good at as well. Thankfully, Playboy Joe remains hidden out of the side of that. They're going to be tossing out the swarm grenade, but not able to connect on anything, and Playboy Joe in a great position to potentially punish some people pushing through.
Bruno forced off the corner by that nade. Not going to take out the wall entirely, but does some damage to it as Thea goes down. Trade tries to come out from Sholiana, who comes almost running to save Mr. President, but not able to do it as Sholiana connects on the shock dart. 3-on-3 here. Lead squad executing onto the B site, taking their time, trying to nail down CT because they know at least one's there as Rain TPs to the right side of the staircase. Lead squad have all 3 of their members on the site itself.
And this is a risky round for Resonate. They have to win this one, otherwise their economy is going to be set back even further because they invested into these stingers. Despite losing round number 1. Bruno now going to be moving in. Does have this Bulldog in hand, able to pick that up off of the bodies of the lead squad, but the 3 remaining members are on site.
Bruno on the left, pushing close, goes unspotted, blinded by his own teammate though. That's always unlucky. Sholiana peeking from the left side. XP3 close range, finds 1, looks for 2. Joe finds 1, closes the gap and finds the 3rd on the round. With the defuse here, there's not enough time, just barely not enough time. Makes the call to get out and shave that Bulldog. Save that Bulldog.
Don't shave the Bulldog. The Bulldog's doing just fine. But
it's doing okay.
Still, yeah, I mean, okay, maybe fine is a little bit of a stretch there. But the Bulldog definitely coming in handy during that round, and as a result, going to just carry that one over to this next one. Once again, it's a tough one. Resonate really needed to win that one out. Because of the investment into the stingers, this means that they're not going to be able to fully buy up. Meanwhile, Lead Squad know this. They're going to be bringing in a couple of big old scary vandals into this next one. Of course, they do have 2 Bulldogs as well as the Spectre online as well, but the gun difference heavily favoring Elite Squad. The Residents need to come up soon, otherwise they're going to start a spiral into not having enough money and consistently being shut down by Elite Squad.
Never want that to be the case. Never do. See how they play this one out. They spotting one out. Gonna lock it down with Timmy the Turret. And of course, she's got help too. They are never alone. A teammate never far. And the lead squad, that's really their strength, right? We talk about chemistry and building synergy. They've got it down pat. And the lead squad have been looking good all day long. Sholiana now pushing top mid. Presence from her teammates in link on the B side. And without really any information here. Oh. Yeah, devastating from Joe. Great burst fire. Finds 1, finds 2. Opening it up in mid.
Okay. The Stinger comes alive again. XP3 gets shut down, and suddenly Elite Squad 2v5. They're able to have one of their Vandals, but they've already lost so much this round. Unideal scenario, but they might be able to at least get this spike down, although they will be caught up by the Chamber's trap. Conti, just hanging out in market.
Paranoia is perfect. Forcing Conti into this close angle. Flash coming out. Conti swings. Connects onto Emily. Beautifully done. Trying to force the fight onto the site. Rain in a 1v4. Looking for the shots, but the timing not in their favor as Conti comes out on top. Resonate. Finally put one on the board.
Yeah, and that's a good one to put on the board. You can see that the Elite Squad, their economy is a little bit broken now. They will be able to potentially just, yeah, buy some shares. I think that's going to be the move here. I don't expect us to continuously just see stingers left, right, and center. But still, this is going to put the gun advantage slightly in Resonate's favor. We do see that Playboy Joe is going to be using that Tour de Force. Does have a shorty just in case. They do have 2 Vandals and 2 Bulldogs. So it seems like these teams are kind of going back and forth with their buys here. But still, this should be a round for Resonate to pick up. Let's see if they're able to capitalize on this gun difference right off the bat. Right now, Elite Squad trying to get a little bit of middle presence. But if they move in on A, Playboy Joe is ready to punish.
Great stuff. And, you know, we were worried for a second about Bruno and Joe swapping up these positions, but they've been finding such great value on their respective slots. So shout outs to them for making the change on the fly and for it working out so well. Elite Squad, though, making their way up A main. Rain, pain with pain and suffering as they go down. And Joe in the middle of the smoke. Ooh, point blank. Not going to connect. XP3 closes the gap, though. Elite Squad on their eco in a 2v5. And Bruno on the flank looking to shut it down.
What just happened there? It just seemed like Resonate. They're swimming around them. They look like ants swarming around a little bit of sugar being dropped on the ground. Whether or not it's a gumdrop or maybe, you know, a little piece of candy that's fallen. Regardless, they just move in for the kills. They're not afraid at all to just take a lot of space that round. And to be fair, they did have a gun advantage allowing them to do so, but they have to be a little bit more careful of that because we have seen previously, Elite Squad, they get ready for this. Once they start knowing that Resonate are trying to just move around, we see Elite Squad just completely shut down, lock some areas down, get a couple of picks before they make any decisions moving forwards. And cost that information, but the one-way smoke is still good here. A lot of emphasis being placed on this A site, both from the defenders and the attackers. Bruno ready with the wall, gonna do that one to get on top of it. See how this one plays out.
Talking about verticality, Bruno taking a note from Joe here, and he's still going to go down as XP3 connects to the showstopper. Both ultis finding value early on, giving Elite Squad, the advantage here in a 5-on-3. Will they plant the spike, though, as Elite makes it onto the site? Just a smidge of health to their name, as Thea from the tree finds one. Rain connects for a second, and Joe, left by his lonesome, gonna save the operator.
And you know what? That's such a good flank coming in from Thea. We see it over and over again, these teams deciding to, you know, have a flanker come in from a mid and shut down a lot of the rotations that could come around, and that's the reason why. Not only are they able to just catch people off guard on mid, but are able to catch people off guard on tree as well. And now Joe just kind of playing a little bit of ring around the rosy. Like you said, save this operator, make sure that they can carry it into this next round. That's a great round from Leet. Oh no, gets spotted out. Not enough time to potentially do anything, but already Elite Squad are moving in. This is going to be huge. If they can make him drop the operator, it'll be absolutely massive, but Playboy Joe says not today. Finds a quick little 2K. They're just going to hide in the back of Boathouse. Elite Squad, even though they're not able to take that operator away, they'll take the round, making it 3-2 now. They've been looking a little bit more comfortable on this offense thus far. They're starting to gain a little bit more momentum, but still their economy is not perfect. You see that they are going to be having a couple of just half shields being bought up. They do have the Omen TP as well as the lockdown to utilize. They might be playing off of that, but Playboy Joe, once again, keeping that operator in hand is going to be such a menace. They have to respect that operator, otherwise they will be dismantled one by one. See how this one plays out now.
They posted up once again outside of here. Conti looking to contest. They've been giving her B main for so long, and so I think they finally had enough and are trying to do something about it. Thea, though, conscious of it, sets up the molly so that they can't even try and get through it, as Rain, waiting for the aggression on A, shuts down 3 of them in a row, and just like that, the spike is going to work its way through tree and onto the A site, and Resonate call a save.
Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Leet start to expect Resonate to push out into them, and as a result they just play things slow, you know, use their utility to try and slow those aggressive pushes down, but Resonate always move together, and that's why Rain is able to deliver the pain, flipping it around from what you said earlier, in order to really just shut down any of the pushes there. And as a result, it just completely shuts down the round. The offense, while it's good that they are out there fishing for some picks, if Elite Squad are expecting it, you're not going to have a fun time. And as a result, it just all starts to collapse. They know where they are hiding in there. Conti in a great position to shut this one down. He's able to take one out, but that's going to be the guns not even saved over. As Leet, they're starting to surmount their lead, and it's starting to become larger and larger.
Great stuff from the lead squad there. Like you mentioned, shutting it down, playing so patiently. And their willingness to switch it on a dime. And by it, I mean the pace of the game, right?
Yeah.
From blisteringly quick to painstakingly slow, they can do it all. And really, that back and forth is what's giving Resonate such a hard time. What do we do? What is the answer against a squad like this? And even finding moments of aggression. XP3 coming on top of Bruno Fernandez in the middle of that Sage wall. Kingston playing close with the Stinger. Has to destroy the Boombot and try to get out of there, but the nade gonna make it tough, and he is able to escape, but just barely.
The XP3 took a lot of damage off of the fragment. Still though, Resonate one player down. Really stacking the effort onto this A site, which is exactly where Elite Squad are set up and ready to push into. And yeah, Elite Squad are making the call to rotate off of this. Try and get a little bit more mid-presence, potentially rotate over to B. Let's see how this goes. The knife is good for information, but Playboy Joe spots one out and is able to take Thea's head off.
Great stuff. 4 on 4, 45 seconds left on the clock. And Lead Squad using that Omen ulti all the way back into spawn. Just to cause a commotion from the side of Resonate. And it looks like Lead Squad thought about doubling back towards A. And they're going to off the back of that pick and tree. And with some aggression out A main, they have some space. But Slickies, he's hyper-focused at this point on the guy in tree. Giving Rain an opportunity, a moment to work up into A heaven as the smoke goes down. Rain locking it down in a great spot here. Resonate on a 3-on-4 retake. They've got the Fade ulti. Will they use it as the null command comes out, denying every ability on the map?
XP3, the trail was revealed, but just completely ran their way out. Flash goes out here, but I'm assuming Resonate are going to wait for this null command to finish before they decide to engage.
Waiting here. Trying to set something up. Resonate trying to run away. XP3 gotta hit those. Slickies finding a kill where he shouldn't have. Resonate down to just scraps at this point. And with time ticking, Rain able to find the pick. And they're gonna get out of there. Elite Squad put up 5 points on the board to Resonate's 2, but not before Resonate's able to do some really great damage.
Yeah, and it's a good call. Just die. You know, get the bonus money from the death.
Right.
Get the ultimate point as well. Get you closer to the Nightfall online. So, Resonate, they're starting to look a little bit shaky here. Playboy Joe is going to have that operator thanks to Slickies being able to just kind of save that moving forward into this round. It's going to be a full buy coming in from both of these teams, but right now, Resonate, they do have 3 ultimates. I would hope that they would want to play off of this null command. The Nightfall might be good as a little bit of a panic, but they have to be ready to engage off of it. These are 2 extremely effective ultimates when followed up upon. I want that to be pretty clear because they just kind of let them go off to the side, then they lose all of their value. So I hope that Resonate are going to be playing a little bit more carefully around them. Meanwhile, Elite Squad, they do have the lockdown online. That could be pretty pivotal in slowing things down. But Slicky's finding that is going to just really give a lot of information as to where the spike is.
Bruno from range, smoked out. Slickies finds one up in A main. Spotted by the second, and Thea comes out on top. Great trades there as Kingston goes down, but is martyred by his own nade. Emily waiting on the pressure here. And Fernandez not spotting out the pressure behind him, but turning on a dime. It's not quick enough, though, as Thea finds the return, and Conti finds a res, so Kingston's death was not in vain after all. Now Thea left in a 1v3. 35 seconds left on the board. Spike in hand, closes the switch, and goes aggressive into tree as the Prowler is out. Spots are out as well. Closes the gap, and Conti and crew find round number 3.
Honestly, that was a really smart idea there from Thea to try and, you know, shut the door, be on the other side of it, because then you would assume that they are just going on there. But this is the thing about 2 initiators. Fade coming in with a Prowler, going to give you that information, and on top of that, 2 KO's got those flashes, so it's going to be super difficult to try and push out of. So a great round coming out from Resonate. Starting to stabilize themselves. Still have 3 ultimates online. Maybe not as effective as the previous one, the Null Command, but still, they forced out Thea's lockdown, which is absolutely massive, considering the fact that they do not have a Sova to potentially counter that with the Hunter's Fury. Playboy Joe, though, such a menace with this operator, has really just allowed mid-control to fall into Resonate's hands, but XP3 is able to actually take that swing. XP3 good with 2, and this might be the opening that Elite Squad need as a Showstopper gets pulled out.
It Showstopper, close range, fired, not gonna connect. Resonate in a 2v4 here. Working their way up tree. Bruno, his presence is already detected. They've got a good read on the situation from the side of the Elite Squad, and they're going for the spike plant now. Planting it by Jenny. But in a 4v2, they're comfortable. And Mark, we've seen the Elite Squad on so many post plants, and they don't mess these up.
True, the res is online. I wonder if Resonates are going for it, but looks like that's not going to be the case.
One way that is super annoying there. As Conti and crew come out, find 1, XP3, third on the round. Left down to 16 HP.
Oh, that was just for some style points.
Yeah. You gotta give it to him. 6-3, Elite Squad looking really good now.
Absolutely, and I'm gonna be honest, I mentioned the Resurrection that was available. I think they probably should have taken it, because Kingston was right there in a very safe resable spot, and that could have given a little bit more utility to potentially make the push in a little bit better. Unfortunately, though, they decided not to, and even though they will have rifles, it's not a full buy-up for Resonate, sorry. And so things are looking a little bit more dicey for them. I don't know whether or not this is going to be well, but Playboy Joe has to continue to lock down that middle, because as soon as Playboy Joe falls down, that just allows Resonate to be able to just move all over the map.
Flashes out, great shots from Kingston. They have returned with a nice headshot. Snucky as Joe creates an advantage for Resonate rather. Elite Squad working their way up on an A. Spike still forlorn into their spawn as Rain taking a lot of space, and Joe conscious, waiting in spawn, waiting for this exact moment to put up 3 on the board for his team as Bruno brings back Kingston from the land of the dead. And Resonate look good as they look to close out round number 10.
Oh, jeez. Playboy Joe with the operator. I'm scared. Just watching this man play. That's unbelievable plays coming out there. And once again, I think that the reason why Elite Squad are able to be successful is when they take Playboy Joe out very early on in the round. We've seen Playboy Joe consistently push up with an operator onto mid. It's going to be swapping things up this time. Hopefully Elite Squad are ready for this one, because this could be dangerous onto this B site. The tour de force is going to be online, and it is a little bit of a half buy coming in from Elite Squad. They're going to have a couple of Bulldogs there, just trying to make sure that they do have some of their utility in hand. But Thea does have this lockdown. That might be huge, but you know what else is huge? Shutting down the tour de force with a simple little knife.
I can't use that.
Lots of usil being used in B main, but no one's committing. Now Elite Squad, oh my, with the satchel and a beautiful flick from Joe. Shut it down so quick, and that slow field oppressive, but they outlast it. Puts down the lockdown. And the real fight begins here as Resonate now. Without a Sova in hand, they can't shock dart it. They don't have heavy weapons to shoot through the wall at this point. Conti on the spray is good for 1, and Elite Squad are just trickling down into this funnel, leaving just Emily now in a 1v5. She's good for 1. She's good for more. Getting onto the site itself. Getting swarmed by util yet again. Conti from the back as Resonate. We're making a 1-point game. It's 5-6.
Last round in the half.
Winnable. Let's go. Let's see this tie happen. Elite Squad are kind of falling apart, and Honestly, I'm going to be honest. I think the difference maker right now is Playboy Joe. Obviously, we saw really good ultimates coming out from Resonant that time around to make sure that they could shut down and really funnel Elite Squad into exactly how they wanted to play, into honestly the array of bullets that were flying through the smokes, and you're not going to have a really good time unless you're Neo from the Matrix or something. But Playboy Joe, what a difference maker. With that operator in hand, consistently fragging, finding the very first pick at the beginning of the round over and over again. Almost got caught out that time, but is able to escape and consistently making that operator just count. Look at this. Already, 3 of the members of Elite Squad are down as this aggressive defense has been working out for Resonate.
Taking the action towards A, Resonate looking so good on this last round. XP3 and the fade here, or rather, the KO. Working their way up towards B, but they gotta come through spawn and they've gotta run through Conti, who's good on the shots, and Emily finds the better of him, but Slicky's on the return, tying things up 6-6. Couldn't have said that I would have thought that we would be tied here at the half marks.
And honestly, I really think that it is just Playboy Joe starting to heat up a little bit more, has that operator in hand, and honestly making it work so darn well. Thing is, Elite Squad, they have to respect that operator, and as a result, a lot of their fast-track strategies that they've been attempting thus far have more or less been dismantled because they have to play around the operator. They need to know where Playboy Joe is and play around him, effectively counter a single player, which is really just throwing a wrench into their plans. As a result, we see what happened to Resonate. We're easily able to walk around it, doing that 4-man stack that we've seen them do over and over again. And as, you know, they can just walk behind and clean up the rest of the kills. So an excellent comeback, honestly, from Resonate, getting those 3 rounds in a row. Tying things up 6-6. See who wins out the pistol round. Last time around, it was Elite Squad. But honestly, it could go either way, Jim.
There they are.
Recon does get destroyed, but also pings a lot of people on the way out.
Whoa.
Shots from XP3, not going to connect. Kingston finds a headshot into Market. Rain holding down the fort as Sholiana ties it up, and Shock Dart to take the lead. And a 4-on-3 from the back of sight. Conti once again ties things up. And it's so back and forth. Kingston now falling all the way back with the spike in hand. As Sholiana finds 4 on the round. Headshot after headshot. Shock Dart after Shock Dart. In a 3v1, Kingston with 6 HP. He's just looking for a spike plant and $400 additional dollars.
I mean, actually, I think that grabbing the ult orb is going to be really good too, because if you are Resonate, you're more or less assuming that this round is over. Anything else is just going to be bonus. Could potentially get that null command closer to being online, and I think that's the main purpose of getting that spike down here. But literally, could just get tickled once and it'd be over. Kingston, though, does take out 1, takes out 2. It's 1v1, Jim.
I don't know how this is happening now. Down to 6 HP! He's able to do it! With 6 HP to his name, he finds 2 headshots back-to-back and finds the 3rd and locks down the first round of the second half.
Oh my goodness. And on top of that too, we've seen Kingston play the Jet before, so you know Kingston can frag. And well, just prove that he can. And look at that! Kingston now is only 1 ult orb away from getting that null command online. Whether or not that's a kill, whether or not they decide to rush it out and try and secure this one onto A site, doesn't matter. They're gonna have Spectres here. Sholiana is gonna have just Shara. So yeah, it is only going to be pistols coming in from Elite Squad. See how they play this out. This is very explosive onto A thus far.
Joe leading the way. TP in hand, spraying through, not going to connect on anything just yet. Good stuff. They're able to get onto the site. No problemo as the suppression knife comes out, connects onto 1. Looks like Elite Squad are trying their best to get a couple of peeks here, but can't really find opportunities. And as I say that, Rain finds one, Sholiana finds one. In the middle of everything happening, and the Elite Squad in a 2v3. Apparently, the numbers really just don't matter. Down onto Dice. Conti comes out on top. Thea watching Dice. Conti again comes out on top. Resonate 8-6. A 2-round lead. Looking good in the second half.
Absolutely, and honestly, that wasn't even a bad round for them. They bought up their Spectres, only lost 2 of their members, and got the spike down as well. So economy-wise, as good as you can get. Obviously, if it was a flawless round, that'd be a little bit better, but still. We're actually seeing Slickies as well as Bruno buy up rifles here to try and contest it, but Elite Squad are going to have full rifles in their hands. They do have half shields because unfortunately they weren't able to get as much money as they would want. But this is going to be tough. If we do see Resonate move in on this B site, they're going to be met with a lot of Killjoy utility. Regardless though, they do have the null command online, so that could really shut things down as Thea is trapped in the back.
Juliana comfortable being trapped back here, but not this time around as Resonate find 2 quick ones. Down with their KO on the ground. He's going to get eliminated as well. Elite Squad hoping for something. They want a window of opportunity, but they're not getting one. And Resonate's Bruno boosted up into the window. Is able to keep an eye out on the competition. Fade ulti coming out from the post plant here. Rain getting aggressed on. Joe coming out on top. Emily closing the distance in a 1v2. Tries her best, but Bruno able to come out on top in XP3. Drop down 19 HP. Runs back Cat and tries to save this gun.
Yeah, and should be able to survive. The spike is about to explode. Only now are the members of Resonate trying to push out. Secure it, but still. A very clean round coming out of Resonate there. It was honestly not, maybe methodical isn't the right word, but it really looked clean as they decided to engage on there. Able to just find a couple of picks. Sure, they lost their KO pretty early on, but honestly, not terrible. We're able to just move through, secure the rest of the kills. Didn't get the res off, but it didn't matter because the spike was down and they just collapsed upon the back line. It's so scary when you get hit by Fade's utility because you can't hear anything. And as a result, you're a little bit more panicked. You don't necessarily know the information about where some of the players could be hiding or coming from. It really just allows the other team to just have the mobility advantage as a result. So, let's see how this one goes. Next up, it looks like it's potentially going to be an A hit here. They've gone split, but they're completely just not giving anything to mid. They're going to potentially secure the ult orb. We're tossing a lot of utility and now are backing out. Wonder if this is just going to be a hard B push here.
Yeah, Resonate, realizing that the Elite Squad are on an eco, they know that they have to try to bait out their nonsense, right? And they know there's nonsense guaranteed. Just like that. Emily, great pop flash, forces the push, forces the fight, finds a frag onto Conti. Woo! Bruno from the bottom of mid finds another one down onto XP3 as Thea collapses back onto the team in a 3-on-3. Wow. Great synergy there between the Sova's Hunter's Fury and Thea with the Ghost as Bruno wraps around the right side. Great shots from Sholiana. It's a 2-on-2. It's still doable for the Elite Squad.
Absolutely, especially with these shock darts. A good bounce could potentially take somebody out. Bruno now hanging out at the back. The Recon Bolt is on site to give a little bit of information.
Joliana gun in hand, Rain equipped as well. What started as an eco round would just lead to Rain winning this 1v2 now, waiting in the smoke. Slickies, good for one there and good for the one that they needed to lock down the round. Resonate 10-6 here. They're opening up this gap by 4 points.
Well, absolutely, and once again, this is Elite's map pick. That's going to be 4 in a row now. 4 Resonate in this half. Resonate looking extremely confident on this attack. And Elite Squad said it before, they learn and they're able to catch on, but they need to start doing that quicker because it's 3 more rounds until Resonate are able to secure map number 2, and we're going to be going to map number 3. They can taste it, and Elite Squad don't want to force out the scenario. They want to be able to shut them down right here and claim their spot to the Philadelphia LAN at the end of the summer of this Nerd Street Summer Champs. So let's see how they want to play things this time. Resonate really just taking their time, trying to bait out some utility from Elite Squad that would usually just try and shut things down and try and slow their momentum down by just using their utility.
Waiting here, playing the patient game. I know what you need to do once again. Bait out some util, see what happens, see where they're playing. Emily, ready for the underhand toss. There it is. Swing with it. Good for one. Traded back as Bruno was playing the counter flash. Well done. Sholiana not over-aggressing either. And the res is coming out. Perfectly played by the Resonate team.
Yeah, now they're going to start ferrying their way into mid. Get a little bit of control over there. And then move things around. They, though, might be able to use the swarm grenades off of XP3's information. Flash grenade does go out, and they do pick up XP3. Swarm grenades are going to be activated, but I think it's a little bit too late. They're already on site, and they should be able to get that spike down shortly.
frag grenade. Delaying that by just a moment. Spike going down now in default. Elite Squad in the 3v5. All three of them are trying to come from heaven and tree. This is going to be dicey. And just like that, Kingston with the 1 and the 2 find Sholiana and Rain back to back. Resonate 11-6.
Now Resonate. Man, maybe they should have picked this map instead of Haven.
Apparently.
Yeah, so this is pretty good. And then all vice versa. Elite Squad should have gone with Haven. But we see this time and time again. Oh man, I said it. But that's okay. We're seeing now that Elite Squad are forced onto a little bit of a half by here. We are going to see a couple of Spectres. Okay, 3 Spectres on the board. A little bit respectable, but right now, Resonate have just been walking away with this one, and now Playboy Joe is also going to have the Tour de Force online. They might not have a duelist, but they're making this one work. Catching the Killjoy is exactly who you want to find, and now entering onto the site is going to be that much easier.
Wow, shots coming down from Thea on the cross, doing a lot of damage. Not going to connect down onto Bruno, but he's able to get onto the site. Resonate team, spike planted. Retake coming out from the lead squad. They've got 45 seconds left on the clock. Thea pushing cat, not expecting to see one there for real, and so has to do a double take. Unfortunate there as Slinkies comes out on top. Kingston finds 1, Conti finds a 3rd.
Okay.
Kingston for the 4th, and Rain now left in a 1v4 from the top rope. Not enough range there as Joe with the Tour de Force shuts it down and Resonate 12-6.
Okay. Resonate on map point here. Able to potentially tie things out. They just have to do one more round and life is going to be good. Sholiana going to go with the Odin. Not a great buy coming out of Elite Squad here. They do have 3 other ultimates online. Lockdown, Null Command, as well as From the Shadows. As you so mentioned, From the Shadows, not exactly the most effective one, but could be pretty good at scouting out a lot of information. I think right now Elite's problem is that they're not too sure necessarily where about they're going to be going. And so, you know, they're a little bit ill-prepared. From the Shadows could give that piece of information, but this is an A-side hit through and through.
Here comes a flash. Early aggression from Bruno, catching XP3 completely off guard. Emily trying to drill down the cross here, but not expecting the timing on the aggression here. But Slickies and Joe, my oh my, Elite Squad dwindled down to just 1 member remaining. This unrelenting aggression from Resonate, shutting it down in the 2nd game on Elite Squad's map pick. Resonate wins 13-6, and we're tied 1-1 in the grand finals.
13-6, that's awesome. Resonate, they're right back into this. And now that last map is looking like it's going to be an absolute banger. I really want to shout out Resonate. They looked so clean on their attack. Obviously, we had some suspicions given the fact that they weren't necessarily bringing in a duelist. But boy, howdy, Playboy Joe on that chamber, just making that one work. Time, like, just completely fragging out with the operator, and honestly just made that one look easy. So, Jeb, that means that we will be going in to map number 3, which is your favorite, Fracture, next.
Yes, I'm really excited for that, and if these 2 games have been any indicator of what is to come, then it's gonna be great, because on both of their individual map picks, both of these teams lost, and both, you know, the other teams won in pretty dominant fashion, 13-8, 13-6. They looked good. And of course, that last round for Resonate looked dominant. So aggressive, absolutely, so unrelenting. I want to see more of it in Fracture. But with that said, Marks, we're going to head to a short break. But before we do, we want you all in the audience to take your candy game to the next level, Marks. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, and you know how you can do that? Well, you can do it with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. And just like you said, Jim, we're going to be throwing to a quick break, but when we get back, map number 3, the grand conclusion of the Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN. Which team is going to be coming out on top? You're just going to have to stick around to find out. See you guys on the other side.
I know you only show up for these tournaments for the ads. I recently partnered with DigitalOcean to help spread the word on their amazing software.
I think you mean their amazing web-based cloud computing service.
Okay. If you're a developer, then you know how incredibly hard it can be to get started.
Not true. DigitalOcean made their UI so simple you can start developing right away. Plus, they give you full access to their human support staff.
Easy to start, human support staff.
Don't forget, really transparent and affordable pricing.
Okay, let's keep the tournament going.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Nerd Street Summer Champs Bakersfield LAN. My name is Marks, casting alongside Jim Basco, and right now things are really heating up. We're going to map number 3 in the finals between Elite Squad up against Resonate. And you know what? Both of these teams, a pretty stellar performance on their opponent's map pick, which you usually don't expect, but you know what? It's working out. And as a result, Jim, we're going to be going to map number 3, which is going to be Fracture. How do you feel about Fracture?
So good.
I love to hear
it's just
it.
different, you know. Yeah. I'm so sick and tired of seeing Ascent and Haven. Like, do something original for once, you know. Like, really, like, come on, innovate. No, yeah. I'm just kidding. But at the end of the day, that's really what it is. Like Fracture, it's a breath of fresh air, and it gives you opportunities to make agents like Neon and Breach and KJ all on the same team work in a great way. With a Viper, too. Like, you know, you could put a Viper, you could throw a Brim in there. And so, at the end of the day, I love to see more diversity and options in these agent compositions, and Fracture will give you exactly that. And so, yeah, hopefully, we get to see more amazing clutches out of Rain, Sholiana, and the guys on the other side, right? From Bruno and Playboy Joe, because it's been a great fight going blow for blow across both of these maps. And really, both of these teams have had moments where they look completely dominant over the others. So here we are, map 3 of the grand finals. And it all comes down to this, man. That cut of $3,500, that place in the LAN at the end of the summer mark. So there's a lot riding on the line for sure.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, there are still a couple more LANs across the summertime, just across the states, honestly. I'm from Canada, so I don't know exactly whereabouts they're going to be popping up. But you know what? They're going to be a fantastic time, and Nerd Street is going to be offering these throughout the time. So, you know, if you have a squad of friends and you think that you can give this a run, we have open online qualifiers, not qualifiers, every single week, in addition to some more of these LANs that are going to be going on. And once again, the winners are going to secure themselves a spot into the LAN to end all the LANs for specifically Nerd Street Summer Champs for VALORANT that is happening in Philadelphia at the very end of the season. Once again, we're just going to get a quick little map pick and ban across here. You know, I did think it was funny that you said it's a little bit of a breath of fresh air when actually Elite Squad actually banned Breeze. So not too fresh air. You know, maybe that's just more like ocean vacation-y air, but still, Fracture, like you said, I think it allows for a lot more freedom. You touched on a really good point, actually, which is bringing in a Neon. Lately, we've been seeing a lot of Neon being run on Fracture, and I think that it's because how the map is designed, you can really get around fast. There's so many little tunnels underneath, you're able to go through the spawns and all of that type of stuff, and Neon can really catch people off guard just based on the fact that she's kind of like Sonic the Hedgehog, runs real fast and gets around real quick.
And most importantly, she's blue.
Yes. Oh, yes. How did I miss that? Wow. She's also a hedgehog. No, that's not true. I'm just throwing that one.
Yeah, she's a hedgehog. No, exactly, right? The key thing about Neon is the speed is great and the speed on engagements is great, but the timings that you can break, right? You expect that running from A to B, it's going to take you X amount of time. Neon can pretty much have or third that, right? And so that's a faster rotation. That's a faster flank. That's a faster initiation. Everything on all ends for a good Neon player can really mess up your timings and give you a headache, a big one at that. And so it comes down to really knowing how to deal with it. And so compositions that we've seen become popular, of course, are these Brims, are these Vipers, because so much control, but also those Breaches because the Concuss paired with a good Neon slide for aggression, but also the Concuss to buy yourself some time and get away from that Neon who's aggressing on you does so much for you. So at the end of the day, play Breach. Very important on this map. I guess that's the message really, right, Marks?
Oh, gotcha. Apparently, the PSA for today is make sure to play Breach when you go on to Fracture.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep.
A lot of these hallways, too, are so well designed for him in that the complete width of the hallway matches with the width of the fault line 1-to-1, and so you can completely annihilate, you know, one of the 4 points of entry on this map. And already we're going to see a Neon locked in from XP3, while on the side of Resonate, they're sticking to something that's a little more familiar.
And this is a big question that I have coming into this map. Are Resonate going to stick with a no duelist, lots of controller composition? They do already have 2 initiators, and yeah, looks like it. They're not going to budge. they don't need a duelist. I mean, they made that one work on the last map, and boy, it looked pretty darn good. So this is going to be a little bit of an interesting look. I don't think I've ever seen a team not run a duelist on a map like Fracture. Specifically, Fracture. You know, a Neon has gotten so much playtime lately, but I also think that Raze is a viable one as well. So I'm wondering whether or not they're just planning on playing around Playboy Joe, once again back onto the chamber, and relying on maybe Kingston's 0 points to try and shut down the Neon's advances. As soon as those abilities are offline, Neon, well, hey, you ran in front of everybody, you were planning on running out, suddenly you can't run out and slide out anymore, you're going to have a bad time. So this is going to be an interesting composition. I'm not necessarily sure if I agree with what Resonate are doing here, because also too, they're not even bringing a breach. And what did we just learn about in that last PSA that we talked about, Jim? You got to bring a breach onto Fracture.
You really do. And I'm interested to see how this one's going to play out, because like we were talking about, Resonate going for something that's more comfortable, a composition that we've seen them pull out time and time again.
Okay, come on.
We know they can make it work. We know Playboy Joe can find value here, but against so much utility that's available on the Elite Squad, will it work? And that's what it all comes down to, ladies and gents. We're in map 3, the grand finals of this set between Resonate in blue on the defense and the Elite Squad in red on the attack.
And already this barrier orb, such a nuisance. Bruno just gotta stand at his ground. Wait for them to move through here, but I think it might be a fake, as we do see Elite Squad now start to rotate around. I mean, taking the lovely ropes, get to the other side there, but the flankers are already starting to come through. Kingston ready with the pop flash. The fault line comes out, and the engagement's underway.
Yeah, good stuff. Great pop flash finds too. There it is, and it took this guy a little bit to warm up, but when he did, he was on fire, so Kingston awake and fighting for sure. Resonate looking for a retake here as Joe shuts down the spike plan, and XP3, their last line of defense here before the spike goes down. Aya down to 20 HP will go down as well. Resonate, great first round.
Once again, doesn't seem like Resonate really need a duelist after all. They're kind of playing pretty confidently, and this is the thing too, they have a lot of utility to try and stall the other team. Talked about that barrier orb, but as well too, think about it, Omen just drops down a bunch of smokes. You don't want to push into that, and on top of that too, KO's got a fragment to slow things down. And you do have Playboy Joe with those Cypher traps to just emit the slow field, and you can get the information based off of Fade's utility. So, honestly, this composition is just based around slowing down the aggression that Leap might be bringing, and I think it might work, especially too up against this Neon. XP3 has just not been able to do too much as a result of being slowed down. Oh.
Stuff from Joe, man, just nasty. We were second. Oh yeah, okay, Bruno. I guess it really doesn't matter what two characters these guys are playing, because Bruno and Joe, yet again, no matter the character, no matter the agent, we're still chanting their names because they're finding 2Ks and 3Ks galore. Resonate with a great second round. It was the eco of Elite Squad, and we're heading into a proper buy round now. Elite Squad need to win this one, and Resonate are looking for a lot of picks here.
Absolutely, and well, apparently Bruno took personal offense to the song. We don't talk about Bruno because he wants us to talk about him a lot. And I think right now Bruno has just been doing a really good job. Sets up the barrier orb, plays in a good angle, and is able to just capitalize onto it. Is so key on that B-sided defense for Resonate. And I don't think that Leet really want to try and contest that anymore, because every single time it's just so annoying for them to do something about. But Playboy Joe, in a precarious situation, rendezvous out.
Bruno, from behind the boxes, you gotta check it, because of course the pre-fire is good, but it's not enough to kill him, and so Rain eventually gets the trade. Joe with the cleanest headshot of the day so far.
That's good info. Yep. Okay. They're able to capitalize on that kill as well. So Resonate do have the numbers advantage here, are finally able to break through the defense, and the last two members of Elite Squad are trying to make this one through, but they just can't do anything. Playboy Joe hanging out in the smoke, has the headhunter ready to go, and now has the tour de force online. We're gonna be seeing exactly that. Resonate 3 rounds in a row. They haven't budged an inch, and that was Elite Squad's buy-up. So once again, they're kind of faltering under this pressure of just not being able to get their momentum or move around. honestly, Elite Squad feel a little bit stuck and not sure what to do here, Jim.
They definitely do feel a little stuck, and so that was a round that we had, signified as important for them to win, just because they should. You've got the better weapons. It's just tough, especially when someone's feeling themselves so much on the server, right? That level of confidence really gets into your head and can make them be an even better player than they actually are. Now Joe locking down A main, or B main rather, aggressive with the peek, getting flashed off the corner. He's gonna go for the repeat, connects on one and gets out.
And on top of that too, the spike being dropped gives that information about where they might be moving. Not good for Elite Squad. They're already down 2 members and haven't anything to show for it. They still have that KO and Brim alive, so they could smoke a site and flash their way into it, but it's gonna be so tough for them to do so, Jim.
For sure. Waiting now, resonate. Still waiting. Joe spots one out, balls it out, finds the shot in the slow field. He's going to get a lot of opportunities to make that happen. At that range, Rain is just not able to find the shots, doesn't have the weaponry to make it happen.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, good try.
And there it is. Yes.
Bruno, able to shut that one down. But yeah, honestly, it just felt like Joe was playing an AIM Labs test or something. Peek around the corner, make a shot, and then back off completely. Clearly, Joe, very practiced in that specific practice. Just absolutely clean with the tour de force. Obviously, it does shoot a little bit quicker than just a standard operator, so that makes life a lot easier. But this is Resonate getting a pretty substantial lead. However, we don't want to count Elite Squad out of this just quite yet, because this is very similar to what happened on map number 1 when Resonate were able to get 6 rounds in a row, and then Elite just kind of took it away from them and ran away with them. So hopefully they might be able to get something here, but Playboy Joe gets suppressed. Still does have that operator here, but Bruno in a bad position gets taken out by Rain.
Always weird when you're coming down an elevation change. XP3, does he expect one at the boxes? Or is he cognizant? Looks like not going to opt for that push onto A and instead take the efforts B. Keeping it slow though as the null command comes out. Pop flash through the smoke. Slicky's playing the angle well. Not detected here.
Oh!
Chips from Kingston. Beautifully done. And the suppression connects onto 2 more. As he's looking for action towards Arcade, he finds a third. Slicky's good for 1. Can they shut it down here in a 1v2? Show Liana needs to cross back over to Arcade to get the spike.
That's the fault line. Expect somebody over there, but actually both the members on the other side, and Playboy Joe with the operator. It's gonna just shut that one down. Show Liana back into the ground. Resonate get 5 in a row, and I really want to just highlight Kingston's play there. Uses the null command, but on top of that too, has a 0 point online as well. Uses the 0 point to realize that people are coming and are able to just take a swing around the side in order to punish them. I don't know what to say beyond the fact that Resonate are doing a really good job of just kind of holding their ground and being really good about playing this defense. They look so rehearsed, and honestly, they're giving each of their members an opportunity to kind of pop off. First, we see Bruno get a lot of value. Then we see Playboy Joe start to light it up. And that round there, we got to see Kingston finally take the reins. They've got so much potential on their team that they're not necessarily relying on core team play to be able to pop off. They're supporting each other enough to make sure that they're able to secure the kills and shut the round down. Meanwhile, Elite, right now, XP3 has gotten next to no value on this Neon just yet. And I think we need to see that change. This is the danger of running a Neon. Originally, a lot of teams faced issues trying to play her just because they couldn't figure out a way to make her fit in properly. And it's even more difficult, especially given the utility that is being tossed out from Resonate to try and slow the pace down. Because, well, Neon can't do anything when there's a barrier or a slow field in front. The running just completely gets negated.
It's so strong, really, that slow orb. And I'm thinking about it more and more, like you're saying, and the amount of control that Sage really gives you on any map is bar none, you know? Able to waste so much time, one slow orb, another slow orb, and then ultimately a wall that gets fortified. And so Resonate just so much control over the map and where they want to fight. Even if they're getting aggressed on, a slow orb into the aggression slows it down entirely and makes them really just so weak. Aggression through sand, though, forcing Joe to get off the angle, reposition his operator, connects in sand. Beautifully done. And now watching main, hoping for some presence here. But the Brimstone ult is going to shut him down as Conti on the trade is good for one.
Enemy remaining.
He's coming in, Rain alone, but gets shot down, Kingston. Once again, Resonate. 6 rounds in a row. I like the idea. It was a little bit of a change of pace from Elite. They were able to make their way onto that A site pretty effectively. But honestly, Playboy Joe is such a thorn in their side. That operator is once again getting just so much value, and I don't think that Elite have been doing a really good job of being able to shut that down. Whether or not it's a smoke, whether or not it's a flash, they have to start to figure something out and cut off those sight lines, because Playboy Joe is literally just a kid at a carnival having a shooting day. Honestly, probably walking away with the massive Pikachu at the end of the day as well, with how accurate things have been. Immediately, though, looks like Leader changing their strategy back. They're back onto this B site. And look who's here! Playboy Joe. It's like he can read into his crystal ball, but not this time, as XP3 shuts that one down.
Rolling Thunder coming out from under Jenny. Connecting onto the site. Where's the follow-up, though? Elite Squad, there it is. XP3 and Sholiana open it up as Slickies and Conti return. Conti's so good, being such a nuisance at this box. 3 on the round, and
you
once
are lying.
there it is on LAN, too. You can tell when they go completely still, they're popping off IRL.
Yeah, they're actually popping right out of their Mavix chairs. That's kind of what's going on here. There's so much excitement, cannot be contained, flying out there. But once again, a different player for Resonate. They're popping off and they're getting so much value. That time was Conti, just honestly being so disciplined, playing the 1v1s, and you could tell that Elite were not swinging together. I thought dead to rights that was going to be Elite's round. There is no way they should have lost that, but here we are. Resonate now have 7 in a row. And that's going to be punishing. Playboy Joe gets flashed off, but it is going to be the overdrive online. Elite trying to get a little bit more room off of XP3's ult.
Joe not going for any of the shots up tower. Losing the control of sight as quickly as they have it. Feed ulti going on. Elite dodging out of it, but Resonate wrapping around on all sides of the map here and even falling further back as the Fade ulti didn't connect with too many of them. They're kind of confused. It's a 4-on-4 though, and trades are going back and forth.
Oh, Kingston. Okay, Playboy Joe ready for that one. Now it's 3v2. Elite only have 2 remaining members. Only pistols in their hands. There's just so much utility being tossed out. I don't think that they stand a chance, and yeah, just off of the Fade util. Just gonna move in for the kill, be able to secure it. And Resonate now 8 in a row. Jim, I don't want to jinx anything. What are the odds that we're looking at that? Okay, I'll say it like this. 11-1/2. Alright, this time around, we are going to be seeing both of these teams buy up full rifles and ready for the assault. Looks like Elite, once again, they're going to be changing things up. They look like they're interested on that A site. They're going to get a little bit of resistance out at Dish. Should be able to win out this duel here. Conti has popped off before, is able to secure one onto Sholiana, looking for the other, but gets traded out. Conti able to find one, but it is actually going to be Elite Squad coming out on top of that engagement. 3v3 now.
Smoke coming out from Resonate on drop. They hear Rain slightly ahead of them. Hang it out, you see it on the map. As Elite Squad make their way 3 people onto the A site. Playboy Joe waiting in sand with the operator. Bruno and Co coming from drop. As the smoke goes down onto the A main, Slickies, paranoia in hand, sends it out. Bruno onto the site. The molly's been deployed, denying the defuse for the time being. They need to clear the top site, and they do successfully. Bruno now pushing into A main, looking for one, but can't find it as he sidesteps, and Slickies finds one on the return. It's been halved, Marks, and this could be the difference here. Just barely missing the shot as XP3 connects on 2 with a great spray from A main. Resonate. Actually lose that round as Elite Squad finally put up a round on the board.
There we go. It starts with 1, baby. 8 is all they get. Elite Squad looking pretty good. I like their A side attack. I think they have more success onto it. They do really just have to play around Playboy Joe. I think whenever Playboy Joe is active with that operator, even the tour de force, which we will be seeing this round, it's just so difficult for Elite Squad to be able to move things in. Now, they're starting to get a little bit of a better read. Looks like they're going to be trying to probe a little bit, get that information before they make a decision with the spike. Personally, I think this is a little bit better. Prowler getting the information onto XP3, but able to shoot that down and move things forwards. Spike is going to get picked up, and it looks like might be another A-side hit as soon as they realize that Playboy Joe is just around this corner.
Jeez. Theo goes wide, though, and shoots the left shoulder of Joe through the wall. Beautifully done. 4 on 4. Resonate. Opting to slow down that push. And just like that, you can see Sage completely locking down B-side by herself. With the wall in B main and the slow orbs in Arcade. What are you going to do?
Not much. Now Bruno, though, gets fished out. Doesn't matter. Bruno finds the heads. Looking for yet another. That's a nice little 4K for Bruno. Only XP3 left. Is this a potential round where we might see an ace? Well, it's only up to Resonate to determine whether or not that will be the case.
Beautifully done. Slicky's finding the finishing blow onto XP3. Resonate 9-1 over the Elite Squad right now. Marks. Kind of crazy, man. It just looks like they've got a lot of confidence on the side of Resonate.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you come off of that map 2 win, you know, 13-6. You gotta shove it to Elite Squad. Be like, hey, this was your map pick, and look, we can do that too to you. Pretty dominantly as well. And they carry that confidence into this map, and now that they're starting to really roll through with it, this is not looking too good for Elite Squad. Elite Squad have hardly been able to pick anything up. There's only 2 more rounds left in this half. They need to get it. Hopefully, they're a little bit superstitious, because if that 9-3 is activated, there's a little bit of hope left in it. But as soon as Resonate hit double digits, I think that's more or less over. We'll be seeing the KO null command come in. Already, XP3 is down.
Oh gosh, great tether there. As Kingston finds 2, finds a 3rd, and Slickies finds a 4th for a quick, flawless 11th round from Resonate.
Last round before the
Wow,
switch.
okay. Last round before the switch. Let's see if Resonate are able to actually get that 11-1 half. I kind of joked about it earlier. Didn't actually think that was going to be a thing. But here we go. Elite Squad. None of their team members have hit double digits for kills. Meanwhile, Playboy Joe, Kingston, and Conti are all well above 10. Elite Squad do have a couple of ultimates to work off of. They have that tour de force, which I would like to see they try to use that one. But more importantly, they have the Rolling Thunder. That could be a really key engagement tool to try and fish a couple people out. Still, though, a lot of members just kind of grouped up here, and they're not expecting it. Regardless, the Resonate come out on top.
Yeah, that little bloop was Thea finding a pick onto Conti and finding another one onto Slickies, raining down fire from above onto the B site. Kingston now in a 1v3, last round of the half. Great stuff in a 1v2 now. Tour de Force still active. Great flash, pushing him off main angle. And there's a pop to close some more distance. Spotted him out. Goes for the peek. Thea still aggressing. Doesn't want to let him get any ground here. But that suppression is deadly. If he's able to isolate it, which he's not, it could have been deadly once again for the Elite Squad. But they put up 2 rounds in the half. And entering the second half, Elite Squad trailed by 8.
Okay, well, swapping sides now. It's an 10-2. Now they're going to be on the attackers. And they don't have a duelist. Let's see whether or not this actually does make enough of a difference. But honestly, Resident have kind of proved that maybe you don't need a duelist on these maps, as long as you're kind of playing off your utility and are setting up your individual people to frag out. You can see the comms are already coming through. So many pings coming in onto the map. And it looks like this time they're going to be potentially looking at this B side as a hit. Might be putting a little bit of pressure onto Satellite Dish. Maybe just scoop up an ultimate orb there. potentially to give it to the KO. I do think that that null command is so effective, especially on attack. Imagine that's what they've got their eyes set on first before they do aggress too much. But meanwhile, the defense is setting itself up in tower on B and just putting both of the members there. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with that, but regardless, it's a very safe bet if the attackers do make their way onto site and are able to get a very successful plant down.
Resonate. 4-man B arcade push. Let's see how this works out. Some presence already detected by XP3, putting some shots down, keeping them at range, or doing his best to at least. Clearing out the back of the box with a Prowler as well, always good. Don't want Bruno to do what he did previously. Now Rain sending down the molly into Rain as Bruno, close range, right click with a classic, finds one, XP3, trades him back, and Conti fires back as well. It's 3-on-3. Sholiana now tasked with dealing with the site from afar or breaking up this freaking Sage wall. As Thea in the mix of it, it's a 2-on-2. They've got good positions. Can they make it work? Conti good for 3. Sholiana wrapping around Canteen. Game in sight here. They can make things happen, but if they give up round 11, it might just be that much tougher in Kingston. Shutting it down with a headshot. Resonate. Pick up 11 to lead squad 2.
And here's the question now. Does lead squad try and force this? You've seen a lot of stingers come out thus far, but I don't think that they should, if I'm being completely honest with you. I think that they have to just play that at round 12 and hope that they can get 10 rounds in a row. Because if they lose this next round and force up, that's going to put lead squad, it's more or less just going to, yeah, that's it. It's over. And it actually does look like they are going to be forcing up a couple of Spectres here. They don't really want to take it, but, you know, they're really just going to have to play smart on this defense. They're trying something a little bit unconventional, getting a little bit more aggressive moving forwards off of the stim pack. See if they can catch people off guard. Oh, no.
Eesh. Their way towards B's site here as Resonate make a lot of presence towards Arcade yet again, but duping Lead Squad it seems this time, dragging all 3 members of their team towards B. Resonate are making their way towards A. Lead Squad just catching wind of that now, sending their chamber back through spawn into drop, and of course the chamber's trademark is holding drop. So, it'll get detected.
There you go.
Rotates coming out quick through Arcade. They are spotted by the Prowler. And again, tries to make some presence, but the Sage Wall denies it completely, and the Prowler near sights him shortly after, making it really just impossible as Sholiana now and Emily make their way up towards Dish. Conti shutting it down, and the last one by Dish returning onto Conti, but with the Spectre in hand, a couple of headshots, finding damage down into Kingston in a 1v3 Resonate. Look to take us to match point and map point with just one more kill here. Dropping down, Fernandez Bruno at the bottom of the wall, making the Sage Wall work on maps that we don't really see it traditionally, showing us that, hey, it doesn't matter, it's how you play it. 12-2 Resonate on match and map point.
Yeah, it's not looking too good for Lead Squad. Because they forced up in that last round, they're going to try and have to buy up as much as they can. Which honestly, Resonate, they've got more than enough room to work with. Look at that round. 10 round differences. They've just won 2 and are already putting themselves onto a match point. They're going to be buying up a Vandal. Conti feeling a little bit confident here as Bruno kind of backs up into that fault line, but it's not met with any aggression whatsoever. Usually it is kind of comboed out here. Still. Oh no, Bruno just walks in at the wrong time. So the engagement is going to be coming in onto this A site. And I imagine it's going to be decently explosive as Playboy Joe is coming in from the back. Does have this Bulldog in hand.
Great shots from Kingston, close range with the Spectre in hand. Emily blinded, dropping down, and great stuff from Joe. Now in a 2v2. Close quarters, Spectre. Conti's just better with the Vandal headshot though. 1 tap, 1 kill. And now in a 1v1. Rain versus Conti. At that range, Rain is able to find the headshot, as they've been able to time and time again across so many maps we spectated of this team. Lead Squad in it still yet.
Yeah, it's still in it. You know, I feel like we have to wait a little bit longer just to purely claim that this is going to be a possible feat. But it is going to set Resonate back onto a little bit of a save. They're half buying into this round just to stabilize their economy a little bit. We do see a Stinger coming in. Stinger meta, baby. But also, too, Kingston is bringing in a Vandal. Try and equalize their economy a little bit more. Great round coming out from Elite Squad. They need to keep that snowball of momentum running forwards. They can't afford to slip up once. And look at this. They're already getting ready to be super aggressive. And Playboy Joe is immediately down. That's what we want to see off of the Neon, as XP3 is already found two.
Wow, and there is the third from Rain on the flank. What a setup that was from XP3 and the breach there. Can they finish it out, though? Sholiana holding on to that Rolling Thunder. Slickies in squad, and I like this from Elite because they know it's still tossable, right? Good presence of mind, good patience. They finds one in their spawn. And there they are, spotted out the last one. Their patience pays off.
Yeah.
They know Kingston can't resist. Needs the spike to make something happen, and on the defense, they are good.
Yeah, and once again, I love that aggressive play. This is how you want to use your Neon on this map. You want to just run at them, catch them off guard, and just not expecting you at all. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as Playboy Joe went down, the rest was history. XP3 just able to get the spray through in order to clean up two people right off the bat and damage a third one, allowing for the alley-oop from the rotation coming out from A side, from that satellite side. And as a result, you know, it was a little bit of a pincer mechanic. You see it? You see it consistently through normal tactics of just kind of pinching in your enemy, catch him from behind, and it's worked out fantastically for the Elite Squad. I'm not sure that they're going to replicate it now that there are going to be good guns coming in here, but Resonate, they're just got to run in through as the Nightfall gets activated alongside the Rolling Thunder.
There it is, shots from Theo down onto the site. Beautiful follow-up on the concuss. Kingston from the top of drop. Trying to make some presence as Theo doubles back, finds a second. Now they've made their way onto the site. Ooh. Kingston trying to get out here. Pop flash through onto the site. Sholiana and Thea, who's good for 3 from back A main, just locking it down, making it impossible for Resonate to get in.
And now Resonate are going to opt to rotate over to B. Rain is here. I've seen Rain completely pop off. Also, to just have the orbital strike. Like, that's not going to be fun. You're like planting the spike and then boom, laser from the sky.
30 seconds
Never
left.
But
I hate when that happens.
I know, right? So did the people on Alderon. But regardless, it's going to be pretty tough for this spike to even go down. Now the KO is around here as well. Elite Squad have this defense set up and ready to go. Only 15 seconds left. I imagine Resonate, they're just going to try and save their rifles.
10 seconds
Make it a little bit less likely that they will be able to win this next round, but they will have a tour de force online to move into this next round. So there is a little bit of hope that they're able to just kind of make things move a little bit forwards. But Elite Squad starting to get their momentum on this defense, only losing XP3 that round. It's not terrible coming out of them just quite yet, and let's see how this one plays out. Elite Squad can't afford to make too many mistakes, otherwise Resonate will just win out the LAN.
Ultimates and executions have been the name of these past 3 rounds for Elite Squad. Can they keep it up is really the story to tell here, and so we're going to have to watch and wait and see. They're hoping to tick up towards round 6. Elite Squad, they've got weapons, they've got money, they have all the advantages here coming into round number 18.
2 chambers with tour de forces, let's not forget about that. A haunt preemptively sent out, does catch Thea, but already a trade coming through onto the B side. See how Elite Squad want to adapt to it.
Flashing, turning, and getting back into it. Not finding anything close quarters just yet. Emily waiting, spots one out. Frag in hand. Tosses it up. Gets tethered, but the frag is going to buy her some time. And off the back of that, Resonate, rather, faking the escape here.
Oh.
As the suppression detects 1 or 2. Resonate waiting again, and XP3 with a wide swing. What a madman. Finds 3 and is looking for number 4 here as Slickies finds 2 on the round and Sholiana shuts it down. Round 18 goes to the side of Lead Squad.
Oh boy, Jim. We've got a game on our hands. It's getting a little bit too close for comfort right now for Resonate. That is a lot of rounds in a row that they've now just lost, 4 to be precise. This is what I wanted to see coming out of XP3's Neon. Not afraid to just kind of take some of those ego duels and dodge out of the way, dodge those bullets, and catch Resonate by surprise. I think this is when you're starting to see the little bit of a difference of not necessarily having a duelist on your squad. Resonate are kind of struggling to make their way onto site. It just takes a little bit of utility from Lead Squad to completely shut down their momentum and stop their push completely. And of course we did see that when Resonate were on defense, but that's because they had a lot of utility to do so. This time around, Lead Squad only need to use maybe a smoke, maybe a grenade, and things are more or less stopped. This time around, Resonate looking at this A site will be blocking things forwards. So Playboy Joe is moving in from Dish.
They're trying to 5-man push onto the A side. The wall will go up, but it gets demolished immediately. And so that first block going down is essentially the most important part. That's the part that's blocking the actual transit to the site. Now, Slickies, he's going to be really pivotal here because, as you can see, Lead Squad, they're setting up for a 2-man retake of A-man, and it's beginning right now. Slickies, close corners. Whoa. He's going to be important. He finds 1 and gets traded out immediately. And now the next line of defense here for Resonate. Conti and Bruno both getting eliminated by XP3. And now it's a 2-on-2. Kingston returns. XP3 left in a 1v2 with just a slide to their name. Tapping the spike, waiting for the aggression now. Watching the left side, wall falls, shots coming out, and the flick is good on the head. I don't even know how that happened, but Resonate, at the end of the day, they're able to trade the kill, find the victory, and take the grand finals.
Yeah, so congratulations to Resonate. Despite all, obstacles that they might have faced, they were able to come out on top of that one. And honestly, gosh, they looked really good on Fracture. I mean, obviously it was a 10-2 half, but like, man, they just looked so good. It did really look like Lead Squad were starting to get a little bit more momentum back into their sails, but unfortunately the damage had already been done. Resonate had too much of a lead, and it was just too much of a high hill for them to climb, maybe even a mountain at that point. But still, honestly, not bad. They gave Lead Squad a pretty big run for their money. And, they gave Lead Squad gave Resonate a pretty big run for their money, but unfortunately we're just not able to capitalize on it. So Resonate, congratulations to them. They will be securing their spot into the Philadelphia LAN happening at the end of Summer Champs. So big congratulations to them.
Yeah, definitely. And like you said, they're securing their share of that $3,500. Never hurts. But yeah, most importantly, that spot in LAN. So excited for this team. And of course, excited to see more of Lead Squad, right? Great team. They made it all the way to the grand finals. And like you said, they gave this team a run for the money. Without saying, towards the end, of course, on Fracture, it did get rough. But even then, Lead Squad was able to pull out a series of rounds towards the end that gave us a glimpse that, like, hey, we do have set plans for this map. We were just lacking in execution just a bit to make it happen. So maybe next time around, they'll be able to lock down their spot for the Philadelphia LAN. And, you know, if not them, maybe you. Because if you want to get involved, you could too. It's that easy. There are open qualifiers all the time, so grab a group of friends and get involved today. And if not as a competitor, as a caster, producer, observer, there are many lines of work to get involved in. So find a facility near you and get on top of it today, because they're not available to everyone. So if they are available to you, take advantage of it, man. Do it.
Yeah, man. I'm up in Canada. I can't attend to these lands. Or I guess
True.
I could, but like,
that's what I mean. Like, imagine being Marks, bro.
Yeah, I know. It sucks, man. Every single day I wake up and I'm like, damn, why do it be like this? But here we are. Regardless, though, jokes aside, once again, big congratulations to Resonate as they are winning out the Bakersfield LAN. And Jim, that's going to do it for the show today. So once again, this has been casted by myself, Marks, alongside Jim Basco. We did have Ferme on our production and Days Dreams on our observing. But Jim, do you have any final thoughts before we close things out tonight?
No, been a great day of matches, and I can't wait to see more. Of course, thank you all so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure casting for you all. We hope you've had fun, and the audience have had fun at LAN competing and have had fun really just being a part of the entire experience. So with that said, Marks, thank you so much for being an awesome co-caster today. It's been a pleasure, and we will see you guys again next time. See you later.